If you're a Commodore Amiga, good for you. We're about to watch the World Cup on TV. It's actually the second half of the England Denmark game. I've got it set to record all the games, of course. I've watched nearly all of the games. Not now, granted, I haven't watched all of the games. The boring ones, sometimes I skip through them with 15 seconds at a time, kind of thing, you know. After this charges a bit, I'm going to switch over to the lavalier mic because it'll improve the audio. I also want to get up the chat and bring it up here on top of the TV screen so that I can see your chat as well as while we're watching the game. I'm going to mute the game, of course, so that we don't get any kind of copyright issues. And I'm going to pop out the chat, put that window on top of the full screen of the game. Now, make it small though, so that I can mostly watch the game and just a little bit see the chat. I'll put it right there. All right, now plus. Okay, I have to mute this. Forgot. There. All right, so let me start by just saying this. Thus far in the England Denmark game, England has looked far the better squad and is up 1-0. Has had far more opportunities on goal. Has looked a lot more dangerous. Denmark's had a couple of good looks, but has basically been on their back heel the whole game. So the thing is, this is a bit of a surprising outcome, in part because Denmark beat a fairly stout Chinese squad 1-0 in their first game, whereas England squeaked by a lowly Haiti team in their first game, and everybody was wringing their hands. What's wrong with England? You know. Well, obviously, England women's squad is not the same as the England men's squad, but I would say they're probably equivalently understood as strong teams in men's and women's. Uh, in the men's side, England is usually expectations usually exceed actual results and or ability. You know, England on the men's side doesn't necessarily have they're viewed as a contender most of the time, but they generally underperform. The women's team is equivalently up near the top, but not really at the top. Denmark, I'm not really sure what their reputation is internationally, but I will say that they said in this game I'm watching here that they missed the last two World Cups, so that's an indication that they don't have they're not sustaining a long period of success. Okay, now we're gonna play roll around Rhonda. All right, she's fine, of course, but she has to roll around a while. And this is the reason I actually started this live stream is I should have just titled it this: How to Fix Soccer. I've got an excellent solution in mind for what's wrong with soccer. What's wrong with soccer is that there's a lot of rolling around on the ground. Okay. Denmark kicked it out. England's got to throw in down in the Denmark end because they've had most of the possession most of the game and have spent much of the time down in the Denmark end of the field trying to kick goals in, but still just 1-0. So the thing is, here's my proposal. Every time play has to be stopped because someone's rolling around on the ground, um, pretending to be hurt, then in those circumstances, either one of two following things has to happen. The person who committed a foul potentially against the person rolling on the ground. Some of the times they roll on the ground when there's been a foul actually committed. Sometimes they're just trying to play foul theater. Either if they were fouled and they're actually rolling around because they're hurting, then if it's a yellow card, fine. If it's a yellow card on the person committing the foul, fine. But if it's not a yellow card on the person committing the foul, then the person rolling on the ground needs to go off the field for 2 minutes into a recovery box. Like the penalty box in hockey, but it's for recovering from rolling around on the ground. Or the team can have the opportunity to use one of its subs right then and sub out for that player. That would solve 99% of rolling around right there. In American football, it is the case that if time has to if everybody has to wait for you because you are injured in some way, then you have to miss at least the next play of the game. You can't play the very next play. These people, they play roll around on the ground and pretend like I'm hurt, or maybe they are a little bit hurt, but like let me embellish this as much as possible. And then as soon as they made their point to the referee that you should have called that a foul because look how injured I am, they pop right up and just run just like normal, no problems at all. They should not be allowed to do that. They should have to go off to the side and stay on the sideline for 2 minutes off the field. You have to put their team at a disadvantage, man down for 10 minutes, or be subbed immediately using one of their subs. That would put an end to so much time wasting. Now, look, I will say this. The only person who's time wasting you're really going to have a hard time dealing with is the goalie. Because the thing is, let's talk about this notion of time in play versus time out of play. Supposedly, the ref is supposed to keep track of all the time that's not been actually playing soccer and add that on as stoppage time at the end. But this system is not working properly, and I'll explain to you why. For example, South Africa was playing Argentina yesterday, and South Africa had a 2-goal lead. Then Argentina came back and scored 2 goals to tie it up. After that, after the tying up part, South Africa was right near stoppage time. And of course, what happens? They spend the first 2.5 minutes of the 5 minutes of stoppage time added rolling around on the ground. And I said to Rachel at the time, I'm like, they just wasted 2.5 minutes and she's going to add 1 minute or something like that, 30 seconds or 1 minute to the end of stoppage time to account for that additional rolling around. It's exactly what happened. And so by rolling around on the ground, South Africa only had to withstand 3.5 minutes of stoppage time, not 5. Okay. as somebody who uses the 15-second jump ahead thing on YouTube TV a lot, I can tell you, additionally, there are myriad, like more than one, there are myriad instances of time wasting that are not specific to injury. For example, what's the average time it takes for a free kick to be taken? 15 seconds. But keep in mind that that's about the average because some of the time they try to take it super fast because they want to get the advantage of taking it super fast. So it's less than 15 seconds. Sometimes it's like 5 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, But most of the time, it's at least 30 seconds before they actually take a free kick after a foul's been called. At least, sometimes 45 seconds. Um, Throw-ins. Okay, how long do you have to stand there to choose to throw the ball in? If you are a team that's an underdog who is ahead in the second half, you will milk that clock like a teat of a cow that's been needs to be milked so badly because every throw-in will take 15 to 30 seconds minimum. Every free kick will take 45 seconds to a minute. Every corner kick. Dude, I'm at my first World Cup party. I'm gonna puke and shit the bed later for sure. Hi, Cameron. It's really good to hear from you. I've been meaning to call you and just to chat and stuff. And haven't done so. I've been really just procrastinating about everything actually this week. It's been a really unproductive week. But it's okay. I'll deal with shit soon. It's not been so unproductive that I have like problems looming from deadlines not being met or something. But I've just been watching a lot of soccer. Anita Galassi has a Brendan who's into soccer and inspired that comment. Oh. You mean Anita like Laura Levin's friend? Are they still friends? So England here is still dominating the run of play, but Denmark's showing a little bit more life. They got a corner kick right now. And what's that? When do you feel like coming up and visiting again anytime soon? That'd be great if you do. Oh, they have red-headed children? It's a ginger party. Redheads have a real disadvantage when it comes to sitting in the sun. Rachel's not a redhead, but she's quite pale. She and I both went to the game at the Oakland Coliseum. It was a day game. And she got rather sunburned, and I really didn't. Because my skin is somewhat more swarthy than hers. She's a she's a real light peach kind of white person skin. And I'm transracial. I'm fluidly transracial, so sometimes my skin is as dark as midnight. During the middle of summer in Alaska. Which is to say, not very dark. I have a little ginger in me. The sun is not a friend. We gingers have a little fire in us. Well, if you have fire in you, then you should be used to fire hitting you. I think what you really have in you is ice, and the sun makes it melt. Nobody wants their insides to melt thanks to the sun. So Denmark's holding possession rather better in this half, but they're still they still probably have less possession of the ball than England. And England is looking snappy and sharp. I didn't actually see the England Haiti game. It's one of the games I missed. So this is my first time watching England, and I haven't seen Haiti play yet. It may be. I might have missed the Denmark game too. No, I skipped through. It was super boring. The Denmark Norway game, I think. No, China. Oh, right. Oh no, I remember that game. I did see Denmark China. Haiti England though I did not see. So this is my first time seeing England, and my first time seeing China will be when this game's over and I watch Haiti versus China. I mean, my first time seeing Haiti will be that. I've seen China and Denmark before. Um, but based on what people were saying from the England Haiti game results, England looked not very good, but they looked quite good in this game. I would say they look as good as, say, the Netherlands, who tied the U.S. Um, just on this past Wednesday. Go on. Oh, go. No. Denmark's playing better defense this half. That's allowing them to prevent some of the intrusions into their box that England was able to make during the first half. I think it's appropriate that, given that it's women's soccer, that one team intrudes into the other team's box. They take turns with the strap on. Well, this is a really poorly attended live stream. Only 2 people are here. I guess 8:40 in the morning on a Friday is not a good time to stream. Or perhaps nobody wants to watch the World Cup. I don't know why they wouldn't want to watch it. Personally, I don't just want to watch it, I am watching it. I've been watching most of the games. Like I said, I missed. Oh, good shot, though. Good try. Russo from England just really made an attempt at a good shot, but it went a little wide. She was in a good spot. She had a nice tacking run. She shot at the right time. She just couldn't quite get it across her body. She had a defender kind of in front of her, too. She had a tight angle. She was trying to thread the needle. All right. So, England attempts on target 40%. So 40% of the time they've shot, it's been on goal. It's required a save or whatever. That one wasn't. But that's a high number for that stat. But what I've noticed also in watching soccer is that um, the most the most relevant, the most informative stat about which team was better on the field, regardless of who won the game. Because soccer is a game where the worst team can win and does fairly often, simply because it's so difficult to score goals, and it makes one moment of lapse by the good team, an own goal or something, one moment of good fortune by the bad team, like kicks it, hits the crossbar, lands right at the foot of her teammate, and she just taps it in. That can be decisive in the game, which is why soccer suffers from a certain quality of boring, um, boring built into it. If you want to become a good team in soccer, if you want to become a pretty good team in soccer, especially women's soccer, but because it's a little less fully reached its maturity than men's soccer. But if you want to be a pretty good team, your best thing to do, best strategy is to become excellent at playing defense first. So pick a formation like a 5-4-1 or something, where you got five people in the back, four midfielders, one striker. You're determined to give up zero goals, and you're hoping to maybe counter attack with your one striker if you get a chance and somehow squeak out a goal. So if you got, since that's the best strategy to becoming a pretty good team, all your pretty good teams are super boring to watch. Now, England looks like a good team. Denmark is your classic pretty good team. They're playing defensively mostly. I don't know what their formation is, but I can't tell by looking what a soccer formation is. They have to inform me. They're in the 5-4-1 or whatever, I would guess, maybe Denmark's in a 4-5-1, five middle fielders, one up forward. It's a little less conservative than a 5-4-1, but what I would like to see is all the teams play 3-5-2. That's maximally aggressive. And then that's for making your formation designed to go forward rather than designed to defend. I would guess that England's got is playing. I'm not sure. Maybe two up front. I can't tell by looking with the formations. That's the problem, man. So Denmark now has the ball. It's in the 75th minute of play, and England's clinging to their 1-0 lead. Not looking particularly vulnerable, really. You know, but nevertheless, um, probably believes at this point that they should have gotten a second goal by now. You know, they've had enough control of the run of play and enough opportunities that they're probably feeling like they've left at least one goal on the field. They're doing subs now. You got two each for Denmark and England. I typically fast forward through. So that was like quick substitution, probably 45 seconds total to do the subs. That was quick. But they do not add time at the end in keeping with the amount of time it takes them to do that normally. So England, you know, admirably did not milk as much time as possible off of the clock while doing those subs. But that's because England feels like maybe was coming into the game, probably should have been if they weren't, the favorite in this game. When the favorite has a lead, they don't necessarily try to kill clock and get to the end of the game because the first tiebreaker is uh, goal differential. So they want to get as many goals on the board as possible. It's only when your underdog has the lead in the second half that you see this maximal time wasting shit. I joked to Rachel yesterday that during one of the games, I watched a woman roll in agony all the way from one side of the field over to the other side of the field. That didn't really happen, but it amused me to think of this lady just making her way from one sideline to the other sideline by rolling in pain across the field. There's one time I absolutely believe that this person was hurt. Yesterday, when South Africa scored one of its goals, or maybe it was, no, maybe it wasn't in the South Africa game. Maybe it was in the Nigeria game, I think. The Nigeria lady kicked a goal, but the other team's lady kicked her right in the ribs as she kicked the goal. And instead of doing what they always do after they kick a goal and get it in, running around and taking the shirt off and sliding on their knees and getting props from their teammates and stuff, that lady rolled around on the ground in the goal, inside of the goal that she had just scored into. I believed that she was hurt because there was no reason for her to be time wasting then. And if she wanted to time waste, she would have time wasted best by celebrating a whole bunch. She must have actually been hurt. Plus, the replay clearly showed the other lady kicking her right in the ribs. So I believed that one. I believed the one in yesterday's game where, at first I didn't, but where they took her off the field on a gurney and they subbed for her 2 minutes later. So even though, so this just goes to show you, even the coach, even though his player was carried out the field on a board, waited 2 minutes to find out if she was actually hurt enough to stay off the field before he finally subbed for her. Because he was like, wait, are you faking like usual? You weren't faking this time? Wow, you actually got hurt? Oh, okay, well, I guess I'll have to get a sub ready. None of the subs started getting ready when she was being carried off on the field on a board because everyone assumed she must just be faking it. So that's what we need to do to fix soccer, number one, is get rid of all the malingering. The malingering, the injury theater, the players telling the referee, give them a yellow card. The players constantly advocating to the referees about stuff. Like right there. No, she didn't actually. That England lady didn't do it. The England lady probably got fouled there and went to the ground and did not do what was normal. What normal would be then stayed on the ground, rolled around until she popped up with an exaggerated fake lip and holding her hand out like this, give her a yellow card. She did not do that. She just got pulled to the ground and then got right back up and didn't even say anything. Like Horan there, Horan, I like to call her Horan, because she be Horan with the soccer ball. She be kicking it into all different kinds of goals. Okay, so anyway, whatever I was saying before about soccer and faking, right? That lady, she just popped right back up and kept playing. That's what they should do 95% of the time when they're rolling around on the ground. And as I said, my recovery box thing is a perfect solution. If you're on the ground long enough, the ref has to blow the whistle and stop play, then you have to go off the field for a minimum of 2 minutes. And your team has to play a man down, or your coach can sub for you right then. That would solve this problem. It wouldn't solve the long throw-ins, the long build up to making a corner kick, the long build up to making a free kick. It wouldn't solve the let me walk as slowly as possible off the field when it's my turn to sub shit. It wouldn't solve those things. But at least it would solve the fragility incentivization that apparently exists in the status quo. We need to stop incentivizing soccer players to fall down on the ground and roll around um, by mean to prevent that from being an effective strategy. Because it's boring, it's offensive to anyone who loves truth and justice. Ooh, nice strike. Didn't quite hit the goal, but that was a nice strike by number 2 on England's team. She really got her full foot into that. Went right over Boy's head and just to the right of the goal. I missed crossbar by a couple of feet, but still a nice strike from that distance. Now, I want to talk about something else. So, about soccer. Oh, that was Denmark's best look for a while, but they didn't even get a shot off on it. So, in the final game of the group stage, they play the games at the same time. And they do this because they want to prevent two teams from ever knowing that, okay, based on the result of those two teams that played earlier today, we know that if we get out of this game with a tie, we both advance. That's happened before they did this simultaneous game thing on the last day. And there's this one game that's like known as the game of shame or something like that. Oh my goodness, Denmark header off the crossbar. If that had been just 7 inches or so, 6 inches to the left, that would have been an unstoppable header goal. There's no way any goalie in the world could have stopped that one. But just missed. Wow. That was Denmark's best opportunity by far in this game. This thing, if you're watching the game with me right now, oh, right off the crossbar. Great header. Oh, if it had just been a few inches that way, that would have been maybe goal of the tournament. Although I think you have to award goal of the tournament to the Ireland lady who kicked a goal. Yes, I'm watching the win. I've been watching almost every game. We're watching the Women's World Cup. We're watching England versus Denmark. Yeah, I don't know why there's nobody here. Sometimes there's nobody here just because bad time. Sometimes maybe it's the topic. People don't care about the Women's World Cup. I don't know. I should just put World Cup. I think I did put World Cup watch party. Even then, people are like, "Oh, no, World Cup goes all right now." Well, I know there's not, but I DVR'd them. These are from the middle of the night last night. You mailed Winston's mom? Good for you. What did you mail her? Did you mail her a letter expressing a desire to engage in a pen pal style relationship? Oh, you have an alert. I see. That's what you're talking about. I didn't think it had anything to do with what we were talking about there. As soon as I addressed the question of how many people were here, I just immediately left my brain. I couldn't imagine that your thing would be responsive to that. It's called a phone tree. DJ T says the only person who matters is here now. It's me, DJ T. You're the only person who matters. Wow. Wow. Okay. Well, then obviously we await your instructions. Kaijo. Taijo. Taijo, senpai, command us. We are at your disposal. DJ Tremendous, huh? That's what DJT stands for. You're DJ Tremendous. That's a great name. I've said some nice things about you, but also some very nice, some not very nice things. Well, I mean, yeah, I critiqued your decision to wear assless chaps out in public. That's not about you. It's about your choice. Okay, it's about your decision. Charles Schwab is long since dead. The best tracks, the best mixing, tippy top. Tremendous, even you might say. With 4 minutes of stoppage time left, this England-Denmark game is actually almost over. England's still clinging to this 1-0 lead, but having won the game, according to my eyeballs, more than that. You're DJT. That's who you are. I realize that you're DJT. If you claim to be somebody other than DJT, then how have you hijacked DJT's account? And why? The U.S. is doing well in the tournament. They have the number 1 team in the world ranking according to FIFA Women's World Ranking, and their record in the tournament so far, they won their first game against Vietnam handily 3-0. Could have been more goals scored, but well, I am potentially willing to do that, but I need to vet you first, right? I need to vet your platform, and if I conclude that you're a fellow correctist, then I would potentially be willing to do that. Well, DJT, it is definitely possible that you are smarter than me, because you're smart enough to know that I'm very smart, and perhaps even the smartest beside you. Well, maybe you are that smart then. But I don't know who you are, so I'm going to have a little bit of difficulty assessing you without looking into it some more. Megan Rapinoe. There's nothing about Megan Rapinoe. There's nothing come hither about Megan Rapinoe. Okay, let's put it that way. Even if that was what she was saying, everyone would say, no thanks. First of all, you're not using that word right. You can't command me to do that to you, because doing that to you requires you not to have consented about it. Oh, you're Donald J. Trump? Is that who you are? Well, you know what, Trump? I'm willing to be your VP, because if you want to make me your VP, I will nevertheless do a vast amount of good, that at least in constraining Trump's Yeah, you know. Because the thing is, if I'm VP, Trump can fire and replace his cabinet members all he wants. But he can't fire and replace me if I'm vice president. So it would be a very contentious administration. You'd have the president saying meow, 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 and the vice president holding many more press conferences and explaining meow, 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 and not necessarily supporting the president, right? So if Donald J. Trump were really smart enough to put me on the ticket as VP, I would definitely accept the offer. Because if I'm vice president, well, I'm not really beholden to Trump, right? Like, the vice president doesn't have to do what the president says. They're just not empowered to do very much. They're certainly empowered to hold press conferences and such. Of course, that's why Trump would never pick me as a vice president. They'd never put me on the ticket, right? Because Trump's looking for somebody to facilitate his way and be on his team 100%. He's looking for loyalty, not statesmanship, in a ticket mate. Well, I would like to make America great again. But more importantly, what I would like to do is make America smart today. I don't know if it again is correct or not, but make America smart today is my motto. Was America ever smart? Well, yeah. I think it's fair to say that we weren't always this dumb or this committed to being dumb, or at least, but it's probably more accurate to say the dumbness of the populace at large didn't make it into the narrative very much when the barriers to entering the discursive space were a lot more difficult to get past, namely, those who published books and stuff were gatekeepers that prevented all kinds of nonsense from ever being seen by anybody, right? It's better that we don't have those gatekeepers, that everybody can express themselves as they wish, as I'm doing so now, with access to some audience. And look at me. Sometimes you get lucky. I'm just a small YouTuber, but Donald J. Trump himself has found me and is propositioning me regarding being on his ticket for 2024. So it just goes to show you the power, the massive reach and power of just one man's voice on YouTube. I've already, just by being smart on YouTube, guaranteed myself a place in the next presidential administration. That's pretty impressive. Just by simply being correct on YouTube. So we've begun watching now the China-Haiti game. Haiti, as I said before, played England in their first game, a game I did not watch. I don't have any idea. Well, I have some idea of how strong I am, but it might be a completely wrong self-assessment, but I do have some idea. I have an idea that I'm very strong in certain areas and very weak in other areas. Broccoli Todd says, work my way up from mayor, Mariposa to president. That's a very goal-oriented but also like anti-polar understanding of things, right? Like, I don't want to be any elected official except potentially a judge or the president of the United States. So you're saying is do all these things you don't want to do in order to get what you do want. No. No, I don't want to do that. Because my position on presidency is this: I'm the best possible candidate for president, and I'm willing to run for president, and willing to serve one term as president, and I'm willing to do those things even though I don't really want to. I feel obligated to do those things out of patriotism and a growing understanding that I really am the only qualified person, you know. Fine, Donald Trump, I'll do that. Look, I'm not saying that because I don't want to work my way up, quote unquote, that I would decline an invitation on a presidential ticket to be the VP. I'd have to make sure certain things, I guess. But like, I know about Trump enough that I know I would be his VP because I would understand my role there. My role there would be to be the intelligent person whose words Trump has to constantly deal with. You know? Yeah, I do plan to genuinely run for president. Uh, I'll start the run after the 2024 election. And between now and then, I need to get my teeth fixed. And then hopefully shortly after the 2024 election's over and the new president takes office, that's when I'll begin working on this campaign, you know? Probably the first thing I will do at that point is hire somebody. You know, hire a campaign manager kind of person. No, I genuinely intend to do this. I bet you got the best teeth guy around, DJT. Only the best for you. Gold plated everything. Somebody in Trump's family history must be Armenian. No, I probably won't delete any videos. That's my point. In part, is it's time for us all to grow up. Yes, I made a shit ton of videos. Instead of concluding that from that oh, he's put himself, he's made, you know, it's like there's too much vulnerability here. He's exposing exactly who he is to everybody. That's a good thing, dummies. Right? If there's anybody whom everybody should trust to be not involved in any kind of secret conspiracy shit, it's me. Right? Because I provide the American people what they should demand of every candidate. All the information you could possibly want to know about exactly who I am, and you can trust it because it represents a decade plus of me living my life on YouTube as I actually live it, both explicitly and actually committed to doing so transparently. Anybody who directed sufficient of their attention to watching sufficient of my content would unavoidably, if evaluating the question in any kind of objective fashion, conclude that I'm a man of good character, that I'm an intelligent person, that I've got a deep and broad knowledge of public policy, that I have the kind of patriotic earnestness that you should expect from a politician, and yet am not evaluating things with my emotions. That for a myriad number of, for myriad reasons, that I stand out as exactly what a statesman, a citizen statesman should be. I'm authentic, down to earth, not involved in, first and foremost, being like a legal professional, like a lawyer or whatever. It's not my goal to succeed in politics. I'm not coming in with a proactive vision to do a bunch of shit, even though I'm president, right? Yeah, well, at least I corrected myself immediately. Sure, I'll appeal to people who are tired of the sides game, but I think I will also appeal to people who are tired of not having access to any authenticity from their candidates. By and large, you don't get authentic people authentically expressing authentic patriotism with authentic expertise very often, because authenticity links to emotions and correctness links to logic. With me, you've accomplished that thing. Because the unique situation in which I was raised, various things I did, things I was interested in, things I was facilitated by, etc., then I'm both rigorously logical, negationary in my frame of reference, which one ought to be when dealing with governments, because there are a lot more people with bad ideas of things we should do than there are good ideas that we should actually do, right? So usually with universal negationary people, you get relativism, and you get a detached kind of distance from NI-FI realities like patriotism. But I was raised by my dad. I mean, no, I don't need to prepare a strategy ahead of time to deal with hit pieces. I deal with hit pieces the same way I always do. I make the winning response. When Melissa talks, put up a hit piece essentially, claiming that my bad behavior had forced her to miss 2 weeks of work or whatever, I responded, shamed and scolded her accordingly. I mean, some things I wouldn't even react to or respond to or dignify with a response. If I get asked questions about it, I will answer the questions, absolutely demolish the bullshit, and leave it at that. If people still don't want to believe it, then if they keep asking that question, I'll say, look, I've demolished this on occasion, meow, meow, meow. Look at that footage. If you're not responding, if you're not advancing this conversation by being responsive to stuff I've already said, you are wasting both of our time. I mean, the point is, it is time for Americans and people in general to grow up. It's like, oh, Hunter Biden did something bad. That could not be any less relevant to any kind of meaningful politics than anything else I could possibly imagine. I don't know about Ghost again. I typed him as an INTJ, and it took me a long time to feel like relatively confident about that. But I know that at the time when I typed him such, I had been convinced, and that I wasn't being sloppy about my expectations regarding conviction. In other words, I mean, he brought cocaine into the White House. Well, so what? What does that have to do with anything? I mean, if you want me to prove the irrelevancy of it, I will become elected president and get some cocaine into the White House. And then show you that, in fact, it has no impact on anything. Amy was convinced she was an INTJ. Amy's convinced she's an ESFP. If you mean Amy was convinced the ghost of Jung was an INFJ, well, she should not have been convinced of that. There's no way. I may have not typed him correctly as an INTJ, but there's no way he was an INFJ. Okay, fine, his father's done some corruptions. But as with every such investigation into presidents that's happened since Clinton, really, the whole, investigate Clinton getting a blowjob was really launched this whole part of Congress's job, if they're not the same party as the president, is to hold trials, impeachment trials for him. I'm thinking about pressuring the Ukrainian administration. Okay, well, look, obviously we want to hold our presidents accountable for doing their job well. Correct, right? But what we mostly need to remember is that the way we do that is by electing somebody better to replace him. Sure, if there are high crimes and misdemeanors that warrant an impeachment proceeding, go for it. But ever since Clinton, it's like whenever Congress and the president are not the same party, then they go hunting for shit to impeach about. If it weren't them going hunting for shit to impeach about, there'd be a problem that is glaring enough that it drags even people who are reluctant to engage in that process into that process. Otherwise, Congress could constantly be holding hearings about every president all the time. If you investigate every single thing a president does, you can find some interpretation of some law that suggests that they're not in keeping with the proper protocols. You have to have a holistic, sort of intuitive understanding of what rises to the level. And like Trump's behavior didn't rise to the level until he assassinated that general in Iraq. That should have launched impeachment hearings. That kind of glaringly, the law doesn't apply to me, I'm the emperor of the world shit, right? That shit rises to the level. Because then he's making our entire country a murderer, right? He's acting on our behalf. But bringing cocaine into the White House, or the manner in which diplomats engage with one another from two countries, that shit does not approach anything that should warrant hearings and shit like that. Now, that's just ignoring the spirit of the what the Constitution has to tell us about, like, impeachment, high crimes and misdemeanors, It's ignoring the spirit of it entirely. It's turned what should be a justice matter into a political leverage matter. That's what happens when you forget you're on the same team. Because there are two parties now, let's pretend the president is like the coach of the team, right? Because there are two parties, we never function correctly as a team because if party A doesn't get their coach of choice, then party B spends all of the time sabotaging the team in order to get them to fire coach A. You know, it's ridiculous. Can you imagine if the soccer team worked like that? A better analogy would be an American football team. Like, well, we're defense. Well, we're offense. Well, defensive squad wants Coach Harley to be our head coach. The offensive squad wants Coach Smith. Fantastic. Coach Harley got elected. Now, when they play football games, the offense like purposely turns the ball over and shit just so the team would lose to prove they were right about Coach Smith. That's what it's like. That's exactly what's happening in this country. And the problem is, no matter which coach we've had, none of them have addressed this core problem that's killing the team, right? None of them addressed it directly as I'm addressing it now. Biden got a state prosecutor fired in Ukraine for his son. That's abuse of power, at least when he was vice president. Yeah, I mean, that's certainly abuse of power. It's certainly the sort of thing he shouldn't do, but it's also the sort of thing that is a particularist um, kind of badness that doesn't universalize as a rule. The problem with the assassination is, first of all, it's murder. Second of all, it sets a precedent that it's okay to murder foreign dignitaries on neutral soil, right? It means if it was okay for us to do, it's okay for other countries to do to us, right? So that's the sort of thing that comprises a high crime or misdemeanor. Not only did he commit murder, but he set precedent internationally that it's okay to murder our dignitaries, diplomats, generals, etc., right? So that comprises to an impeachable offense. It is absolutely wrong for Biden to allow his interested concerns, his personal benefit, to influence his behavior in his role as vice president or president. Absolutely wrong. Sometimes impeachable, sometimes not. Hard to establish, right? In this instance, easy to establish. But if you got a smart president who's making decisions based on personal interest, but covers his tracks well with his words and such, and it's the right kind of thing, it's going to be very hard to establish something like that. It's like preponderance of the evidence and the juror's intuition is not going to be sufficient to impeach somebody for for failing to recuse themselves from a matter or for allowing their personal interests to impact their behavior as an elected official. That's a grayish area. Does the one with Ukraine rise to the level of impeachable? Well, he was vice president when it happened, so moot point, you know? Most importantly, though, remember what I'm saying. We don't have to, when it's when it's done right, the impeachment process happens like this. The news reports something. An Iranian general was assassinated today by the U.S., and the whole country goes, "What the fuck? Did this criminal just criminalize us that much?" And Congress immediately launches hearings for impeachment. This kind of thing that you're talking about, right? Somebody's investigating shit in order to find shit to use against Biden. I'm not saying we should embrace this Iranian general. I'm not saying we should become his friend. I'm saying we shouldn't murder him out of the blue on neutral soil. After all, we're not at war with Iran. Now, if Trump wants to murder him, he can ask Congress to declare war on Iran, in which case, then it's not murder. Then it's death by killing you. I'm not simping at all. I'm not saying whether or not we should declare war on Iran. I'm just saying if we're going to kill a general in another country's army, we should probably be at war with that country. If not, we should probably have some explanation as to why this is something other than just straight up murder. Because the difference between the good guys and the bad guys is that the good guys respect process integrity. And they recognize that if we throw away the values that constrain us, then we lose the moral high ground and we just become the scumbags we should be opposing. What hypotheticals? What call to action? I'm just pointing out that we have to be careful with our actions and make sure that we respect the process, that we respect individual rights, that we behave as statesmen and genuine citizens, honest citizens, that we don't have double standards where we claim it's perfectly acceptable for us to murder people in a foreign country's army willy-nilly as we see fit, but it's not okay for you to do that to us. It's not okay for you to do that to us, obviously. And it was not okay for us to do that either. In order to establish that we are a just and righteous society, we need to at least acknowledge that was not okay. We're sorry that happened. And we recognize that rises to the level of criminality. We're going to try not to engage in it again. Well, then, DJT, when you get elected again, all you need to do is get Congress to declare war on Iran if they're that much of a national security threat. Then you could go ahead and launch another ill-advised war into an Islamic country that will create even more virulent terrorist organizations, etc. Or we could do things like civilized people. Obama also was a murderer. The difference between Obama's murder and Trump's murder is that Obama's murder set much less precedent because he was just continuing the murderous policies of the president before him unchanged, right? In other words, drones striking random populations of people that you think are probably military insurgents who don't like you who are doing their thing in another country far away is murder. You cannot, but at least then it has some slight bullshit legal cover theater as the war on terror was declared, I guess. Of course, you can't declare war on anything but another country. But but regardless, yes, Obama was terrible too. The reason I haven't mentioned Obama's evil ways is because he's not relevant anymore. Obviously, Obama should not. Oh, wow. China just got a red card. Was it China who got a red card? They like red, so they should be happy with that. Uh, I agree. Obama was weak like Jimmy Carter was weak. He was he was in some sense even weaker than Biden. Biden is extraordinarily weak. Obama was even weaker than Biden in a lot of ways, right? He couldn't even get Guantanamo Bay shut down. It's like his his Obama's basic way was, here's how you deal with bullies. Just give them what you want and kill them with kindness. I mean, like, even Biden should have been able to make Obama his bitch. No, what Obama did is he went into office expecting to be dealing with reasonable people who responded to reasonableness with reciprocal reasonableness. What he encountered was a strongly motivated adversarial force that wanted him to fail from the outset. And he's so weak that that's all it took to guarantee he failed on every account. He got his big piece of legislation he wanted to get passed, except he didn't want it to be a big piece of legislation. And the legislation that actually got passed, he should have never signed because it had ballooned into a clusterfuck of disaster. What's fundamentally not a terrible concept, although it's still not acceptable. The idea of mandating individuals by health liability insurance, which is a high deductible, low premium insurance that people utilize if they get a terminal illness or something. No, I'm not expecting a far more reasonable environment at all. See, what Obama did was he encountered a lot of hostility from Congress, and he responded by hiding in his room, basically. I plan to use the power of the presidency to hold all those individuals accountable to the extent that I can, you know, to the extent that I can I can make all of my human relations meetings, that is, say, talking with congressmen, senators, etc., to the extent am capable of making those all public meetings live streamed on YouTube, I will do so. Individuals need to be held accountable for their bullshit in the light of day. If you think I'm not going to be successful at yelling at people, you are wrong. Obama needed an anger translator, as per Key and Peele, to express any kind of middle fingering, right? What made him fair game, though? Simply saying he was fair game does not make him fair game. Kim Jong-un's fair game because we're at war with North Korea. So that's fair game. Now you explain to me why the Iranian general was fair game. I give you a very good reason why it would be fine for us to assassinate North Korean dignitaries. Now you tell me why it's fine to assassinate Iranian dignitaries. And please, there's an armistice in place. Okay. Well, pretend there wasn't. My point is, at least you could make a better argument for that. You could make a better argument for assassinating people who are, um, say, in a lawless state like Somalia, because they don't have expectations of your respecting their national sovereignty. The thing is, what's happening in the status quo is that all the presidents of the past generations have had the bully pulpit. That is to say, when the president talks and makes the public business the public's concern, he's got better access to attention from people than almost anybody in the world. Right? But none of the presidents have been using that bully pulpit to do what it's designed to do. It's called the bully pulpit for a reason. What America needs is a bully statesman. That's me. I am correct, righteous, a person of character. I oppose tyranny and authoritarianism, but I also respect the law. Trump, by killing that Iranian general, opposed in his actions authoritarianism, tyranny, anti-American sentiment, etc. Right? So he had half of the equation. But he's not a statesman, so he didn't respect rule of law. And as a consequence, in his ignorance, in his blindness, thinking he knew enough to know what he was doing, he committed a lot of damage to international norms. And he still isn't aware of it, doesn't think it matters, right? That's why you need somebody who's both a badass and a statesman. Nobody walks all over Eric, right? I'm no Biden, I'm no Obama. Also, I'm not somebody who, because I feel very strongly about something, impulsively take action without considering the long-term consequences of it. I liked what Trump did with China. At first, I thought this is probably ill-advised. I don't see any problem in the status quo that is significant enough for us to justify this potentially economically disruptive thing. But I ended up agreeing with Trump on his China trade war policy because I researched it more. Okay, there's this one candidate I like who's currently running for president. His name's Eric, except he's not currently running for president. I haven't even looked at any of the other candidates. It's been such a long time since the candidates impressed me at all. Did anything but depress me. I don't even look at them anymore. Because the thing is, what I do know for sure is we don't need almost the right president. We need exactly the right president. Now is the moment in history when the country desperately needs me. And now is the moment in my life when I am most worthy of being desperately needed. In other words, when it's most true they need me specifically, because I've had 10 years of YouTube to engage with a broad swath of people across the world, not just America. And I've encountered every possible kind of thing I might ever hear from anybody about every possible topic. I know very clearly who I am. I know very clearly what's the current state of discourse. I know very clearly what's correct. I'm a patriot, statesman, and a correctist. Almost impossible to find that combination. Normally, correctists are not patriotic. They're relativistic. They're not moral absolutists. They're morally relativistic as well, because until and unless they find cognitive functions as a metaframe, they're going to have all the empirics confirm that in fact there is no metaframe. Since cognitive functions is the only metaframe, you can spend your whole life until you determine that everything you encounter is going to confirm the fact that there's no metaframe because nothing else is. And the other thing is, and even if you encounter that, you're almost always going to find them not being religious. NTPs are not very religious, right? And if you don't have a metaframe and you don't have faith, any access to incorporating magical thinking into your expression of being that's useful to you or conducive to good outcomes, then what do you think is going to happen? You're definitely not going to want to become president. You're just going to think things are broken beyond repair, things are shitty, etc. And everybody's wrong, and nobody is smart enough to even recognize that. If you're an IHP, you're not even going to say any of this stuff out loud, you know? So the point is, I present a unique opportunity for the country because I'm an ENTP who has a vastly more rich relationship with alternate means of paying attention than any other ENTP because of my unique relationship with cognitive functions. I'm an ENTP who is anti-relativistic, both because of how I was raised, namely by a very patriotic father who served in 2 branches of the military and would never have allowed me to not take my hat off during the national anthem, shit like that, right? And who conveyed to me in important ways how much gratitude I should have for the founding fathers and my fellow citizens who went to war and stuff like that, because it was pointed out to me that in this nation, we have a court system, especially, that protects us from tyranny. That the default should always be that which is not expressly prohibited is permitted. That it's unwise to imagine that other individuals are so much wiser than you are that they can know when they should expand the scope of the federal government, when they should let the cops do this and that and whatever, right? He was very justice minded for a TE Dom, and frustrated by what he saw as a wasteful reality emerging in America, where it seemed as though expenditures by the government. There it is. Haiti just scored the first goal. No, offsides. China is down a man. China got red carded, so they've only got 10 people here. Anyway, so it's, and also that I was coddled and nurtured throughout my life, including my adulthood, as I needed to be, right? Most of my adult life, I didn't need any help from my parents or anything. I had a good job and made plenty of money or whatever. But periodically throughout my adult life, I'd have some kind of, I let my life go to shit again. Can I have some money? I needed all of these things. In other words, I could not have become the person I am in an environment that required more of me or made me experience more natural consequences for risky behavior. That would have forced me into a more conscribed version of myself, and I would have ended up like almost every other NTP. I mean, my dad was an ESTJ who was the most correct person politically that I've ever encountered, or at least the least incorrect politically, um, and was not an intuitive. You know, he was a professor of political science, but was not an intuitive. He did have a PhD. I think, in that instance, NI polar plus SI helped him a lot. He never did platypusing. He always talked about specific things, right? He'd say why he likes uh, Gabby, whatever that lady's name is. Yeah, I've considered co-opting Trump's and saying, make America smart. Or because we're grown-ups. That would be a good slogan. Because we're grown-ups. No, I absolutely want a ministry of streamage. Or I want part of my media department to, another way of saying that is, I want part of my media department to be responsible for following around cameras, starting streams when I say, stopping them when I say, etc. You know, dealing with chatters. Um, because every part of the process of being president that can be um, live streamed without legitimate risk to national security and or interfering too much with the other party's half of the meeting. In other words, somebody else really wants this to be private and they've got sufficient cause and leverage, then okay. But by and large, unless it's a direct actual threat to national security by revealing information that is and ought to be classified, then I want all of the doings of the president to be visible for all of the American people, as they should be, because I would represent all of the American people. Stop the cultural war, start America again. Yeah. If you want to be mad at China and Russia. You know, we have people we can direct our anger to. Why don't we, if we really want to blame, why don't we join together to blame the people that we should be blaming? Let's blame Russia. Let's blame China. Let's unify on how much better we are than those horrible fucking places. Let's start to pay attention to the differences between a free and civil society and um, an authoritarian one. How do you determine what is morally right as a moral absolutist? Well, it's very straightforward with negative moral prohibitions. Uh, Rights violations are never okay. They're trespasses. You are in the wrong to violate someone else's rights. So that one's straightforward. If you want me to justify it in terms of like, well, how can you prove that that's always wrong? Um, well, what I would say is there have been a lot of people who've attempted to prove that, including, say, Immanuel Kant. But ultimately, the reason the book's called Critique of Pure Reason is, to some extent, Kant's acknowledging that you cannot engage moral reasoning without an axiomatic truth of say, slavery is always wrong. You can maybe be able to deduce everything else from that, but you have to start with something like that axiomatically. So we can't exactly prove it, which means to some extent you need faith as the ultimate appeal. Things that are wrong are wicked because God doesn't like them. You can explain it in many different ways than that, but regardless, you're going to have something axiomatic like that is unchallengeable. The best choice is probably slavery is always wrong. If you can get everybody to agree with that, then the rest of the stuff's deducible. But I'm not saying you have to use magical thinking, but you have to use something axiomatic, maybe what's intuitively so, what inherently appalls the conscience or something. So, unlike, say, what qualifies as winning the soccer game, that requires no axioms. You can always compare against actual data. Well, that's, I mean, the thing is, NI is a form of faith, right? It's a form of faith that your intuition about what's visible to you slash available to you as data is sufficient to know the truth about something in the absence of complete data and in the absence of perfect intuition. I didn't say you need to affirm that slavery doesn't exist. I said you need to affirm that slavery is always wrong, and that can only be axiomatic. You can't justify that conclusion. Um, I guess the better axiom to affirm is every individual owns their own body. Okay, it may exist, but it doesn't mean it's correct morally, right? This is what I'm saying about, well, it's you're displaying faith in your intuition, but you are not engaged in an exercise of faith. I would agree with you there, DJT. To exercise faith is to pray, but to display faith in something, it's a different meaning of the word faith, is to simply say, I don't question this part of the process. This part of the process knows what it's doing, and that part of the process in this instance is your intuition. Um, you should. I've discovered that most people need to question their intuition a lot more than they do. NI is a sense, huh? That was one of our. We got taste, touch, smell, uh, sight, hearing. Those things are all ways to physically process uh, data externally. Intuition, 6-1, is not a form of sensing. It is instead the alternative to a form of sensing. It is an attentional manner that does not involve any SI or SE. All those other kinds of sensing things, they involve SISE. You feel hot when you step in a bath that's too hot. That's SI. You uh, you walk over there to see what that is. That's SE. You go like this because you like the smell of the pie. That's SESI, right? Those are all ways of actually experiencing externals, right? Um, in contrast, cognitive processes that are not senses, they don't have parts of your body that link to processing them. Eyes link to processing visuals, nose to processing smells, tongue to processing taste, skin in general to processing feel. There's no such physicality that links to introverted intuition. Um, and it's perfectly reasonable to draw a distinction between sensing things, which naturally require you to engage your senses, and non sensing things, which do not. Now, that doesn't mean you won't use visual data in intuiting things, but you'll note that that's past the sensation part, right? And I was gonna, I'm ahead of you there, Ruben. I was gonna say we need to also draw a line between the brain and the rest of the body. When stuff when stuff happens in the brain, there may be physical linkages to behavior within the flesh of the brain and what's happening cognitively inside your head, but um, it doesn't have any holes to the outside, right? So that's stuff that happens just there without any other physical linkage. Then that is the line where the line is drawn between metaphysical and physical, right? Despite the fact that there may be a physicality to the metaphysical ecosystem of the brain, that doesn't make what happens in the brain processes alone, unlinked to sensation, doesn't make them sensory or physical. No, it does have to involve physicality to be sensed. It does. There's no sensation that doesn't involve physicality. So you might be prompted to goosebumps by an internal thing, but those goosebumps are still an expression of physicality. So to the extent that your intuition about something prompts you to feel something physically, well, then what that means is you're engaged in intuitive metaphysical stuff, and the power of that and your relationship with meanings is such that it's prompted a physical response, a physical sensation response, right? Occasionally, it can go the other way around. You get into a bath and it's so nice and warm and comfortable and you're so relaxed you just realize, you know what? I've been stressing over nothing. In other words, you occasionally get meanings coming from the physicality, but it's more likely you'll get physicality coming from the meanings. But most likely that you won't have that they'll be have their exclusive domains. So while I am talking right now, most of my attention is not on sensory matters. I have a little bit of attention onto the TV, but so little of attention to it that I am partway through halftime and haven't even fast forwarded yet. And even when I do pay attention to TV, it's primarily, I'm not really watching the game right now, I'm live streaming. So it's primarily to make meaning about what visual data is there rather than to experience it. And in its most natural expression, every sensory kind of attention is purposed to experience things, not to uh, not to provide a thing to talk about, right? I need a beverage. That's my problem is I'm out of beverage. And it's true. I'm in love with you. There's nothing I can do. And it's true. All right, grapefruit juice. I choose you, grapefruit chew. I mean, these are the sort of things that I anticipate being critiques of me. Little anti tags that they had for Obama. You know, people would derisively call Obama a debater in chief, even though he was doing a terrible job of debating anything. His lack of NI really hurt him there. It's insufficient to provide some reasonable, calm, long explanation about why it's important. He, of course, he couldn't do anything else because he wasn't practiced in parsing like I do, right? I am extremely practiced in explaining exactly why that's bullshit. and I am authentically angered by dumbness and or just selfishness or whatever kind of malfeasance uh, that allows people to abuse words in defense or advocacy in favor of bad behavior. I see the worst behavior of all as one where people think words are their bitch. That words exist to serve their purposes and make their points rather than to allow us all to understand things clearly, allow us all to validate and check see who's correct and who's not correct and what's just and what's not just, to determine things and use them to understand things. Words should be used to understand things and inform us with that understanding. Instead, people continually use them to get what they want. It would be fine that they use them to get what they want if they said that's what they were doing. I'm using words now to get what I want arbitrarily. Instead, they mimic the process of using words correctly in order to better get what they want. Because if they tell the truth and say, I believe we should meow because I feel really strongly that that's what we should do, then nobody would afford them any credence. They just say, well, that's insufficient reason for us to affirm this public policy. Your personal subjective feelings should not be the thing that decides the future for everybody else. So instead, they mimic in these debasing caricatures of discourse, they mimic some of what people who actually can think and know what they're talking about sound like. And because we spend so little time caring about this subject, talking about this subject of how to talk, teaching people why it matters, what kinds of how to talk matter and what kinds don't. What kinds of how to talk do not matter? Grammar, right? Like, we're busy teaching kids, you're using the wrong grammar here, right? You should use fewer, not less, or whatever. That doesn't even fucking matter, right? That's not a how to talk and how to think that matters. The thing that matters is to recognize how we talk and how we think is appropriate contextually for meow, meow, meow. And regarding public policy, that has its own special set of expectations, requirements to be a good person, etc. So we don't have that conversation with students in school at all, right? And the thing is, it's not like it's up in the air. It's very clearly determined already how we should engage. It's just because so many people don't have cognitive function stacks that make that either obvious to them or desirable to them. And the people who become teachers represent all the types. You end up having teachers not only failing to teach that there's a correct way to engage politically discursively, but teaching the exact opposite, that there's no correct way to engage discursively, there are correct positions to advocate. Instead of respecting process integrity, you've got teachers advocating that you should excise process integrity from your writing process, your ideational process, and instead replace it with these dogmatically sustained positions, as though we were fucking China or something. Well, I mean, I believe people found Donald Trump refreshing. I found him refreshing in his refusal to just mealy-mouthedly bullshit stuff, right? Because in that regard, he was honest. He didn't have any good reasons for things. He didn't say he had any good reasons for things. And he didn't want to be asked anything about why his reasons for things were. And when he was, he gave stupid answers like a hunch. But at least he wasn't lying regarding that stuff. Did he lie about stupid shit that didn't matter? Yes. He lied about stupid shit that didn't matter all the time. He lied to protect his critically parent 6 slot FE fragility, you know? Oh, there were 1 million people at this rally. Okay, Donald. But he didn't bother faking statesmanship, at least that, right? He was like Andrew Jackson in that regard. He middle fingered all intellect, but he did so honestly. He wasn't being a faker, right? So people found Donald Trump refreshing. If I could present, if I do successfully present as regular looking candidate, that is to say, wear a suit, fix my teeth, etc. Um, and sometimes dress down a little bit too. But it's hard for me to imagine that were my voice to be heard by a substantial portion of the American populace, that they would not all find it refreshing. Because I can tell you, I've followed politics for a long time. I'm not really actively following it now, but I have never heard anybody, any candidate, ever talk like me. Because you might get some sort of libertarian candidates who have a clear vision and they're using big words or something, but they're also part of the problem because they don't incorporate the real truth of the matter, which is a good, successful statesman president, citizen statesman president, is one who is not dogmatic, is not constrained by any frame smaller than what's best for America, and yet is constrained by legitimacy concerns a great deal, while concurrently acknowledging that pragmatics sometimes have to take precedent over over what ideally would be an entirely legitimate presidency, right? Occasionally, it is the case that emerging realities require a decision right now, and the matter of legitimacy can't be entirely determined right now because of an absence of information, and the president's got to be willing to be pragmatic like that. Also, the president has to acknowledge that, well, the status quo involves lots of stuff that emerged from faulty process maintenance before now, that nevertheless the president must operate in the status quo. So if it may be ideal that we have no health insurance companies as middlemen, but I don't have a legislative agenda to accomplish that, right? That would not be appropriate for the president. There's a good example of an ENFP. There's this doctor, somebody that I made some videos kind of railing against him a couple of times, but he's actually a good ENFP. And after making one of those videos, I realized, oh shit, I'm not giving FINE its appropriate area. He's talking to people who actually have narcissists in their lives. And when these behaviors he's talking about as being narcissists, he's operating from the assumption that the people who are listening to this have actual narcissists, and therefore they're being helped by being informed that these behaviors they are encountering are unhealthy, right? I was thinking like, okay, the way you're vaguely phrasing these things, you're just empowering people to pathologize people like me who put themselves out there and sometimes get angry appropriately. But of course, he understood the target audience and its emotional needs and behaved accordingly. And I, meanwhile, treated it like, of course, a universal matter to be tested, because I'm a universal negationist. He's a universal affirmer. In that regard, you can see how universal affirmation works. It's the opposite of universal negation. There are plenty of instances when behaviors he articulated comprised narcissistic behavior, and there are also plenty of instances when they don't. He's saying, let's talk only to those people who are victims of those people who have narcissists in their lives, and in which case these things are examples of unhealthy behavior. And since that's what the video is titled, then I can treat all these things as universals, because, of course, they don't realize that people with other attentional manners are going to generalize the other direction from that. In that regard, they're assuming too much that people know coming in they're dealing with a narcissist, and need more confirmation that these bad behaviors that they're encountering are in fact unhealthy. Under that frame of reference, he's doing it exactly right. But in reality, you've got plenty of parties out there who have pathologized somebody who's not narcissistic, but is engaged in behavior they don't like, and use that video to confirm that the person who's nothing wrong with this person, that they are in fact a narcissist. Now, I've experienced this end of it, which is why I'm aware of it. I've experienced people calling me a narcissist and pointing to something like that, saying, oh, well, see, he's doing this behavior that's narcissistic. Okay, well, I don't think I miss the point very often, DJT. I do think that very, very many people seem unable to distinguish very clearly between degrees of relevance. So I think a lot of people miss the point a lot of the time. I am not one of them. Being a top level universal negator means I always am highly aware of how much relevance something has, and part of that calculation of relevance is to the extent to which it cascades down and impacts other existent positions. I've determined that most people don't actually keep track of all their various positions they have to see if they work together as a total complete package. My critique is correct technically, but he is accomplishing good. Well, I mean, we can see what happens when we have faith in that as a metric. You look at the Americans with Disabilities Act. At first, when it went into place, it did some good. It did make generally public spaces more accessible. I think it's fine for the government to require itself to adhere to these standards. But as it's progressed, it's turned into a wealth destroyer fundamentally, and a rights violating unfunded mandate from the federal government, compelling not just municipalities but private property owners to make changes to their property they may or may not be able to afford, or may or may not want, just to do business. And they are not, and the reason is because the reason it's a bad idea is because before you pass a law like the Americans with Disabilities Act, you cannot merely compare the status quo against the ideal you want and mandate that ideal to come into existence. That's vastly different than, say, a Civil Rights Act, which prohibits bad behavior. So even if it is in rights gray areas, like should a property owner be allowed in their own private business to be racist and arbitrarily deny some races entry? Well, the Americans with the Civil Rights Act says no. You might argue that's an encroachment on property rights, but fundamentally, because that law is prohibiting what is actually bad behavior, it's safe. It doesn't engender abuse of it because you can sue somebody for violating your rights because of your race, but you're probably only going to win if they actually do. On the other hand, with the ADA, you can sue somebody for not doing anything, for not proactively accommodating you in your special needs. Like race is not a special need, right? Like black people don't need different kind of silverware than white people or something like that. The idea that we can treat prohibitions of bad behavior legislatively the same as mandating good behavior, and the fact that somehow the idea that the Civil Rights Act success suggested we should do the Americans with Disabilities Act is indicative of the fact that people failed to distinguish between prohibitions and mandates. So obviously, and additionally, that it could never conceivably be within the correct jurisdiction of the federal government to mandate accommodating people with disabilities. They are not a discriminated against population like black people were when the Civil Rights Act was made. They are a disadvantaged population. It might be nice for us to work harder to accommodate them, but certainly there is no bad behavior in not doing so. And the government's job is to prevent, prohibit, punish bad behavior, not to mandate behavior that they think is good. Because while it's possible to universalize negative things, nobody should ever steal. It's never possible to universalize positive things. Everybody should always give to charity, right? No. People have to pick their own positive moral indications because they only have so much time in their life devoted towards doing good. Some people devote none of it towards doing good, and they're still not bad people because they don't violate any rights or do anything bad. So, prohibition of bad behavior is an appropriate area for government to make legislation. That doesn't mean every law of prohibition is appropriate. They should be prohibiting only actual crimes, actually bad behavior. But even if uh, even if they're prohibiting something they should not be able to prohibit, like drugs or whatever, it still has fewer overall spiraling bad impacts than um, positive mandates. Because while the drug war is falling apart, as obviously it can't sustain its justifications. All its justifications were utilitarian in the first place, and all the stats have proved over decades it doesn't work. It has not eliminated drug use. There's already been the attempt to go more draconian with it. It definitely didn't work, right? So they have no utilitarian arguments. They never had any deontological arguments to rebut the legitimate claims that it was illegitimate in the first place. But in the absence of util backing it up, they're going, it's falling apart. And in the presence of plenty of empirics suggesting that militarization of the police and the erosion of Fourth Amendment rights have resulted in an ever increasing clusterfuck of rights violations, right? On the other hand, look at the Americans with Disabilities Act. It is going to end up being expressed as a need for tort reform, which is not nearly as powerful at all. So, what's the chances of the Americans with Disabilities Act falling apart? It's financially unsustainable for many different parties. It's causing every municipality in the country to waste 40% of its tax revenue on the 1% of the student population that can learn the least and will learn the least. Sometimes they can and will learn nothing at all. You know, the ADA is not going to fall apart under the weight of its own injustice, because that injustice empowers specific individuals to legally attain unjust outcomes that benefit them personally. And so in every school district, you're going to see these advocate slash parents who insist that the school district pay for, you know, one-on-one full-time assistant for their kid because they want their kid to enjoy the rights afforded them by the ADA, that their child, even though he he just goes like this all day, they have the right to be mainstreamed into a classroom with regular students, and the teacher needs to modify the curriculum, the same curriculum, so that they can learn it at their level, just like the regular people can learn at their level, even though there's no possible conceivable level at which the student can learn anything related to Shakespeare at all, right? But because of the power of the financial liability afforded individuals over municipalities, school districts, and other individuals by the ADA, you end up with this disaster of, of litigate, of hyper litigation, anytime anybody can establish that there's something wrong with them. Of course, the reality is in an actual in an actual understanding of things, all of us are differently abled, right? So Rachel's 5'2". I'm 6'4". She cannot reach things as high as I can. So should we require stores to make no shelves higher than 4 feet so that nobody's too short to get the stuff off of them? Right? We cannot accommodate every single different experience of humanity, because the Americans with Disabilities Act fundamentally fails to reckon with the idea that if in fact we're going to treat disabled people as a special class of citizens with special unique privileges, then we better be very rigorous in our definition of what comprises a disability, and ideally very limited in which disabilities qualify as as like as unlocking this particular uh, mechanism of enforcement. So if they said this only applies to blind people, it would have been vastly less harmful. They said it only applies to blind, deaf people and people who cannot walk and need to use a wheelchair. It would have been much better. But because they refused, because disability is like race, it's impossible to actually define. Um, they just defined it in some vague standard term like has a significant impact on normal functioning, something like that, which is just a recipe for fraud. It's like constant fraud, constant hyper litigation over disabilities, and who's paying the brunt of these settlements? The taxpayer. And perhaps just as bad, when it's directed at private business owners, small businesses. I'm wrong about CJ O'Connell? You mean you think he's not a cool guy? What problem do you have with DJT? I think he's a cool guy. You think I'm wrong about that, then you take it up with CJ. I guess you got beef, but I'm on CJ's side right out the gate. Well, he might not have any other ISFJ in close proximity to him. He may be very far from an ISFJ, but he himself is one. Granted, you can't count that in determining proximity because that requires two distinct objects. So I'll concede that point. Presuming CJ O'Connell has no other ISFJs besides himself in his immediate vicinity, then it is in fact true that he is far from an ISFJ. But if you count him, then he's as close as he could possibly be. He's not just right next to, he's inside of himself. That's how close he is. I mean, I'm as certain of some of that sort of thing as I can be. That I never could really be 100 billion% certain. I mean, you want to say INFJ? Too much NE for that. Too little NE for any dumb or any tool. He's not an ESTJ, he's not an ESFJ. Too much intuition for an ESFJ. What does that leave you? The thing is, DJT, unlike whoever disagrees with me, doesn't have nearly as good an explanation as I have as to why he's an ISFJ. Because I went about it the right way. I didn't start with my intuition about him holistically. I determined specifically what we could know about where cognitive functions were placed in the stack, and by process of elimination, determined he was an ISFJ. I mean, he's definitely not an ENFP because he's not TI polar, right? So the problem here is you're still not using the correct approach to explaining yourself. You're just making statements about possibly this, but clearly that, and definitely so. You know, my explanation is, well, he's not TI polar because his responses to TI questions were much better than 7 slot. So we can eliminate ENFP. Also, his extroverted intuition was not dominant or second when tested. No, because I'm in E, not in I. A dominant NI person authentically, holistically would begin like that. An NE person who's ignoring NI, he wants very badly the correct answer to resonate as intuitively true with everybody, but knows that most people have variation from between them their actual display and the stereotypical type description display for that type, right? So I mean, the thing is, don't look into socionics, right? If you are getting information from other parties about what ISFJs are and trying to compare that holistic impression of ISFJs with CJ, you are doing the whole thing wrong. Okay? That's not, you might get the right answer like that, but you can't defend your claims that way, right? So it's like, you might as well just be saying, well, I arbitrarily think this because you don't have any good reasons to state that would suggest I should change my position. I mean, we don't have a real definitive test. Well, I mean, I don't remember if I gave CJ the NI-polar test. Again, DJT, those aren't good reasons for anybody to think that, though. Even if you're correct, that no one doubts it and that everybody knows it, those aren't any good reasons to convince me that I should have any doubt about my typing of them. If you want to give me a good reason, I'm definitely open to hear it. Yeah, well, so I mean, look, you can read a million such type descriptions, and you'll find in every single one of them some things that sound like you, some things that don't, because of course, a snapshot of the affect of and the ISFJ mean, no individual of which actually is that, is not a good way to determine what type you are. Well, I haven't heard anybody say they doubt it, but they may just not be answering your question. And regardless, it's irrelevant, right? Gaining agreement from the other people here that your unsubstantiated claim is correct will not help you. I mean, I know that Carlos Paiva. Well, I mean, that's not true, though. Carlos Baeva agrees he's an SFJ but thinks he's an ESFJ. If you were making that claim and you were doing it like Carlos Baeva is, he was a bit too low on TI during the sessions and he seemed better. I thought ESFJ after the session. Well, those are reasonable reasons to think that and a reasonable conclusion to draw. And I don't remember exactly what exactly I tested them on enough to disagree with you. So it's conceivable. Well, Carlos Paeva expressly disagrees with you. So that's not everyone. At least Carlos Paeva expressly disagrees with you. And even you don't agree with you. You say you know he's an NF, but you already said he might be an ENFP. So what you're doing here is called failing at a facepalm level. I see. Gotcha. Well, either way, your previous statement was wrong. If he's lying to himself and doesn't believe his own lies, then I guess he could still know. But you're only getting started. Well, the rest of the racers in this run have already left the starting blocks and are about to lap you. So you're not off to the most auspicious beginning. Carlos Paeva is not Hispanic. No, he's Chinese, Portuguese. Okay. Well, you want to hear about your team then, no doubt, Carlos Paeva. Let's talk about the Portuguese women a little bit right now. So the Portuguese women and their earlier matches. Let me look at their record. I think they've only played one game so far. And when I see who they played, I'll remember the game. I watched it, so I just wanted to check see who they played, and I will remember. All right, so Portugal in their first game, no, they played two games. In their first game, they played the Netherlands and lost. In their second game, they played Vietnam and won. They're tied with the Netherlands in goal differential, but with one win and one loss, Portugal has 3 points, and the Netherlands and the U.S. top the group with 4 points. So Portugal against the Netherlands looked pretty good, but not good enough, right? They let me look at their team here. These ladies, they look good against Vietnam. I'm having trouble remembering their game against. Oh yeah, their first game when they were wearing those ugly uniforms. Right. I remember that game. Yeah, that was an ugly game. The first game that Portugal played in against the Netherlands was an ugly game. In the second game, though, they looked like an actual contender. They put up, I think, 2 goals. Yeah, 2 goals against Vietnam. That's why they're +1 in the goal differential. They're going to need to get a draw at least in their last game against the United States, or they won't make it through. Is Portugal going to get a draw against the United States? I don't think so because they weren't as good as Netherlands, although they fought hard, and the U.S. was better than the Netherlands, even though it was a tie game. The U.S. looked like the better team starting the second half. In the first half, I thought the Netherlands looked like the better team for most of the first half, and you know the U.S. If you look at these stats here, goal difference 3 were fifth, goals scored 4 tied for fourth, assists 3 tied for third, goals conceded 1 tied for 11th. Because multiple teams still haven't given up a goal yet. I'm not panicked at all about that tie against the Netherlands because despite the fact that we tied them, we looked like the better squad. We looked like America's women's team um, in the second half, and frankly, I think it's the Netherlands were lucky to get out of that with a tie, even though they took the lead originally. But bottom line is you can't win every game, and soccer is particularly well suited to empower the underdog because you have, let's say you get like an unlucky set of bounces or whatever, and they score a goal and off some freak thing, and you just can't seem to find the back of the net. They can beat you on any given day. Kind of like MMA. Boxing's a lot more predictable than MMA, right? It's possible to come from behind and get a late knockout with the boxing, but um, but it's very difficult with the gloves. In MMA, a person can be very far behind in a fight, looking like they're getting ass kicked, and sink in a submission hold, or just get land one good punch with those lightweight gloves they wear, and knock the person out. So that's much more plausible in MMA than in boxing. Soccer is like more like MMA than say uh, American football, where if you're a worse team, you're going to get worn down by the end and lose. You know, that's true for hockey too. Yeah. Well, the thing is, hockey has a little bit more scoring than soccer does, so it's a little bit more true for soccer, because there are plenty of games end at 1-0, 0-0, right? And so, and the other reason is it's easier to be good defensively in soccer than it is in hockey, and all bad mediocre teams try to get good first by becoming good at a very defensive form of soccer, playing in the low blocks, sending one striker forward, like a 5-4-1. You have five in the back, four in the middle, one up front. That's very defensive, right? I, I'm not changing the subject. I've ended my conversation about the subject. You continue to give me that strongly voiced NI, and I say, well, that's fine. And that's well positioned by you, I suppose. But until you give an actual good reason, then there's nothing more for me to respond to, right? I've already explained my reasons. You've not given me yours, so I'm waiting for you to take your turn. Games where there's not much scoring in hockey is always because the teams have amazing defense, just a wall of the game, very frustrating games to watch. Right. Well, watching two mediocre soccer teams, um, There's been a coup in Niger? Huh. Because they want to add an IA to their end. I mean, it's like it seems like both are important to me, but really what's most important to me is to be able to communicate smoothly and easily. Like the difference between our communication styles is you just want me to respond to you, but I want to respond to words that mean things, right? I want to respond to meanings, statements, arguments, whatever, so that we make progress in the conversation rather than just play Monty Python's argument clinic, right? On the other hand, for you, you want me to I guess, grok the holistic truth of your boldly stated, unsubstantiated claims, and or you want to just provoke me to respond to you personally so that you get the attention of a response. And so, because you're not giving me words that continue the conversation about his type, you're not giving me anything to respond to. I, you know, I have to make a decision as to like how much I want to continue being provoked into responding to know by you. And then of course there's the reality that well, it's like there's four people here. You're better than nothing. In Niger is really just small stuff. Let me remind you, at 10 p.m. or state leaders have been assassinated the last 3 years. Not sure what 10 p.m. has to do with that, but I'm not very up to date on my uh, internal politics of African nations, so I don't really care very much. I don't feel as though things like that concern the United States very much. Well, that's very concerning that the Kremlin linked Wagner Group, a private military organization, displaced UN peacekeeping forces, presumably against their will. That's terrible. But look, I'm not interested in engaging in stuff that's happening right now very much politically in the world because I've come to understand that if I'm going to in, incur the emotional provocation implicit in reading the news every day, like I used to, then I'm only going to do that if I'm in a position to provide actual solvency. So, what to do in any specific situation? Like, should we intervene in Niger? No. No, we should not. Well, then why should we intervene in Ukraine, Eric? Because of the Minsk protocols and the fact that what's happening there directly involves this very nefarious force called Putin's Russia. I mean, that's assuming, CJ, you believe it's preferable to have more ambiguity, even if it's less correct. You're saying Ukraine didn't sign the Minsk protocols? They gave up their nuclear weapons predicated on those conditions. The preferred wanted to be included in NATO. We should have admitted them into NATO at the time, but instead, NATO was engaging in too much short term self interest. But what can Ukraine really provide us as a military offensive force to be a contributing team member here? They're providing you their nuclear weapons, you fucks. Oh, They don't now for sure, Carlos Paella. Back when they had nuclear weapons, they did fit that condition, but they wanted not to have nuclear weapons. And but they still wanted to be admitted to NATO. They're like, look, we want to be in NATO too. We've got these nukes, so we meet at least one condition here. Okay, well, I mean, they had elections that were contentious. I wouldn't call that internal conflict, really. There was maybe a brief period where there were shots fired or something, but I mean, because they were hedging their bets, right? They were hedging their bets. We could have admitted them in the NATO on a probationary standard with a timetable to meet these conditions, and we would have all been much better off. The point is, we have national interests in preserving the borders of Ukraine and Russia that don't exist with Niger. We don't have a positive moral obligation to humanitarianly help countries that can't get their shit together, okay, with use of force. On the other hand, a direct violation of a nation's sovereignty by another nation, the larger of which is proving a force of criminality, anti-democratic norms, etc. in the world, Russia, well, it's vastly more within our national interest to get involved in that one than it is to get involved in Niger. And not say that ISFJ is inaccurate, but I get the sense that I would have to be actively antagonistic towards you or somebody disinterested or something to see FI. You're definitely not FI yet. Fiat Kiev is not a big ask. So, for example, if the United States were to say to Mexico, uh, relinquish the top portion of your country so that we can make it America Minor, so we have a buffer state between you and Mexico, would you not consider that a Hitler-esque in sovereignty trespass? I don't want to mess with Russia, Eric. I'm drawing a distinction between Carlos. I'm drawing a distinction between problems in other countries that we should get involved in and problems in other countries that we should not get involved in, such as Niger. And the reason why we should get involved in Ukraine links directly to what we assured them we would do were the Russians to invade them when they gave up their nuclear weapons. We shouldn't be making promises like that, disarming people, and then not being there, right? It's like our society here, we say it's not okay for you to be a vigilante. Joe may have stolen your bike, but you can't go over there and beat him up and take it back. You have to delegate that to the cops, right? Well, what I'm saying is we set up that arrangement with Ukraine. You can't fight them directly, basically, because you don't have nuclear weapons. They're way more powerful than you. But don't worry, if you give us your nuclear weapons, we will protect you when they invade you. So now we have a responsibility to fulfill that promise. I mean, look first at what happened in Luhansk, right? They had a Russian population in Luhansk that comprised a substantial amount of population, but maybe not a majority. And with Russian propaganda, Russian plants, and various other efforts by Russian intelligence organizations, they manufactured secession protests and riots and stuff, and and pulled a like a shady Chinese style non-direct aggression thing. So they were already needed to be stopped right then, before they even formally invaded shit. They've already taken Crimea. Yeah, that's changed. What I would do, that's what I would feel like doing right off the bat. But of course, what I would actually do is I'd engage in proxy war in Ukraine, as we did in Afghanistan way back when, right? I would send U.S. troops fight Russian troops in Ukraine. That's the safest way to both fulfill our duty as a country and preserve our national interests, because you don't want to hit Russia directly, or you're setting the example for them. They're going to have no choice but to hit you back directly, right? So you got to do it smart. What did Trump do that was probably dumb that I would also be prone to do? He shamed Kim Jong Un, um, and just refused to play by Asian saving face kind of rules. A lot can be accomplished with that, as per MacArthur's use of Hirohito after World War II. Um, that's not Joe Biden's policy. He's not engaging in proxy war. He's not providing Ukraine's direct military assistance at all. I mean, at least get your facts right. I do not support the Biden administration. Remember, I am correct. Right? Like, I'm not in favor of Biden just because I don't like Trump. I mean, people, people have gotten so accustomed to choosing between a turd sandwich and a douchebag that they've mistaken the fact that they dislike a turd sandwich more than they dislike a douchebag as that we should like and favor and say kind things about the douchebag. I too, had I voted at all, had I fallen victim to this normalization of poor choices thing, I too would have voted for Trump over Hillary Clinton. But I'm not stupid like that, so I didn't vote at all. Because yeah, Trump was better than Hillary Clinton, and nevertheless, Trump was a pile of dog shit. And had I voted Trump versus Biden, I would have voted for Trump too. Biden obviously has dementia and is incredibly weak, but the dementia is the kicker. And I wouldn't have regretted choosing Trump over Biden, even though Trump's still a pile of dog shit, right? I don't make the mistake that a lot of other people do, which is, what do you mean this dog shit's not delicious? It's fantastic. Why? It's like, what, you think that dog shit's gross? You must love Hillary Clinton and Biden. No, I just found that their bowls of cat shit to be even more disgusting. So, you know, actually, I think that Trump's bowl of dog shit is slightly less disgusting than Hillary Clinton's bowl of cat shit or Biden's bowl of cat shit. But what I don't get is how you're shoveling this shit down and being like, yum! I love this. It's so much better than cat shit. Give me some more. So DJT I know you're somewhat trolling, somewhat tongue-in-cheek or whatever, but keep grinning as you eat that dog shit. But if you wonder why people keep going like, it's because you got terrible breath accordingly. In contrast, what am I? I'm no kind of shit. After being served nothing but options of different kinds of animal turds for years now, the American population, when I run for president, will be said, your menu choices are dog shit, cat shit, tiger shit, bear shit, and prime rib with scallops potatoes. Wait, we can eat things that aren't shit? Yes. Here I am. I'm a candidate, and I'm not any kind of shit. But surely you must be like at least like horse shit, right? Nope. Zero kinds of shit. I make claims I can substantiate. I've got good reasons for things. I don't have so much hubris as to think that my intuition is so much better than everybody else around me that I don't need to listen to them. I understand all the foundational issues that you need to. So any new knowledge I have is all just particular specific things. Easy. That's easy to deal with rather than the other way around, right? I also, unlike most people who might be endowed to make these claims, am genuinely patriotic, believe in America, and justice and liberty for all. I'm not groupist in any way. I don't platypus. The only platypusing I do is about platypuses. And that doesn't comprise platypusing because it's a critique of their behavior. And they're going to say, I don't trust this prime rep. I think the shadow government may have put poison in this prime rep. And he's really just a secret poison dish of something. Otherwise, he'd be like a normal candidate, a bowl of poo. My intuition says something's off here. This guy, he's too perfect a candidate, too much a statesman and a patriot, and too correct about everything. It must be part of a CIA info war. He deviates from my expectation of the gamey taste of dog shit. I don't like his attitude. He's so full of himself. You better be somewhat full of yourself if you're going to aim to be president of the United States. The thing is, I'm not full of myself about many, many things in the world. I'm full of myself only regarding the things in which I am genuinely top-level outlier expert. Even then, I'm not really full of myself. I just speak truth. I've got plenty of times when I feel like a piece of shit, like right now. Because why? I'll tell you why. Look at this. Wouldn't you feel like a piece of shit too? That trash can is clearly more than full. It's needed to be taken out for a long time. And yet, have I taken it out yet? No. So obviously, I'm not perfect. When I am president, I'll get someone else to do this job. But right now, it's my job, and I'm doing a bad job of it. These are the sort of things that I'm not good at. Would I be a good person to elect as janitor-in-chief? No. Because I have objective understanding of where I'm correct, where I'm normally skilled, where I'm extra talented, where I'm incredibly tarded, all of those things. I have correct understandings of them. It's called accurate self-analysis, also called objective self-criticism. Something that is in short supply in this world, I tell you, short supply. Perhaps our most precious metal of all, not platinum, gold, or silver, but objective self-criticism. Of course, one of the problems that eventually happens when you go through the decades-long process of objectively self-criticizing is you come up against false modesty. And you realize you've got a choice. I can lie, or I can win friends and influence people. Well, my configuration makes that choice a no-brainer. I'm obviously going to choose to not lie. Once your objective self-criticism is being objective about what false modesty is, then you're faced with that choice. I forgot to take the trash out on Monday morning because I had this appointment in Mariposa at 8 a.m. Otherwise, I would have remembered it, but because I was focused on remembering that, was Michael Smith here? Man, he's quite a legend. Some portion of the electorate will be like him, infused with a deep, deep hatred of Eric that no one, including he, can possibly explain. Well, probably I won't win those voters over, you know. You know, people like to hear other people expressing variance on their inner vagaries. That's how people enjoy engaging politically, you might call it. If you were to call it by something very wrong, I closed the wrong one. That was all bad. I'll open the correct one. Fortunately, closing it over here had no impact on what's happening here, so that didn't cost me anything. Here we are, and miggity meow. And one phone call video is gasp inducing. I wonder if does anybody have a link to that video? Now you made me kind of curious about it. I have no recollection of what I said during the bedtime story part. I wasn't bedtime storying for very long because it's like there's 10 minutes less. I hadn't even begun it yet. I mean, I'll handle it as I have been handling it and continue to handle it. Like I said in the previous stream, if there's a claim out there under oath that the U.S. is in possession of alien corpses of some sort, I want to see pictures. I want to see data. I want transparency about it, you know? Until then, I'm going to continue to sustain my position that the most likely ultimate outcome is that aliens are bullshit and that this is something other than an actual opening up about the reality of UFOs. And the reasons I believe I'm going to sustain that skepticism until I see some actual evidence, not just somebody testifying something, right? It's like if it's true we've got extraterrestrial technology, then I want to see it. I want to see pictures of it. I want to hear people discuss what it does, how it works, etc. I need specifics. Currently, the total lack of specifics, total lack of real empirics, makes me just reinforces my skepticism. Yes, I will. For a two-part question I asked a few minutes ago, sure. Be happy to. Let's see. You're a wonderful person, Lou. Rachel and I are both very fond of you. She was listening to you last night. Is part one of the question, how are you? Can you tell me what time it was at? Then I'll be able to scroll up and find it more easily, Lou. Um, so here Lamb says, Jones used to be more anti-authority, would go against all political parties, etc. He was more anarchist, anti-government, but he's changed a lot. Let's see. Got to Good Morning Winston's mom. Oh, I see. It's above there. I found it. Would an SI Dom be more likely than other types without SI FI front stack to be insistent on their type? Well, I think an SI Dom is most likely to be inclined to either not be informed at all by their type. Like Cameron knows he's an ISTJ, but doesn't argue with it at all. I've not accused other people of being Michael Smith. And I don't want to know that you're Michael Smith with my intuition because I can't do anything with that. Otherwise, I'd end up making unsubstantiated claims. That's why I have to establish that you're Michael Smith in some other way. I recognize where I can't know things and I have to accept ambiguity. So I think SI Dom is going to sort of sustain the sense that the map can't define me, right? And then, but if they are committed to a given type, in other words, they've come to the conclusion that they're Nya type before getting typed, then they're probably going to be very resistant to the idea that my typing is more correct about them than they can be about themselves, right? I can think of at least one ISTJ, probably a couple of them actually, that have come in believing themselves to be some kind of intuitive. When I tell them they're ISTJ, they push back on that, and like one of them even sent me a bunch of like stuff in an email as examples that are inconsistent with ISTJ, which is of course very consistent with ISTJ. Wouldn't that be a function of SI12 that the subjective knowledge function is showing itself? I mean, that's the thing about the subjective knowledge function is SI knows from its experience fundamentally, and when it's above N, it doesn't trust N to know better than S, right? So it doesn't trust N to know better than experience. He would not have used his father's urn as an ashtray. I didn't use it as an ashtray. I did not put any ashes inside the urn. I mean, I do really own. It's true. I don't legally own it. The trust does. Of course, the dispensation of the trust affords me the power to require at any time Delilah to divest almost all the trust directly to my personal possession. The fact that I actually trust and love my daughter and that we're working together on a team on it means I don't care about the legalities. I certainly am not going to initiate that because that would cost us a lot in taxes. I'm sorry I'm living great. I regret the time period when I was angry at my dad, some of the things I said, some of the things I did. But I forgive myself for it. As my dad forgave me lots of failings in my life, you know. He did spend so much of his energy and time at the end of his life trying to preserve the estate for me and Delilah. And I owe him a great deal of gratitude for that. And my mom and my grandmother. But Michael Smith, I think you're doing a good job of of talking about of demonstrating what toxic discourse sounds like. So you're trying to attack me personally in ways that you hope will cause others to think less of me, right? Possibly hope that it'll cause me to think less of myself. I am getting sued by Michelle Shocked. That is perfectly fine. I'm going to win that lawsuit. I would not live such a dangerous lifestyle. I don't live a dangerous lifestyle. I mostly stay home here in my house, isolated in Mariposa County, and watch TV, do chores. Like I just took the trash out, you know. I repainted my house, the part that was where it was flaking. Try to take concrete off the retaining wall. Occasionally drive into town, get groceries. What kind of dangerous life am I living? I have a little wilderness car that's like 4-wheel drive, hardcore off road effective. But I don't do what these people did the other day when they obviously come from like out further out and come over here to get to where the wilderness is more. And they drove up Snyder Ridge and they tried to drive up the hill across the street with their little car. It's too steep for them. They couldn't make it up there. I'm not doing shit like that. I'm not interested in taking chances. Well, I was able to endure you, DJT. My banning you had nothing to do with my inability to endure you. It had to do with the fact that I don't like you. I think you're toxic. Your discourse is garbage. And you seem to be driven mostly by a completely irrational and inexplicable rage motivated by a deep, unchanging hatred of me. So, for those reasons, I just banned you because why should I waste my time, right? At the moment, you're still amusing me. I'll probably ban you again. Not that I can't tolerate you, remember, is that I definitely don't want to. Okay, well, I'm the only person you've ever known who's put out a cigarette butt on the outside of his father's urn. So to say that you don't like people who do that, to correctly speak, you'd say, because you did that, I don't like you. Except you already hated me before I did that. So now you just sound dumb. So that may have happened, and you want to portray it in this very dark light, ignoring the fact that if your father shot himself in the head 20 feet from you while you were watching TV in the morning, and you were momentarily a suspect in a homicide, um, and then believed incorrectly that you had been bypassed in the inheritance, well, you'd probably act out a little bit too. I can tell you what I didn't do. I didn't do anything as bad as what you've done. I didn't call anybody who wasn't a rapist. You know, when you falsely accuse people of rape, that's vastly worse than anything I did. Because anything I said that was bad about my dad, thank God he was already dead. You don't debate, nor do you assert your correct eye perception. You try to shit on me because you're a stupid spite monkey. Don't make any mistake about it. Yes, I did. Not in, on. You ignore what I say. I was angry. That was one way of my expressing my anger to my dead father. I was incorrect to be angry, but it's understandable. Your life and emotions and understanding of the world is quite in a bit of upheaval when you experience what Rachel and I experienced. I regret some of my behavior. I acknowledge it was bad. And I also don't condemn myself for it. I know that I'm human and I make mistakes. I pray for forgiveness, right? On the other hand, you show no such adult capacity, right? So there you go. What's interesting, of course, is that even though you absolutely despise me, you apparently were watching throughout just to see me suffer, I guess. That makes you should really look in the mirror and wonder, well, what's wrong with me? I never did admit it. You see, this is the difference between you and me, Michael Smith. When I do bad things, I admit it. That's why you know about it. Regret it eventually. And, acknowledge, repent, right? I repent. I'm a human being who makes mistakes. So I behave accordingly. I'm an adult who's fairly well actualized. So I'm not consumed by my ego concerns and paying so much attention to somebody else that I hate because he needs to be taken down a notch. I understand that my life is for me to live in positive ways that I get to enjoy. You don't seem to have gotten that yet. Yet I'm not a dirtbag. The only thing you can point to call me a dirtbag is a symbolic gesture I made of anger towards my father. It had no actual impact or harms on anybody, including him because he was dead. And ignoring the fact that I acknowledge it was a mistake, regret it, in which it hadn't happened, repent for it, pray for forgiveness, ignore all that part. You're basing the fact that I made that one mistake turns me into a dirtbag, whereas you falsely accusing people of rape doesn't seem to make you into anything but a righteous speaker of air truth, right? This is why nobody should respect or listen to you, because you're clearly being motivated only by your hatred and anger, and nothing at all by an accurate assessment of reality or any kind of pursuit of actual justice. Okay, well then give yourself credit. If I'm a dirtbag for my totally symbolic gesture directed at nobody alive at all, then what is you falsely accusing actual people of rape make you? If what I did made me a dirtbag, you must be a criminal. I mean, we got to scale proportionally here. In reality, neither of those things makes either of us anything. We both have a responsibility to continue to grow and behave better. You are not fulfilling that responsibility, but I am. Remember, I'm not exposed, moron. I'm transparent. The only reason you know about those things is because I transparently talked about it myself and continue to. So I don't get to feel exposed. I don't worry about that. Because I live transparently and put everything out there in front of everybody, you can't accomplish anything by coming out and telling people this happened. Everybody already knows it. I'm already ahead of you. And I'm being a good sport right now because I too need to grow. Not mountains less than you do, but I'm not perfect. And I'm trying to be more productive in my discourse. I can't help but hold you in disdain to some extent, but I can control the extent to which my tone is condescending or dismissive. So you seem to be confident about how what you're saying makes me look. You seem to be ignoring the fact that it's not making you look good. Yes, I remember when I made that joke. Again, like a symbolic gesture that I made with my dad's urn, which currently is, I specifically moved them so he could watch what was going on in the wedding. And before the wedding, Bat did a Japanese ceremony where I bowed them and said, Arigato Hasaimasu. Um, frequently thank them in my prayers and stuff like that, apologize, etc. Uh, but the thing is, like the symbolic gesture you referenced, my joke, even if you think it's too soon or not cool, it's in no way, shape, or form can it be called assaultive or wrong because the person it's about is dead. It may be insensitive or something, but these aren't actual wrongdoings. You still haven't even addressed the fact that you accused people, totally innocent people, of rape. And most importantly, it was a funny joke. Somebody said, How did Sinead O'Connor die? And I said, Well, she was giving a speech about her politics, and God said, Enough. It's a great joke. Well, you haven't provided any evidence for your claim. You seem to think that saying more words of some sort comprises providing evidence. You made claims. The evidence you provided does not substantiate that claim. The fact that I one time made a mistake in terms of my symbolic display of anger to my dead father is not a reason to condemn anybody, right? That's just nuts. First, you try to portray me as somebody who is actually a dependent of my daughter. When I corrected you, then you said, my independence, I don't deserve it because I'm a dirtbag, but you can provide no real reasons why I'm a dirtbag, except that I made a mistake one time. It's not nearly as bad as the mistake you made. You've not responded to anything I've said about that, right? You've not responded at all to that. The fact that are you applying these same kind of standards to yourself proportionally, in which case you must absolutely despise yourself. And if not, then that just proves you're a dumb spite monkey. My life is, I mean, any objective person would say I've got a great life, you know? I'm happy, I'm doing what I want. I'm I have both liberty, in other words, nobody constraining me, no force is really constraining me, and freedom, resources to accomplish what I want to do. So if you think that that reality that I'm experiencing, being happy, joyous, free, and empowered, is proof that I'm doing something wrong, well, you need to revisit your linkages. Right. I ask for evidence. If you give me good evidence, I'll consider and acknowledge it, of course. It needs to actually be evidence for the thing. For example, if I were to ask you what time it is, and you were to say brown, you would have given a response, but you would not have responded to the question I asked. So when I ask for evidence, things you need to provide actually need to be evidence that substantiates the claim you made, not random examples of Eric making a mistake. That doesn't substantiate that I'm a dirtbag. To be a dirtbag, I'd have to make mistakes, refuse to acknowledge them, refuse to apologize for them, etc. Right? We're all human. We make mistakes. Now, we want to look for somebody who makes mistakes and doesn't grow from them at all because he doesn't acknowledge them and he doesn't respond to Eric's question about how he should evaluate himself. Well, we're looking at you, DJT. So, you know, you have a chance here if you want to try to grow from this conversation. What I'm saying is true. I'm a good person. You will never be a good person until you engage in the same kind of self accountability processes that I do. You'll notice when you accuse me of doing something that was not advisable, putting a cigarette out on my dad's urn, I acknowledged it and explained what I did in response to it afterwards, right? Why am I engaging him at all? Um, because it's possible that he could learn something. I don't know. At the very least, he provides an excellent case study of what it looks like when somebody has, sort of a toxic expression of accountability avoidance syndrome. They displace all of their like disappointment in themselves, anger at their own behavior onto some other party who's expressly not doing that, right? And is living well and is feeling confident in being a righteous, upstanding, moral being, I'm not very vulnerable in general because number one, I'm not wicked. Wicked people are always vulnerable because you can point out their wickednesses. Number two, I'm not secretive. So the things I do that are bad or ill advisable, but not wicked, like putting out a cigarette, I'm transparent about it. So they're not secrets, so nobody can expose me, right? If you live correctly like this, namely you have very much conscious attention to what comprises morality and what comprises wickedness and what comprises neither, and you are devoted to being rigorously honest and transparent, then you don't have to ever worry, right? You don't have any secrets you're hiding, you don't have any hidden agendas, blah, 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 blah. I say what I mean and I mean what I say. And there's a permanent record of it for everybody to access. Now, I will concede I deleted a lot of those videos around the time when my dad died because basically out of respect to my dad, I didn't want there to be me leaving them up would be in some sense me validating that those words about him deserve to be heard, and they did not deserve to be heard. Well, I already did ban Michael Smith. He came back as DJT. I'll probably ban him again today if he persists in being um, basically a, a hazard on the road of communication. Well, it actually took me quite a while because My dad really didn't treat me well the last year or so, right? He did a lot of stuff that is not acceptable, what I consider toxic behavior. And then yeah, I've come to understand that the trust arrangement was the way he did it was fine. But he never explained that to me, right? So what he explained to me and what I went off on his explanation, I was justifiably right to be mad about. After all, it wasn't his family's money to decide to do with what he wanted to. That was came from my grandmother's estate, my mother's years of earning, my dad's as well, investment, selling my grandmother's home, etc. Right? So I had legitimate reason to be upset. Um, and I've gradually come to terms with the fact that these totally acceptable outcomes, the fact that it ultimately promoted more trust between my daughter and I, didn't divide us at all, etc., mean that the decision my dad made was fine. But yeah, I will get angry at people sometimes, family members. I mean, we're a tight family, okay? That kind of thing is not in my dad's normal way of being. The last year or two, you know, he was really getting depressed. He had lost his wife, and he loved his wife as much as I love mine, you know? When I started thinking of it in those terms, I realized, like, I'm probably expecting too much of myself. I kicked myself a lot about having not been a good enough son during the last couple of years. But I try to remind myself that I was there doing the best I could, more or less, at the time. And what I always told him before he died was that I didn't want to talk about what happened after he died. That was morbid. That I didn't want him to die. That I loved him. If I were really so money centric, then I wouldn't have cared about who's formally the trustee or whatever, because I would have known that I would get plenty of money by just agreeing with my daughter. I just didn't like what it said status wise, you know. And we all take hits like that sometimes to our ego, and it can be painful. But you know, I've come to terms with both my own failings as a son and my dad's failings as a person too. I mean, he wasn't perfect either, you know. His total lack of communication is what ultimately um, drove me crazy and caused all these problems, in my opinion. He had communicated in full to me about stuff, made me an equal partner in the discussion, rather than deciding everything in secret and then just informing us, even though it's the Strauss family trust. I was so conditioned to that norm that it never even occurred to me to make that argument. Dad, isn't this the Strauss family trust? Shouldn't you involve us a little bit in these decisions? Um, it never even occurred to me to make that argument. Right. Due to COVID, they wouldn't let people see their spouses as they die. They wouldn't let them see their moms, right? People say, well, why did you get the vax, Eric? You must have been manipulated. Yeah, I was manipulated in the sense that they leveraged access to seeing my dying mother and predicated that access on me getting vaccinated. So they had me between a rock and a hard place, and I had little choice but to obey. My other choice would have been to say, even though I don't believe this vaccine is harmful, because I don't believe it's going to work, I refuse to take it and accept not seeing my mom. Now, if I had truly believed the vaccine was going to do some great harm to me, then that would have been a much tougher choice. But I didn't think that, so it was a no brainer. So you can see what happens with Michael Smith when you don't ban him, right? Like people say, why do you engage with him in this fashion? Well, because you get to see a stark contrast between a spite driven person saying nothing of consequence and a reasonable person who engages in the process of being in an optimal fashion, namely, who's honest and objective in their self critique. So, doesn't avoid the question when he says, you did this, I acknowledge it, I agree that it was wrong. I talk about what I've done since to make amends, which is all magical stuff, prayer and stuff like that. And then I ask him a question. Well, so what do you think about yourself? You falsely accuse people of rape. And not a word on the subject, right? Well, okay, we might not like it, but Michael Smith has to have left that exchange with some sense that it didn't go at all as he had hoped it would. And he's not anonymous though. He's he's admitting he's Michael Smith, right? And then that's his actual name. So he's not being anonymous. We can't level that critique against him. But what happens when you let that exchange play out? It disempowers his ability to attack like that again. He knows now that's not going to work. He doesn't really have any other ammunition except ammunition he's gathered by cherry picking, presumably from many hours of live streams, right? I don't think that's FOMO hot. No. Yeah, FOMO hot did that, but that's not Michael Smith. Just the other day, Ike man came in and dropped $100 on me. No, I have no idea who he is. First time I encountered him was when he came around to accuse me of great wickedness for having corrected Melissa Talks on her type. So I'm not sure what happens. Like, I'm curious about that though. So what happens in the aftermath of that conversation? When he walks away from it, does he reflect on it at all? And if so, what does that reflection look like? Or does it just make him more angry because he wasn't able to get the kind of reaction he wanted? Or I don't know, the guy just absolutely hates me. But this is not new, right? There are a certain number of people in the world who just seem to, right off the bat and forevermore, despise me. This has happened for the entirety of my life. I suspect but I have no way to establish it for sure. It's like damaged people who express their damage, by attacking with language. You can kind of tell right away that I don't think I typed him at all. Maybe they can tell right away that I'm their natural enemy or something. But it's hard to say. And of course, the crazy thing is about all that Melissa Talk stuff. If you actually watch that Type Police video, I'm I don't even throw her in the slammer. I just say there's not enough evidence to say for sure. But the reaction from like Michael Smith and Melissa Talks is suggestive that they did not even watch the video. Try to make your own life as happy as you possibly can, and then maybe you won't be so dark, judgmental, and bitter. Like that kind of bullshit thing to say is bullshit, right? That's just doing the same thing that the dark and bitter person is doing. You're just labeling them dark, judgmental, and bitter because you don't like what they said, and you are implying that the reason they're dark, judgmental, and bitter is because they're unhappy in their life. That kind of bullshit is what makes me want to punch Vincent Gallo in the face. It may be true, but it's not good discourse. You know, what I said was much better discourse. Okay, now I've responded to your critique of me, and you found an area where you can correctly critique me. Now, use that same evaluation metric to evaluate your own behavior. Oh, well, yeah. It said it makes me want to punch him in the face, Alex T. Not that it makes me want. Makes me wish I could actually punch him in the face. Yeah, people basing their arguments on unsubstantiated and unsubstantiatable claims about the ontology of the other person. Well, you just want to be right, Eric. You just always have to be right, Eric. That's why you're so argumentative. No, I don't always have to be right. Like, okay, that's a better response, right? Look, dude, I had plenty of periods in my life when I was poor and I couldn't afford any guitars either. Recognize yourself as in one spot in life with change possible, and someday you may be in my position answering somebody who's hating on you. That's a much better response than his first thing. I don't know. A lot of people seem to like him, think he's funny or whatever, but I see in him FI. Vincent Gallo. Now that's a good response here. Okay, you're right. I will melt down my guitars and use them as a dildo to fuck myself in the ass. That's a great response. That's a fantastic response. So, two good responses by Gallo, one bad response. Not a terrible batting average for the average person. The reason, so here, Jeremiah Fix, I want to call you Jeremiah Fix, like your name is Spanish. I do that groundless accusation better. For example, Eric wore a yellow shirt not because of random selection, but because he woke up angry and wanted us not to know. Eric wore a yellow shirt because he hasn't changed his shirt in 3 days. I've worn it during the day, slept in it, worn it, slept in it, worn it, slept in it. Maybe just 2 nights, and this is the third day. Yeah, I've worn it, slept in it, worn it, slept in it, and now I'm wearing it again. So that's why I'm wearing a yellow shirt. Why I wore it, picked it out originally, many days ago. Well, that boils down to I wanted a T-shirt, not some other kind of shirt, and it was the first T-shirt I saw. Well, I don't mind things that are funny and have truth to them, um, that don't break basic rules. Like, don't pathologize somebody because you don't like what they say. Only pathologize them if and when they have a pattern of bad behavior that recommends pathologization. So when I say Michael Smith seems to have accountability avoidance disorder, well, he does because, after all, he's trying to hold me accountable so much for nothing. Whereas when I ask him to apply accountability to himself, silence, no response. So I've got good reason to pathologize him at that point. His clearly, like, totally disproportionate, irrational hatred of me is also a good cue that there's pathology is not out of the question, right? So, but what Gallo did, just basically ontologically assaulting that person while concurrently avoiding, uh, like, he could have said that truth in a way that is much more defensible. Like, well, this is just what it appears to me, but this seems like you're projecting an anger you have towards your own state of affairs onto me. And I'm not sure if you're aware that's what's happening, but I'm feeling confident it is, and you might want to reflect on that. That'd be a better way to do that, right? Yeah. Look, I used to be more like that too, though. I have to acknowledge this. When I was younger, I was much more rough and tumble rhetorically, much more willing to crush people than I am now. I try to keep in mind something that an bipolar person has a lot of trouble keeping in mind. You don't know what that other person's going through right now. He enjoys Trump. That right there tells you FI. There's no doubt that Gallo's an intuitive, probably an NE user, right? But it's like that's what it means to be a positive affirmer. ENFP, INFP. I mean, a universal affirmer. You think that your subjective particularist deliberation function is sufficient to inform you regarding externalities, no matter how significant, including the President of the United States and what the federal government should do. I have so much trouble reflecting on what other people are going through that even when Corey was here and visibly a person who's who has been abused, right? Enough so that it would periodically bring Rachel to tears just looking at him. I was somehow oblivious to all that until after he left. I was just enjoying his company. Inevitably, though, especially these days, that kind of behavior is kind of usurped his genuine talent. Kanye West, of course, comes to mind as well, who also loves his genuine talent in public discourse. Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, Trump's kind of iconoclasm is fine, just for not as president, right? The corollary to Trump will always be Andrew Jackson, the president who said, "Well, if Supreme Court wants me to listen to their decision, then they can raise their armies and meet mine." That kind of of willful disregard for process integrity is always going to be deeply offensive to me because I'm a universal negator. Universal negation is itself a process, the integrity of which needs to be sustained. That's why I'm always talking about how people are using words wrong. I don't like it when the processes of NETI are undermined by sloppy discursive habits or even a willful rejection of the possibility of distinguishing between good discourse and bad discourse. Since since the presidency is a job that is filled by a category of person called a statesman, most ideally, it, not because, but in addition to that, it requires first and foremost for you to be the communicator in chief. The number one job of the president is to be the communicator in chief. The president is the only person in the country who has any capacity really to impact what people are talking about politically and how they're talking about it. So the president is most importantly a leader when he is demonstrating how to be a good citizen participating in a citizen democracy. If you imagine society as just a jury on a trial, the jury foreman needs to first and foremost demonstrate being a good juror. Secondly, only elicit being a good juror from the other jurors. Facilitate their ability to facilitate them such that they exercise their juror decision making power in a deliberative fashion rather than rushing to judgment, right? So, too, does the president have a responsibility, like the jury foreman, to first and foremost demonstrate what it looks like to be a good citizen doing their job properly in a democracy? A good citizen doing their job properly in democracy has correctly assessed himself as the the person the country needs to lead and has gone to the trouble to get himself elected, or try to get himself elected, despite the fact that it would be easier and, in some sense, preferable to him personally to just chill and enjoy his life. So, the point is, my number one job as president is to demonstrate what it looks like to be a good citizen in this democracy. It looks like somebody is assessing themselves authentically and determining where they can best, most wholly, and sometimes patriotically manifest as individual Americans. Okay? For me, that means running for president. For most people, it means something different. For a lot of people, it involves nothing regarding the government directly. For some people, it involves the military, etc. For people who aren't in the military or in public service positions like elected officials and stuff, some of us work for governments. Like uh, county office of education employed me for a while, or just your local school district employs a lot of teachers. You get people who work directly for the state but aren't elected officials, etc. So those people, that's how they manifest their role as Americans. But for those of us who don't have anything to do with the government, then we manifest our role as Americans by politically, by first and foremost and our contribution to society, to the America that has empowered us to have the life we have, we do that by being responsible in the democratic processes. That means speaking responsibly, remembering that we're one team, that we do have actual enemies like China, potentially Iran, Russia, North Korea, and that the reason we are in opposition to them is because they are authoritarian and terrible while we live relatively free and empowered. We need never forget the reason why we live relatively free and empowered. It's because the people who founded this country were very intelligent people, and the judiciary has by and large been populated heretofore by intelligent people who helped constrain the government as per the Constitution most of the time, and on occasion failed to constrain, despite the Constitution, to good effect. More often, failed to constrain to ill effect, but the thing is, what saved us from disaster heretofore, and what will save us from disaster now, is an intelligent person who's correct about things, communicating well to the American people, and changing the toxic political environment in this country to a more productive one. Obviously, I will do the best I can to make all the correct decisions in terms of foreign policy and domestic policy. Some matters are not black and white, they require a standard of pragmatism, and on those matters, I am human and I may make mistakes. But what you can be assured of is that anytime I do make a mistake, I will not deny it. I will be in front in terms of acknowledging it, expressing what we've learned from this mistake, and what we're going to do differently in the future. I will be the best, most accountable, most transparent, most correct, and most necessary president the country has ever had, without caveat. That's my elevator pitch. Still a little too long, but you know, it seems like if I'm going to be saying that to people, why wouldn't people go, "Oh, that's so much better than any other political speech I've ever heard in history"? Because it is, right? It's just packed full of correctness, truth, authenticity. What more can you want? For example, with Gallup, you start from the presupposition that a lot of people in the art world, especially Hollywood types, really should be taken down a peg. It is invigorating to see him do what? It's probably not the healthiest approach, especially in general, and he has gone back on many of his negative comments about people. Well, I mean, CJ, I'm pretty sure that's because he's got FI in the mix somewhere. And so he continually wants to universalize, because he's a universal affirmer probably, and he ends up universalizing negations. And he's not good at universalizing because he doesn't have the tool function for it. I already typed out my message here before I saw you explain you hadn't received a notification. Anyway, now you have no excuses. I just informed you now. Something tells me you already did and are pretending you didn't. Why? Like you said the other day, Bobby, you're like, I think watching the Women's World Cup is just an excuse not to stream. I don't need any excuses not to stream. I don't stream every single time I don't feel like streaming. And I do stream every single time I feel like it. And Boba Fett's prompts to stream and your prompts to stream have zero impact one way or another on whether I stream. There have been occasional prompts to stream that do have impact. I remember one time Mackenzie emailed me stream, and it was the only time, first time she'd ever done that. I was just like, well, okay, why not? And one time Jeff Shaw emailed me stream, and I did. But those are the only two times I can ever think of being influenced by being told to stream. He insulted Roger Ebert before, and then he said that Ebert and his wife have a beautiful relationship and they really like each other, and that it made me feel lonely. I mean, that, how much FI is that, right? Like, like Les, our neighbor, right? One of the times when we first met him, early on when we met him, we were chatting, which is to say, I was mostly listening to him, and which is fine. I do not think this is a fault in Les. There's nothing wrong with Les. He's just he's a really fully realized and empowered ENFP who's never had to exist in a forum like this where you periodically have communicate two-party communications. He's very empowered in his any domhood. I'm much less talkative than he is uh, at this age. So anyway, when we first moved up here, we met him early on. He was saying he assumed he knew who we were, and he said, oh, there are some people up here who yahoos with their little wilderness cars. He didn't call it little wilderness cars. He called it whatever, but off-road cars. And but most of us up here are, we're really in favor of no development. We were talking about the hill across the street before I learned that it was not for sale. And I said, well, actually, Les, when we got this house, we also bought a little wilderness car. And he's like, oh, well, let me tell you the good places you can go. That's FI Tool for you. But in one breath, he's condemning people with little wilderness cars. In the next breath, he learns I have one and I'm new. And in the third breath, he starts telling me where to go to take my little wilderness car. It's fun. So, I mean, they're just hypocrisy immune. But, and then at the wedding too. He's like, oh, this is the first time I've been in this house. It's wonderful to see you. Wonderful to be here. And, the last people, they were fine. We put up with their Second Amendment signs. Of course, I have a gun. And I've taken it out shooting in the wilderness 2 times. He's assuming because we're from LA and we don't wear our Yahoo on our sleeve, that we share no qualities with those he deems Yahoos. So, I'm absolutely in favor of the Second Amendment. I believe in the right to bear arms and that it should be protected by the Supreme Court from laws that would encroach on your right to bear arms. But I don't need to put a sign up about it because I don't see being correct about any given position to be indicative about my identity. My identity does not link to being correct about guns or about mia or about mia or about mia or about mia. It links to being correct about everything. Talking your way out of anything requires lying. Not true, Fly Guy. Talking your way out of something you should be able to talk your way out of that requires you to tell nothing but the truth, in fact, demands you tell nothing but the truth. Talking yourself out of things you should not be able to talk your way out of is still possible without lying, but you shouldn't be trying. I mean, even the best talk your way out of something person is going to be very hard pressed to talk their way out of the police arresting them for a crime they actually did commit, right? Well, I think it's fair to ask the question, are you willing to keep secrets as needed to preserve national security? My answer is absolutely yes. And I will also acknowledge that I will evaluate whether or not something threatens national security according to whether one can articulate a likely specific mechanism by which national security will be violated in this instance and articulate specific impacts that are likely to occur because of specific parties. I don't like general vague kinds of criteria such as I can think of possible ways this information might be used against us, therefore it needs to be classified. That's not all information can possibly be used against us. So that cannot be possibly used as a criterion to determine whether something ought to be classified. I may unclassify a number of different things, but if there are things that need to be kept secret, for example, the recipe to a nuclear bomb of a certain kind, obviously I will be in favor of maintaining a status of highly classified for such stuff. And by and large, remember, I've got a limited amount of time to spend. I'm not going to be going through documents personally over and over again, trying to find ones that need to be unclassified. I'm going to be dealing with things in terms of relevancy first. What's the scope of things right now? Like, is some big shit going down right now? I definitely don't have time to be worrying about that, right? If I may or may not set up executive branch internal review of documents with somebody I trust to point me to certain things definitely should be unclassified, because stuff that should be unclassified is not just stuff that isn't correctly labeled classified. It also has to be stuff that isn't correctly labeled classified and has something of interest in it, right? If it's just boring ass meow, then there's no reason for me to spend time prioritizing and classifying that. Well, that may be as a broad rule true, Fly Guy, but verbosity does not link to lying directly. It's just a correlation. There's no causal link there. I'm verbose, but I am as rigorously honest as I can be. It doesn't mean I never lie, but I aim for it and don't miss by much, right? I very, very rarely lie. And uh, this is something like, here might be a legitimate critique in terms of my efficacy as a president. There might be circumstances as a president where I have to deal with, and it shouldn't ever be this, but let's pretend where I have to lie to some foreign person because we're actually planning to do something that we don't want them to know about. Well, the electorate might be able to say, look, in this area, Eric, we don't think we don't have faith in you, and you don't have faith in you. We don't have confidence that you're going to be able to lie convincingly if the circumstances require it. And that's probably true. I probably have to delegate that to somebody because I'm terrible at lying. People can always tell when I'm lying. That's why I'm a terrible poker player. But I never willfully, intentionally say, okay, I'm gonna tell a lie now. If I have enough time to plan, I'll figure out a way to say it that's not technically a lie. Anyway, well, no, avoiding lying matters a lot. It's not just some verbal trick, okay? It's not just some loophole thing. Because that's consistent with process integrity. It cannot be my job to 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 help you ask me the right questions. I have no positive obligation there. So if I give you partial information, you need to ask more questions. You might call it a lie to give you partial information if I then refuse to answer any follow-up questions you have about it. Because most of the time, the answer people want is partial information. They don't want a big explanation, right? So that's why we can't possibly uh, lie by omission, right? Unless you tell part of it and then refuse to answer any questions about it. That comprises lying by omission. I mean, you can lie by ellipses. So if you quote an author and the sentence says, I do not support policy X, and you write, I do dot 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 support policy X. That's lying by ellipses. Well, that's called dissembling, Fly Guy. When you're providing information that wasn't asked for in your answer with a point of deflection or confusion, any rhetorical stuff that desires to muddy the waters, deflect, avoid dealing with the actual issues directly, comprises dissembling. And yeah, many politicians dissemble. I do not dissemble in any of my political discourse. I try to have the correct answer for everything and the correct explanation for everything, including when that answer is I don't know, and the explanation is I still have to think about it more. Or we may never know, or whatever. I mean, it's a type of discursive crime. There are lots of discursive crimes, one of which is lying, one of which is dissembling, one of which is pathologizing. Pathologizing Well, pathologizing is like accusing. It's okay when it's not false, but most of the pathologization that occurs is false. These are all discursive crimes, but none of them actually comprise examples of wickedness. And this is something I've recently come to realize, conclude, is that lying is not wrong technically. It's not unless somebody else is predicating some action or decision on it, then it becomes potentially wrong. Like, for example, if I'm holding boxes up that cover my eyes so I can't see, and there's somebody standing next to me and I say, I'm about to step into the street. Can you look out there and see if there are any cars coming? And there's actually a car coming. They go, nope, you're clear. You're totally clear. You got plenty of room. Go ahead, walk right out in the street and you get hit by a car. That lie comprises a wickedness, a sin, a crime as well, probably. So, so those kind of lies do comprise immoralities, but most lies do not. And the reason is nobody has a reasonable expectation that other people provide reliable information. We all should expect ourselves, require of ourselves, that we're going to have to evaluate, when we evaluate information, not just the information, but also the source of the information. In contrast, we have a very reasonable expectation that that nobody violates our physical rights. In other words, we can't even determine whether a lie is a response to a question we asked or simply an unsolicited assertion directed towards us uh, in in any given hypothetical example without learning the specifics of it, right? So the thing is, if I ask you a question, I have no expectation, no reasonable expectation for you to reply at all. Silence is perfectly acceptable. You can say blah 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 blah. You can say whatever you want, and it's not a violation of my rights because I prompted you to say something to me, and I have no reasonable expectation that I can control what you say. Um, if you come up and say something directly to me without me soliciting anything, and it's a lie, such as, you look dumb in that hat, when really the guy's jealous of your hat and he thinks you look cool. Well, I have no reasonable expectation, again, that something that some random person says to me out of the blue should be afforded the status truth, right? So that's why lying does not comprise wickedness. It nevertheless comprises, interestingly, whereas physical wrongdoings comprise uh, black and white morality things. You can't do that because it's illegitimate wrong. That's it. Advisability has nothing to do with it, right? Um, Metaphysical violations, lies and stuff, they don't incur that black and white. They incur outcome harms. In other words, if you lie, you'll lose credibility. People won't believe you anymore. If you lie, you'll get a bad reputation. If you lie, it'll negatively impact your ability to actualize, grow as a human being, etc. So, if you lie, it'll impact your ability to have healthy relationships. So, there are lots of reasons to advise against lying, this purely metaphysical kind of wrongdoing, but no black and white category like morally impermissible. In contrast, when you have physical stuff, physical rights violations, um, it instead of manifesting physicalities in terms of right and wrong, you don't measure impacts. It manifests in metaphysicalities in terms of right and wrong, guilty or not guilty, right? So there's a nice symmetry to that. It somewhat depends on the context in which you lie. So if you lie at the poker table, for example, nobody should think anything about your credibility in other areas because poker is a game of competition lying. You know, this is why I'm such a bad poker player. You've got to pretend and position and act like you've got great cards when you don't, etc. But what's funny is anytime anybody tries to act like that with me, I see through it. I don't try to act at all, but people see through me. If people try to act, but their strategy is to give little information about themselves, I can never read them. I can only read the people who are trying to convince me they've got good cards by going through this motion of, okay, I'm strong, and I can read through that. But Right. Interestingly, physical acts, physical sins require are adjudicated under a metaphysical frame. Metaphysical sins are adjudicated under a physical frame. So whether or not a lie is wrong can only be determined by measuring impacts, and uh, and that means it's very difficult to measure because immediate short-term impacts are almost always going to be outweighed by larger-term impacts like your overall credibility, unless you get away with a lie, right? And then you have the additional maintenance cost of a lie. Like, okay, I told them that I saw John Wick 4, but I didn't actually see it. Now I gotta learn about it so I can keep up with my lie because I don't want to get caught in it. So basically, in almost every instance, you're gonna get a negative impact um, pile. But it's still nevertheless the case that even to determine whether the lie comprises an actual wrongdoing of the sort that a physical rights violation would be an example, you have to look to the impacts to determine that. Unlike a physical rights violations where you do not have to look to the impacts to determine that. Symmetry is an interesting symmetry. As interesting as a cinnamon tree, a tree that grows that delightful spice without which cinnamon toast crunch would be lost. Cinnamon. The only spice I can think of that's featured in breakfast cereal. You don't have any allspice toast crunch. You don't have coriander toast crunch. You don't see any frosted cloves flakes. No, just cinnamon. What about toasty chamomile? That's not really a spice, is it? Or like a flower or something. What's another spice? Turmeric? Did I say turmeric? What's that red shit they sprinkle on deviled eggs called? What's that red shit that they sprinkle on deviled eggs called? So I'm guessing Michael Smith isn't going to vote for me. So somebody cross him off the list of potential voters that might vote for Eric. I'm quite confident that Michael Smith is not going to vote for Eric. He'd probably vote for Joe Biden again over Eric. That would have been a good question to ask Michael Smith. If it were me versus Joe Biden, who would you vote for? That would have been an excellent question. Probably wouldn't have answered it, of course. He didn't seem to answer really any of my questions. I don't like it when people don't answer my questions. They're saying, no, you don't get to do anything with this conversation. We're going to get nowhere. I'm not going to help you understand me better because I don't really understand myself. And you're just going to use it against me. Okay. I just ask you to explain what you mean. You don't know what I'm going to do with it. Depends on what you mean. And if what you really mean is, I don't really understand anything, but I have some words, then unfortunately, I guess my question is going to be very threatening to your sense of how this conversation is going. For you, the conversation is about, let's take turns making noises. Here, I'll go first. Post-industrial society, neurodivergence, and race. Okay, now you go. Immigration and leftists and the singularity. There, now you go. What do you mean by those words? It's not your turn. Okay, is it my turn now? Okay, now it's your turn. You go. What do you mean by those words? No, like this. Moths and dirt and world government. Okay. I don't know. How do you know which words to pick to use? It doesn't matter because they don't mean anything. Just pick whatever word. You don't have to use words. Blah, 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 and blah. There. Same thing, see? Now let's play things we like. I like sailing. I like sailing too. But I also like camping. I also like camping. Wasn't it fun that time we saw that movie? That was so much fun. We both liked that movie. And that's when I say, hey, can someone shoot me in the head? I cannot listen to any more of this drivel instead. What do you like, Eric? I like other conversations. The bankers want a new surf class. Well, it's because their last surf teacher never even took them out into the water, just made them practice on the beach the whole time. And they went to this bankers convention. They're like, they were promised at the outset by the keynote speaker, by the time you leave this convention, each of you will be able to surf. And yet, no more than 8% of the bankers left the convention being able to surf, and those 8% had taught themselves. So naturally, they want a new surf class. That one failed to fulfill its responsibility to teach them how to surf. Now, regarding surfs, do the bankers want surfs because they have more land than they can till themselves and don't want any like human resources responsibilities that would come from hiring full-time employers, so they want to set up kind of a pseudo sharecropper thing going on? I didn't know there was that much arable land just lying fallow, untilled on our Lord's manor lands, you know. If there are, then okay, let's get some serfs out there right away. Let me guess, Boba Fett. The bankers want a new surf class because serfs have so much money to put into the bank. Checking to see if things make sense before you say 'em kinda matters. They checking to see if things make sense. Will prevent you from saying such stuff. Bankers want the same thing everybody else wants. They want to get rich. If, in fact, it ends up that they get much richer than everybody else, then the people who are much poorer than them can be portrayed by reckless NI users as serfs because they share the one commonality of a wealth gap that serfs had with their lords in the Middle Ages, while ignoring the actual qualities that distinguish a serf from simply an employee who, in a less colorful but still unnecessarily loaded expression, might be called a wage slave. Some protectionism is good. Well, I can conceive of instances where protectionism is necessary. For example, if China is engaged in protectionist policies, then we need to either respond with protectionist policies of our own, because otherwise they're fighting an unfair fight, or we need to start a trade war like Trump did. You know, deny certain sectors of Chinese manufacturing ability to import to the U.S., stuff like that, until they change their policies. Rothschilds, for instance. Look, it is the case that plenty of people who get super rich are problems. The reason plenty of people who get super rich are problems is because who gets super rich? TE DOMs. They're problems because they're not operating under any kind of meaningfully universalizable frame. Universal solvency is the best they get, and solvency is inherently particularist. So even though they're solving universally, they're still solving for broadly occurring particular problems, and they cannot be trusted with vetting shit for legitimacy. If you live your life goal and outcome oriented like that, then critiques of that you need to have a legitimate means as a way of accomplishing that are just barriers to you being you. It doesn't mean they're wicked. It's just they're mediocre and in concrete rewards and in concrete measures of validation like wealth and success, they've attained vastly in excess of their actual like significance in a larger frame, right? So they tend to overestimate their own abilities to take on jobs like president or make decisions for everybody, and it's to the detriment of us all. But remember, there's not collusion there. There's not some grand scheme or whatever. It's just individual idiots who are brilliant at getting very rich, but are still idiots. What am I doing in here? Why did I come in here? Why did I come? Oh, I know why. I need to replace the trash I took out. These trash bags. I'm going to put them into the trash cans right now. And then I have another pretty important thing I'm going to do, and I think it's going to be really exciting for you. I need to call the doctor's office and have them refill my Vyvanse prescription. I have to do that today. I will do that today. I'm going to do it right now. I'm done playing Dark Playground. I've been being Dark Playground this week. Ignoring all the things I need to do just whacking out on whatever. Well, today's the day I put an end to that bad behavior. I'm going to get some of the things on my list done. I think maybe first I'll call Sierratel and ask them about the optical or fiber internet. Because they connected it to our house from the street. So presumably we should be able to get it now, but I haven't contacted them about it. Right now I'm going pee. If I'm fortunate, I may squeeze out a poo as well. You gotta take your opportunities to squeeze out poos when you can. Otherwise they'll gather. Like people, they're much more dangerous as an army than they are individually. And the harms of poo retention are subtle but significant. It's like when you have poo in you the whole day, you got the sense until you get it out that you're waiting to poo, coming in and out of your conscious attention. Waiting for go poo is a better title than Waiting for Godot. I think we can all agree with that. Everybody can resonate with Waiting for Go Poo, but almost nobody even knows who Godot is. I mean, now they do, but obviously he's the guy that the main character was waiting for. That's about all I know about Godot. I don't think I ever read Waiting for Godot. If your central plot engine in your play is waiting, I'm already doubtful. I've waited myself before. It's not very fun. The idea of watching a play where I get to watch other people wait sounds even less fun. Now, granted, it sets up with its title some level of immediate suspense. Will Godot arrive by the end of the play? We know that at least most of the play must be spent waiting for Godot, because otherwise the play would be called Stuff That Happened After Godot Arrived. But we can't conclude that just because the majority of the play involves waiting for Godot, it's just from the title, of course, that the play won't end with him arriving. It might. Does it end with him arriving? I don't think so, but I don't really remember ever reading it. But I know a little something about it. I'm not sure how. Regardless, let's say, in fact, only the first page or two of the play was waiting for Godot, and the rest of the play was the waiter and Godot going off and doing activities together. Well, then most people would say that play has been poorly named. Yes, it included some waiting for Godot, but the vast majority of the play occurred after the waiting, and the waiting part wasn't particularly relevant to anything. They didn't revisit the fact that he had been waiting at the end of the play to tell some sort of message or something. It's just like whoever titled the play only read the first couple of pages And it said, I guess let's play about waiting for Godot. So if that were to be the case, people would say, hey, your title's clickbait. I came here for a play about waiting, and instead, there's almost no waiting in this play. Not only was it mostly activities, but there weren't even any lines at the places that Godot and the other person visited. Greta's alleged connection to the Rothschilds. I mean, why would it shock you that rich, connected people would successfully get their kid in the spotlight? If the kid wanted it and the parents wanted it too. Why would that be surprising or indicative of anything? Like, Chelsea Clinton graduated from Stanford, I think. Has gone on to be successful in some fashion or another. But she's probably an introvert. Didn't seem to like the spotlight at all, right? Can we also conclude that something nefarious is going on because Hillary Clinton got a good job? I mean, Chelsea Clinton got a good job someplace and got married. The outcome of, no doubt, both connections, name, and having met certain legitimacy criteria. Greta's the same way, except she was younger when she got to be all smugly extroverted in front of the world, and it's played less well for her than she had hoped. It was less wise of the parents to engage her in that or empower her in that, because of course, if she is smart, she's going to realize as she gets older, or maybe now, maybe a little bit later, that my simplistic childhood scolding thing is a terrible foundation for being a politically active citizen. If I've set the standard currently that I'm on Team Yeah, and you might think you're on my team, and I've also set the standard that I like to deal with complexities in reductive ways that are mostly about blaming. Now that I'm older, I realize, oh, doing that is being childish. The people who criticize that lady, they forget they do the same exact shit. She has an excuse. She was a child. If we can look at Greta Thunberg and understand that's what childish political discourse sounds and looks like. She actually was a child, right? Now compare her discourse against your own or myriad other people's that, especially if you care about shitting on Greta Thunberg and the Rothschilds and stuff, well, then hopefully Greta improves in her thinking faster than you have. Well, that's cool, Hero Lamb. That makes me want to look into her more. Greta Thunberg said she was going to start a death metal project. Fantastic. I like that idea. I hope she calls it Let's Rape the Earth. That would be if she does that, then I'm just gonna be like, all motherfucking praises due. Yes, it is true, Boba Fett, that we have had cyclical cyclical periods of climate change naturally occurring. And it's also true that um, beginning with human agriculture, humans started a process that changed the dynamics of the current ecological climate interface such that it made it more, well, we sped up the warming cycles and diminished the extent of the cooling cycles. So what would have been an ice age was a little ice age. It's been going on before industrialization, right? Industrialization ratcheted up that that warming effect of human civilization um, substantially, and now we're seeing dramatic examples of this accelerated climate change. Now, just because something's a natural process doesn't mean accelerating that natural process is either good or bad inherently, but we have to operate within human time frames, and we have to recognize that the current ecosystem on the planet relies on climate variation in any given individual spot to be within a certain range, right? The lows can't be that low, or the highs can't be that high, or both, right? What climate change is doing is increasing volatility within the climate sphere, and we're seeing higher highs, lower lows. That endangers a lot of the species that we currently have living on the earth because evolution is bullshit. If the conditions change too dramatically, the animals have a choice: move to some place where the conditions are more like what they need, or die. The capacity of animals to move to a place where the conditions are more like what they need is vastly has been vastly limited by the fact that humans have developed so much of the natural world. So you have many ecosystems, I'm sure, that were wiped out long ago that we didn't even know we wiped them out, right? But uh, but we do face a an ecological crisis due to climate change. What we don't face is an existential crisis. So people shouldn't act like climate change is a threat to humans. It's a threat to humans only indirectly, and uh, and certainly the answer to climate change, even though it's been accelerated by human activity, it's anthropogenic, essentially, you could say. Our current climate change problems are definitely of our own making. That doesn't mean we should take steps to mitigate the extent to which we're impacting climate change. That's the biggest mistake people make. They think because we're responsible for climate change and because we can link a substantial amount of this ratcheted up intensity towards climate change to the carbon release of industrial processes, that we should limit the amount of carbon release from industrial processes. Absolutely not. We cannot limit people's ability to use energy successfully to innovate, move forward, progress, and generate prosperity, because it is from that prosperity, innovation, and activity that the solution to the current climate problem will arrive. It will arrive in the form of a black swan, something nobody's ever thought of before, or it will arrive in the form of a perfected problem that has implementation bugs. Like, we have various methods to sequester carbon from the atmosphere right now. They're just at any kind of amount that you need to do to impact climate change is prohibitively expensive. We have other methods that we can do now, and some of which we are doing, that impact it positively in terms of sequestration, but that aren't they don't scale big enough to make a meaningful impact. So obviously, the answer is the next NTJ genius who figures out how to cheaply and easily sequester the right amount of carbon from the atmosphere and uh, and return us to at least a normal timetable of climate change, a natural timetable. It's just like the Salton Sea. It's a good idea for us to take a management hand on the Salton Sea and instead of just allowing it to become saltier and saltier until it's filled with botulism and all the migrating birds die one year because they've landed in it. And instead of letting that happen, again, use some basic aquarium technology and pump some fresh water in there, filter out some of the salt from the water, run it through like a big waterfall filter thing, so it aerates, so it doesn't. Um, there's not so little air in the water, so the fish can live better. And return the thing to the way it was in the 40s when it was the greatest fishing spot in the world. This saltwater lake in the middle of the desert that had been stocked with ocean fish that grew to enormous sizes very quickly. That's great, right? Have a be smart. Just like the answer to the Salton Sea isn't stop all farming around the Salton Sea because farming runoff makes increases the speed at which the Salton Sea becomes more salty. The Salton Sea becomes more salty naturally anyway, but the farming runoff increases that process, speeds it up, right? So the solution is obviously don't stop the farmers, stop the farmers from farming, prevent all the runoff from getting to the Salton Sea. Fix it after it gets there, for fuck's sake. Put a big water filtration plant and an aerating plant at one end, like in an aquarium, or make two of them or whatever. Be smart. Don't be tarded. Same with carbon emissions. We cannot stop carbon emissions because everything we do generates carbon, and every non-plant living thing on Earth generates carbon just by existing. Should I stop? Should we advise people to jog less because they'll be breathing more and thereby putting out more carbon? We need everybody to be as sedentary as possible so that they breathe out less carbon. No, that's fucking nutty. That's a nut bar in the shape of a poo that is actually made out of poo and has no nuts in it at all. You don't even realize until you're done eating it. I've already explained the problem with this interdimensionality thing. Dimensions are height, depth, width, time. Even if you had other dimensions, that wouldn't be other realities. There'd be other dimensions in this reality that we can't process. Like, for example, we don't process, say, solidity as a dimension because we view things that as a status. Like, you're either solid or not solid. But you can imagine a universe in which, like our universe, in which there were also beings who existed on the dimension of solidity. they could they encountered objects of that they could measure different degrees of solidity. Some of them were like just straight up ghosts, you could just walk right through. Some of them were um, varying degrees of difficult to push through, and some of them were completely solid and you couldn't walk through. Accordingly, also some people were completely solid, some were could partially walk through things slowly, etc. If this dimension existed, just because we wouldn't be able to experience that dimension having no cognitive processes capable of processing it, we'd still be able to experience instances of the dimension that were solid all the way. So you could conceive of there being people who do exist and understand the world in this fifth dimension, but all of those people would be not solid all the way, so we wouldn't be able to see any of them. But even in that context, the individuals who existed in that dimension would have some instances of individuals who were completely solid. We'd be able to see them and talk to them, and they, because they had that fifth dimensionality thing activated, would be able to see and know about these other fifth dimensionality people. So you'd have to presume that this fifth dimension has no corollary at all within our four dimensions, such that we cannot even conceive of an example, like I just gave, of what a fifth dimension might be. Regardless, therefore, if that fifth dimension expression of both individuals and their reality has no intersecting point like full solidity, then there's no conceivable way of us ever encountering that dimension at all, because we wouldn't be able to see it even if it were right in front of our face. So that's what I would say about dimensionality, right? And I think that solidity example is a great example for conveying the concept I'm trying to convey. Now, when you talk about alternate universes, wormholes, stuff like that, it's generally not addressed the question of spatial exclusivity. Where is this other universe, right? It's kind of implied intuitively that these other universes are sort of on top of ours, like in a stack of universes or something else, right? But the thing about the word universe is it's comprehensive. It includes everything. Everything there is the universe. Um, so it's other universes is very much like saying more than infinity. It it's on its face already in conflict with itself before it even gets out the gate, right? The universe means same thing as infinity, but for objects in space, okay? In other words, it may not be infinite, but it's that which encompasses everything. So when you say other universes, you're saying somehow there's another instance of people evaluating their own existence as everything that is somewhere else. We're speculating that this might be the case. Well, first of all, then we have to say the universe like We haven't found an edge to it, have we? Like, this is the edge of the universe? Until somebody can demonstrate to me, here's the edge of the universe. After this, there's nothing else, right? You just keep going in a spaceship forever and there just be nothing. Well, then fine, I believe there might be other universes, but then what we really mean is the totality of objects and an apparently infinite amount of blackness around, which may somewhere far away contain another instance of a bunch of objects, right? If you want to talk about it like that space is endless and that the objects in space expanded from a central place and expanding outward, well, then other universes might be further away from ours, right? Somewhere over there, expanding from their own Big Bang. But if you're trying to say that the Big Bang is the initiating event of all existence, well, then that doesn't make any sense because we'd be no more likely to have the initiating event of all existence occur in our little quadrant of an endlessly wide and tall black square of space, then it might just as easily have occurred over there, over there, over there, over there. So there's no reason to think it's the beginning of all existence, right? It can't put on both hats. But what does that mean, Carlos Paiva? The universe is fractal, so there are infinite ones. Does that mean that somewhere else in space there's another universe that has its own Big Bang and its own people, and it's just we could reach them, but we just have to. They're super far away. In theory, you could reach them, but it would take trillions of years or whatever. Now, I'm pro-science. I want the word fractal to actually mean something. I ran fractal universes as a critique on the government surveillance thing that as a pro-surveillance argument, saying that if privacy concerns limit government's ability to snoop on people, then that means less observed realities. And since all realities emerge from observation, and each observed reality can launch multiple additional observed realities, then by choosing this, we're potentially killing trillions, not just of people, but of realities entirely. Okay, I can think about how a fractal works. You can scale up or down infinity, right? You can scale up or down. You can't duplicate, right? You can't create other instances of it. So whatever fractal quality of the universe may have, why does that imply multiplicity? Those people and their ways, ooh, fisty shake. Okay, I'm going to get the telephone right now. I'm going to call Airtel.
Ooh.
And I get one of the things done. I got trash taken out already. That's one of the things I done. I got more trash taken out. But making a little progress today. Doing a little bit better job than the rest of it earlier this week. Okay. Sierra Tel. Let's find out. I mean, I agree there are lots of architectural qualities to various components of the universe that echo others. It would seem like as above, so below, right? That the same dynamic. There are a set number of like expressions of dynamic systems, and those rules appear in multiple particular systems, echo you know, resonate as being there in some fashion, there's a good reason to think that it's implicit to the design of the universe that they're reusing the same algorithm for multiple purposes, right? That suggests simulation, though, not multiple universes. I mean, that fractal quality suggests simulation, right? That they're saving processing power and they're saving need to code particular shit by using the same dynamic system algorithm on multiple kinds of systems, right? It's like putting a new look on top of the same gaming engine, kind of. I'm not. That may be the case, Carlos Paiva. You're a sensible seeming fellow. You typically do discourse well, so even though you have not substantiated that at all, I'm assuming you've got a good reason to believe fractal suggests hologram. Even Bart Ehrman, a widely known biblical scholar who isn't Christian, even he knows those mythicist arguments are ridiculous and of the uneducated. What are mythicist arguments? What do you mean that Jesus was a myth? I mean, those arguments are ridiculous because it doesn't matter at all, right? What's been established as part of our human narrative is that there was this guy named Jesus who blah, 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 right? Note, it does not matter whether there, the question is meaningless. Well, was there actually Jesus? Or was he made up and apocryphal? The question is meaningless because we cannot possibly resolve the question. The person existed too long ago. We're not going to find his bones. This isn't a murder scene. Um, we have, by referencing the historical record that we do have of the time, some documents, including the Bible, talk about this individual. It doesn't present itself as fiction. It presents itself as an historical account. So one can only take it at face value that it is. There's no reason to doubt that the Bible's description of what happened here and when is false inherently, because in fact, what happened here and when and why in the Bible details the most banal, pointless, boring ass SI stories you could imagine. Things like, and then we traveled to the town of Mya, where we stayed in the inn of Mya. The innkeeper had a comely daughter, and she was wise to be virtuous and vigorous in her piety. And the innkeeper was generous in his helpings of stew. Needless to say, we were disappointed the next day, arriving in Mya, where the condition of the stables was very poor. There's absolutely no reason to doubt the accuracy of that shit, because who would make up something so boring? Those same people are telling stuff about Jesus. Okay? So that some guy named Jesus was around there that they had opinions about there's no reason to doubt that. Okay? Note, it's also entirely irrelevant to whether you should believe in Jesus or not. That's a personal decision for everybody. I have my reasons as to why, if you're going to exercise faith, it ought to be exercised in Christianity. And it's as simple as this. It's the most correct and best religion. It's accurately articulated what the highest positive moral virtue is forgiveness, while are concurrently operating under the correct frame, namely individual accountability for negative rights violations. It doesn't get everything right, but none of the other religions get close. And the one thing it gets perfect is that the highest moral virtue is forgiveness, and that when you, if you were to know in full the people you condemn and seek to punish, you'd always feel sorry for them, never angry at them. Forgiveness is a choice to forego accountability from a party who deserves to be held accountable. And I think you can see the power of forgiveness when Rachel and I invited Rachel's mom to the wedding. The impacts were so positive across the board, right? It repaired relations with her and me. It made her dad, I think, was also happy that the mom was included. Um, it legitimized the whole affair in my eyes after the fact, etc. I didn't think any of this stuff was going to happen when I said, yeah, we should invite her. It was really more of an FE thing for me. Let's be the cooler ones, invite her. She can say no, and we'll have the moral high ground. That was my reasoning. But what it really comprised also in practice was forgiveness, because I had prior to that said that woman is not going to get anywhere until she is held accountable for what she's already done. And I forego that need for accountability in favor of what was the best outcomes. And in the end, I found that I have forgiven her in the sense that matters. I She was allowed in my home. I didn't talk about it at all. I thanked her for helping with the wedding. I appreciated her presence there. On an intellectual level, I cannot possibly forgive what she did, right? Certainly, but that's the problem also. She probably knows on some level that what she did is unforgivable. She can't be held accountable enough to be held accountable, right? So ultimately, forgiveness proved to be the highest virtue, and it has the most rewards. So, I mean, the Buddhists have a problem. They place the question of suffering first rather than responsibility first. You you need to it wasn't a gift to me. I asked Rachel what she wanted to do. I never thought it was my decision. Um, I had my opinion about it, but ultimately everything regarding the wedding was Rachel's decision. It was Rachel. Weddings are for women, the woman, not for the man so much, right? It's important to women to have the wedding they want, and it's going to be especially important to Rachel because I know she likes to craft how she's perceived successfully, but she's had a lifetime of not being facilitated in doing that. In fact, being actively cock blocked in doing that, right? So, so the thing is, I know I felt myself that it was important that Rachel have the wedding she wanted, and and everything worked out perfectly. And when I told her mom that, I said, just want Rachel to have the wedding she wants to have. She said, or wanted to have. This afterwards. She said, well, she had more than that. She had the wedding she deserved to have. And that's that was great to hear from her mom because it's the closest you're going to get from her to conceding that Rachel should have been celebrated all along, not pathologized, controlled, and punished.
Yeah.
We got to do everything our way, and there was nothing that happened that anybody could say invalidated our way. You know,
Yeah. You were lucky.
there may have been pounds of weed in the freezer, but that didn't cause any problems.
No.
I'm sure that Trisha and Rachel's dad probably looked in the freezer at some point for food or something and saw the pounds of weed in there, but they couldn't really say anything about it. And in fact, went out of our way to make them comfortable by moving all the smoking into the garage and letting them have this room.
Yeah.
So they got to. It's like if you take somebody who was raised in a very insulated community full of racists, and they've learned all their life to absolutely despise um, Latvians, and then you put them in an environment where they have to be nice or at least not actively aggressively confrontational towards these Latvians for several days. By the end of the several days, they might go, you know what? Latvians are fine. I saw the Latvians the whole weekend, and they never caused me any problems. They weren't rude. They didn't attack me. They didn't cause me to go insane. Like I've been told by my community, the Latvians are terrible, but actually, I spent the time around Latvians, and nothing bad happened at all. So my hope is that the same thing replace Latvians with weed. Non-Christians say Jesus went to India. Okay, well look, this is why you think he didn't go to India, Mr. Bobby. It is true that prior to being crucified, he didn't get to India. He had his tickets. He had booked a hotel near the Taj Mahal, but that's when Judas went and reported him to the Romans. He was going to go in about a week and a half after that. And he was crucified before he could make it to India. But what you don't know is what did he do during those 3 days, purportedly, before he rose from the dead? Okay. There's no disputing that after 3 days, people saw him rise out of his tomb. But what people don't know is that shortly after he was put into the tomb, he rose during the night from the dead, went to India. He had a big bowl of curry. He participated in a wedding well, this is what he said he was doing. He really was just throwing colored dust on everybody. And he even got to briefly visit Taj Mahal. He came back, got a couple hours of sleep in the tomb. Then when he woke up, that's when he came out again, this time to go to heaven. Everybody saw him. They said, oh, he's risen from the dead. He didn't correct them. They weren't wrong. I did rise from the dead. He just didn't correct them on their timetable, right? So when people talk about his trip to India, what they're talking about is that missing 3 day window. What did Jesus do there? And the reason people have come to the conclusion that he did go to India is we found a cache of old photographs that were taken by some of the most primitive cameras, Babylonian design cameras.
Wow.
That, as per the Flintstones, involved small animals chiseling things onto a rock inside of the camera box. Anyway, you can clearly see Jesus trying chicken. I guess it's that well, he had a piece of pan in one hand, which is Indian bread, right? Indian flatbread. And he had some of that chicken that they make, tandoori chicken, on a skewer. And you can clearly see it's Jesus because you can see the stick through the hole in this hand from the skewer, and you can see the bread through the hole in this hand on the pan. His stigmata hadn't healed yet. And he had the textbook long hair, beard. There's another photo of him in India rolling his eyes as he's washing someone's foot because he'd encountered another tribe of idiots, like the ones he had encountered before, who for some reason could not figure out how to wash their own feet. So being Jesus, he was nice enough to stop and teach them, you know. He couldn't prevent himself from rolling his eyes, though, because it's like, oh my God, here too? And he returned to the tomb. This also explains why, when he rose from the dead, about 40% of the people who witnessed it reported something that didn't make it into the Bible, but should have, which is when he rose from the dead, he rose wearing a different T-shirt, one that said, "I went to Calcutta and all I got was this T-shirt."
He's a busy man.
Yeah. This story I take directly from the Book of Indian Mormon. It was later on that he went to Utah, apparently, but India likes to say, hey, we're the real first Utah. And they're not wrong.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Book of Eric, exactly.
I like it when I make Rachel giggle too. Nothing makes me happier than that.
Eric definitely makes me laugh. I can't help but think of like Jesus going like the night before he rises, like sneaking out of the tomb.
Right, sneaking back in right before he get a couple hours sleep. And like, okay, I'm gonna rise to the in front of all these people. Don't look hungover.
And also, he made a point to go to India before.
Well, because he felt bad because he had travel plans and everything, and then he got crucified before he could go to vacation. It turns out that prophet comes with 3 weeks of paid leave a year.
So, was he? He couldn't profit.
But not that kind of prophet, darling. He was a prophet of prophecy.
Oh, prophet, of
Yeah,
course.
the job prophet, deliverer of prophecy, gets 3 paid weeks of leave a year. Of course, if you don't qualify, then you become like a non-union prophet. Like Muhammad claimed he was a prophet, right? But the Prophets Guild didn't admit him, which was an old-fashioned kind of union, right? So he did not enjoy any paid weeks of leave, and yet he continued to insist he was a prophet. And guess what happens when you do that? You end up creating a cult. Namely, look, I've gotten some more revelations from God, Allah, and he says, I can have sex with up to 11 different women.
Wow.
That's what he says. That's what he told me. He said I should really get started right now. And I was like, wow, revelations from God himself, huh? Yup. cool. Can I see your Prophet Union membership card? He's like, oh, actually, I'm not formally a member of the Prophets Union. Well, why not? Well, it didn't technically approve my application. Huh. Are you sure you're a prophet? Oh, yes, for sure. I was in that. You saw me go in that cave. I stayed in there for quite a while. Are you imagining nothing happened when I was in that cave? God is going to be angry at you if you imagine that. Okay. So, new thing also. Your hot wife needs to constantly be covered by a sheet because I cannot look at her without wanting to just push her to the ground and start flogging her with my meat stick, you know? In fact, we need to cover over all these ladies. If I ain't fucking it, I don't want to see it, alright? God says.
God says.
Okay, I got a question, Mohammed. Um, what if I want one of my 11 livestock ghost creature things? Women, I guess you call. What if I want one of them to be like 10 years old? Is that okay? Let me pray on it. Yes. Okay. You and the Mormons, if your religion is all about how it's fine for me to have sex with more people, you are just one of those horrible Jeffrey Epstein people. And you're making up a religion to facilitate you fucking whoever you want with no regard for anyone's well-being except your own. That's Muhammad. That's the guy who invented Mormonism. Now look, Mormons have not turned out to be a bad religion. From an objective perspective, from non-Mormon perspective, they're almost ideal. They're super nice. They don't try to convert you very much. They may try to convert you once, but they're not annoying. They have good, happy families. It seems like. Apparently, underneath that thin veil of perfect, nice Christians, they have some seedy stuff going on. Was you telling me that Mormon women are wild in their way, and that they don't consider things that aren't vaginal penetration to count as sex. So their religions turned out fine. In fact, they got rid of the multi-wives thing, and they made up some revisionist history that said the reason it was there in the first place was only because so many men had died fighting the Indians that they needed to have multiple wives, or else, all these women would be spinsters or something like that. Which is obviously just completely made up revisionist history. But regardless, they still excised that part of their religion from their formal religion. They no longer officially have it as their position that a man should have multiple wives or should be allowed to. Well, that's when they take their mission. Lamb is at the end of high school approximately. They put them in those white shirts and ties. They put a couple of bicycles underneath them, and they go house to house and do their thing. And the purpose of that Mormon mission, interestingly, is not so much about evangelizing. It's really about training them to be Mormon nice in the face of all this pushback they're going to get. To train them to be good Christians, to turn the other cheek. you know? And in that regard, I think it's probably very effective. I mean, South Park did an excellent job in their treatment of Mormons, right? The episode where it's like Kyle just goes, okay, you fuckers win. There's nothing I can say bad about you. You're super nice. You're super helpful. You look like you have a wonderful family. And yeah, you believe some crazy ass shit, but I wish my family was like yours. You know,
That's a big deal from Kyle since.
oh, Stan. Sorry,
Oh,
I
okay.
got it wrong. It was Stan. I named the wrong guy.
Because I was gonna say Kyle is Jewish and like for a Jewish kid, but I can see Stan saying that.
I stand corrected. Thank you for the correction, Mr. Bobby. It was Stan, not Kyle. Does make more sense for the reasons Rachel articulated, but I wasn't even picturing the South Park character when I said Kyle. I just said the wrong name. Manafik. Munafik. Munafik? Who's Munafik? She sounds like a new, short lived, one hit wonder hip hop star.
Munafik.
Yeah. It's like in her one hit song, she said, "Don't even think this be my peak. I'm Munafik." But that's the last big thing she ever did.
That's the last big thing she ever did.
So she really regretted those lyrics when Carlin became a ginger. Like that episode right there is also indicative of how smart South Park is, but also indicative of how dangerous discourse can be, right? Because it's like what they're trying to do is make a point about stupid groupish shit, right? What they actually end up doing is creating on elementary school playgrounds all around the country that being reenacted and there being this wave of anti-ginger sentiment. You know, when smart people are trying to make a point about how dumb people are being dumb so they won't be dumb anymore, sometimes people are dumb in a way they go, oh, you're setting an example for me. Let me emulate that. Sorry about that. I pushed the wrong button. We're back now. We're back. You don't have to fret. You don't have to panic. You should perhaps worry a little bit, but even that worry will be unfounded because we're back. That's why they call me Slim Shady. It's because I'm back. Like Dave Chappelle got very disturbed by what he perceived as an audience member laughing at his race jokes for the wrong reason. Well, it certainly is possible, although in that instance, I would suggest it seems a little unlikely, right? Like, somebody goes to a Dave Chappelle show. It's unlikely to be a racist who wants to laugh at racist humor, but conceivably, I guess. Regardless, with that ginger thing, they the lesson that episode is supposed to teach probably didn't result in the impacts that would be suggestive of that lesson having been taught. But like there's that episode also about the loud bikers, and how everybody calls them fags, you know. And what did that, of course, cause? It caused a lot of the people in the country, whenever a super loud biker passed by with their Harley, you say out loud or under your breath or to your partner or whatever, fag. And they successfully recaptured and repurposed that word. So it's not exclusively hate speech anymore. When used to reference bikers on loud motorcycles, it doesn't mean homosexual at all. It just means that, you know. That was a great episode. That was a great episode about language, you know. Of course, in NTP, probably E, whoever, whichever guy's in charge, is going to have a lot of great things to say about language. But that show is, if I were going to be like hatery at all, I would say, like, that's the dream ENTP life right there. You got a show concept that gets you contract to make that show. You're able to express all your endless extroverted intuition, variability via that show. You're not going to run out of ideas, really. And you get to comment on bullshit all the time in story form. It's got the TE's already built in. You've got time limits for how long it needs to be, etc. And after you practice a few times, you'll really get the hang of the TE of writing one of those episodes. And nothing speculative. You know that your work's going to be out there publicly seen by a lot of people. You want it to be good. You're always trying to improve. You're keeping track of how you've done before and being impacted by things you've done before. You watch and critique yourself and try not to make those mistakes again. So it's continually staying fresh because it's both linked to topical things like what's going on right now in current events, linked in his head to his previous work. He's trying to differentiate from that while staying true to it. And it's he's living a life that's perfectly designed for him, right? As a consequence, he's absolutely killing it. South Park is still fresh. I don't really watch it, but new episodes aren't. You can't say really anything about new episodes being better or worse or whatever. It's been the same level of quality throughout. Occasional misses, some bigger hits, um, mostly all very good and always smart. Always the smartest show on television. He's not. They're not. He's not the smartest artist. That would go to Johnny, because Johnny doesn't make any mistakes, and that's what makes him the smartest artist. But definitely making the smartest television show on television, and has been for a long time. It shows no signs of losing his who he is, which is almost certainly an ENTP. He's not worried about running out of ideas or getting stale because he can always be divergent, reinvent aspects of it without losing the core to it, and come up with new shit, especially since he gets to talk about shit happening in the world, not just in the show. I don't think that happens with South Park. He may have hired some assistant writers or something, but I suspect that the main guy basically writes every episode because you can see. I can see anyway, maybe because I'm the same type as him, probably. I can really see his how his creative process has impacted how he writes episodes over time, and he writes about writing some as well. There are episodes like the anti-Family Guy episode is all about how Family Guy fails to do what he's learned to do, and that's an excellent example of meta done right. Right. Well, prolific in the modern age is not good. Okay. So I'm a prolific creator, but that just means in actual practice that a person's first encounter with my material, which can have the impact of them deciding this guy's not worth anything, may be any number of possible things, is much less likely to be the best video I have than something else, right? Um, so Johnny spent a year working on making that album. It's Never Fair, Always True. And making the film, It's Never Fair, Always True, which is to say all the music videos for that album. Well, yeah, he spent a year on that. So it took him a year to do that album, plus all the videos, etc. All the prep for the big release of It's Never Fair, Always True, which included things like scheduling a concert tour, etc. All that stuff he did in 1 year. The amount of work he produced is not a great total amount of work. You know, it's an album's worth of songs and more or less an album's worth of videos. That would, if I worked on nothing else but that, and I tried to make things as perfect as I could, it would take me quite a long time. And the results wouldn't come out nearly as good. But that seems like about the amount of time that should take if you're doing it on a major label. You're going to the recording studio. They probably spent months going into the recording studio every day working on shit. You know, maybe the majority of the year just going into the recording studio working on stuff. That's a big expense for a recording studio unless you're working with a major label. So certainly the access to top end recording studio stuff empowered Johnny a lot and has something to do with how brilliant this new album is. But remember, he had brilliant shit that he produced on his own before he signed with them that also sounds quite good. It doesn't sound as amazing as the new stuff, but he did a lot of good work independent of any major label.
Yeah, he really did.
Which is what you got to do. You got to be successful first if you want to get onto a major label. Being on a major label definitely has its advantages, and ultimately will make him more money than doing it himself. The reason being the industry shit. It's like he's got this perfectly booked tour that takes him across the United States and Europe, timed exactly with his album, and they're managing his sort of press junket and stuff like that. The amount of facilitation they provide allows the artist to, for example, make a lot more money playing these shows. $30 a head, $1,000 a venue, 1,000 heads a venue, call it, right? That's $30,000 in ticket sales a night. They're playing every single night, and the majority of that is going to go to the musicians. So no, I agree. South Park is, because of that, equally impressive as a production. The fact that they do this, make a whole episode in a week from writing to completion, is very impressive. But that's not really about the art. That's about how efficiently they get good art made. Um, you can't really say the art is better because we know that they they did this in such a little amount of time. It does impact whether or not you're impressed about it in some sense, but it doesn't impact ultimately the quality of the artifact independent of that knowledge. And there's no denying that also that the hardest thing to do, media wise, is what Johnny pulled off. Making a perfect album or close to perfect album. They appear to have taken the last song off of the album. Um, so I don't know, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, or something like that, I left a comment on that last song after listening to the whole album saying, this album is amazing, it's nearly perfect, and there's not been any album that's even close to perfect, really, since Rubber Soul, you know? You might throw another Beatles album in there that only has one or two misses on it, but the only mistake Johnny made in that album was the last song is too long. So I put in my comment, right? It's all raving about the shit, except I said there's just one mistake. You made the last song too long. Of course, then I realized the last song's titled Selfish Hate. So he outsmarted me there too, right? But what was interesting, probably unrelated, but not necessarily. So that comment of mine that I put up there was removed for some reason. I'm not sure why. Maybe because I suggested that it would be fantastic if I could somehow interview him, and you were supposed to go through the email to ask for interview requests and stuff. You're not supposed to put that in a comment. That's a hypothesis I have as to why maybe it was removed. But it was removed. But then after my comment was removed, that song no longer appeared at the end of the album. So you click like play all for the album playlist, and it used to have Selfish Hate as the last song. Now it doesn't anymore. So it probably not related to my comment.
You never know.
But it could be.
I'm surprised they deleted your comment. Sorry it happened.
Well, if they removed it for the reason I think, they were right to remove it technically, which is all business inquiries should go through this email. It says that, I'm sure, in the about thing, right? That, talking about wanting to interview him was a business inquiry, and I did not follow that rule. So if I'm right that that's why they removed it, I don't have any problem with it.
Okay.
Was what Michelle Shocked related?
Meow.
My comment being
Meow.
removed on Johnny's video? No. Nothing to do with Michelle Shocked. I left another comment yesterday that just said, because he had put a comment at the top of the film release of It's Never Fair, Always True. And it said, I'm so excited to show you all the work I've been doing for the last year. This is a comment he put up 4 months ago, right? It only had 18 replies, surprisingly. So I put a reply there saying, "Yeah, the work you've been doing is absolutely spectacular. I haven't been so impressed by a new artist in a long time, if ever. And my wife and I have tickets to your SLO show, and we're super excited to see you live." That's what my comment said, basically.
That
More
one's
or
still
less.
there. That's still there, right?
I'm assuming it is.
Yeah, there's nothing.
I don't know why they would remove that one. The thing is, I also think my previous comment might not have been removed had I commented as talking with famous people rather than Eric Strauss.
Oh.
I tend to be logged in as Eric Strauss a lot because I have YouTube TV now. But unfortunately, Eric Strauss has YouTube TV instead of talking with famous people.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
Alright, this one. This is the one they got removed from. I put this comment though as a follow up to my previous comment. Oh my god, I just got the title. You're absolutely blowing our minds. We're in full agreement, my wife and I. You're a genius of unprecedented proportion. I don't think that's overstating it at all,
No,
even.
it's not.
It's correct. Normally, when people blow smoke up people's asses, they're blowing smoke up people's asses. You never hear me gush like this about anybody because nobody has earned it heretofore. Now, what was the video I put a comment on this morning? Oh, I remember. That's right. Now I remember. I was looking in the wrong place. And this one I put. The work you completed over the past year plus is absolutely spectacular. I can't recall ever being so impressed, delighted, and captivated by a new musical artist without any of the hit and miss that seems to affect everyone else. My wife and I had tickets for your September 22nd show in San Luis Obispo. We couldn't be more excited to see you live. Isn't that nice?
That is nice.
It feels nice to me to be able to honestly gush about something because I don't want to be a negative Nancy in the world. It's just, I also have, I also know how hard it is. I mean, I also always know when something's not quite perfect. Music, that I'm listening to. I can't lie to myself about how good something is if it's not really that good. I might have an initial enthusiasm that wanes, but it's like I waited quite a while before I started gushing as much as I did about this guy. I had to listen to it a number of times before to confirm that what I thought was happening here was actually happening here. I mean, it's generally YouTube has a box you fill in that says like, where do you want them to direct business inquiries, and you put your email or whatever there. And I think YouTube Auto puts something like, please direct business inquiries to meow. So it's a plenty good justification to remove a comment that you don't want somebody trying to conduct some sort of business with you in the comments is perfectly reasonable. And even though it was just sort of an overreach of my genuine enthusiasm in the moment, I respect the fact that that was not appropriate. And they should, if they remove my comment for that reason, I have no problem with it. No, I didn't put my email or anything like that. I just indicated a desire to interview him and hoped he was going to comment Okay, well, you could interview me in meow meow time or something like that. But just like a hope and a prayer. I didn't expect him to do so. I'm assuming he's too difficult to get to at this point. You know, he's too big for me to successfully interview him. But nevertheless, no, I mean nobody would have thought that that comment was a bot. No way. It was a long
No.
comment. I
Yeah.
said a lot of things in it. I was I was enthralled at that moment, and my normal amount of reasonable FE breaks that would stop me from fanboying had just been overwhelmed by the powerful flood of water of truth that was coming to me. Well, I'm not convinced that's why it was deleted. I'm saying I can come up with a reason that would be okay with me for them to delete it. Therefore, I'm going to assume that's the case because the alternative is for me to be mad about it. I only have to choose the question, do I have something to be mad about here? If I can come up with a good enough reason why they deleted it that would pass my muster, then I shouldn't be mad about it because I did make a mistake regardless of what their motivations were. It doesn't matter to me why they took it down. It would only matter if I couldn't come up with any good reason. It could have been auto taken down by YouTube, a algorithm or a bot. I'm not saying that it might not have auto been taken down. I'm saying no person would have taken it down thinking that was a bot.
So I think that it actually was a comment left in a different video because it, your comment was the only comment that was on the video.
Yeah, it made me wonder about that. Maybe like the comment section wasn't working at the time and displaying the comments, and then when I left mine, it didn't actually take. You know, it could have been on a server end. That video wasn't showing those comments because it seemed to be the same video content, but it also seems to have jumped in number of views. When I commented on that, it only had 4,000 views on it. But that could be explained simply by its increasing popularity, so it's hard to say. Is there another example of that video? Let's find out. So
It was like we were listening to the music, and we were both amazed that the song didn't have any comments on it. And I don't think it was a music video. I think it was a music and lyrics.
did they put it back on? They did.
Yeah.
They put it back on the album now. Alright, so is there any other instance of selfish hate on the channel? It's like, no, not anymore. So they may have taken down another copy of the song. That's possible. Or, I don't know what was going on with that. I don't know why that comment got taken down. I don't know if anybody ever saw it or not. Well, his thing actually doesn't say direct business inquiries to me. It doesn't say anything about that. He's got 81 million views so far on his videos. And when did he join? 2014. I joined in 2012.
From Maverick.
And I only have how many? Oh, I don't want to go there. How many views? Let's see. 4,614,868 views. That's not too bad.
No, that's really not.
See this thing here, details. It prompts you to put your email address you want for business inquiries, and auto puts this thing that says for business inquiries, and then view email address. And you click it, it'll show you my email address.
Oh, yeah.
But what doesn't it do? It doesn't say that on his about thing. So he checked no on that thing. I need to add this page. Yes, I do. $100. Look, here it is.
Oh, yeah.
100.
Oh,
And my links. Let me get rid of this one. Get rid of this one. I'll leave that one. I could also add a link. I could link to like Google.
yeah.
That's all the link I have. I'm not like normal people. I don't have my Instagram and my Twitter and my no. Okay? I'm sorry. I only have energy for one platform. The idea of trying to maintain multiple platforms, that just seems like a bad idea to me. Even two things on one platform is hard. Like, you think it's easy maintaining Mindy's Club
No, it's
while
not.
concurrently doing nothing? No, it's not easy.
While concurrently doing nothing.
It's difficult.
Honestly, it is though.
Surprisingly, it kind of is, yeah. But it probably shouldn't be.
Well, getting those dolls to like sit in place.
There's that. Yeah, it's Tiffany. I made such a poor choice when I got Tiffany. She just doesn't sit well. She sits as well as a fish. Fish don't sit well.
No, they don't.
It's fair to say, even, that they sit poorly. One, 2, 0, 9, 9, 6, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6. Two. I needed to press 2 for customer care and sales. I don't need care. Hi, my name's Eric Strauss, and I live at 7179 Snyder Ridge Road in Mariposa. And you guys recently connected the fiber cables from the street to my house, and I want to know if I can upgrade my internet yet. Yeah, they came and took it from the street to the house, and it's connected. They were here, and then they left. It looked different, so I'm hoping we can get fiber internet now. You can't see my fingers now, but they're crossed. Probably I said Chris Morrow, Dave Porter. Okay, it was one of those two. If he'll be back at some point later today, I can. Do you need me to tell you my phone number? Okay. Actually, I would like to go to Max 200. Max 200, it's called. Landline is the best number. Yeah. Okay. Is there an install process where they have to come inside the house? Because they did not come inside the house when they brought it to the house. They just went to the box outside. Hmm. No, I saw them outside, and well, I just happened to walk outside while they were there, really. And then they said what they were there for, and I said, "Oh, fantastic! Do you need to come inside the house?" And they said, "No." And then I said, "I'm gonna have to call Sierra Hotel tomorrow." That was like a week ago. I finally remembered to call you today. Well, if it's connected, I need to get, I'm sure, a new modem that's for that speed rate. And at the moment, okay, okay, they do have to at some point come inside the house. So that part hasn't been done yet. Okay, great. So if they can, if they're ready to come inside the house, I would like to schedule that as soon as possible. And thank you very much. All right, thanks a lot. Bye.
So they put you on the schedule?
Well, um, I'm ahead of their schedule. Is what's happening. They after they put it to the house, then they mail you a postcard eventually. It says, "Hey, it's at your house, and if you want to upgrade, here are your options." Then you're supposed to call them and say, "We're jumping the gun by saying, I want internet now."
Oh.
If we had
disappoint
internet,
us.
if we had, it's not a wait list or anything. It's like the guy who was handling my account before is out on medical, and she she looked at the information they had. There was no notes on our file that indicated that they had changed anything, like completed this connection, right? But what I wasn't clear on is if she meant that they didn't complete, whether they completed this thing outside was undone or whether they were supposed to come inside to work. Now it's very clear to me at the end. They've connected here, but it's not noted on our file because our file manager is out on medical leave, and he's the one who's responsible for noting it on our file. So she can't confirm that they've come connected the outside part. But if it is true that we've connected the outside part, then all we need to do is schedule the inside part.
Okay.
And so basically, the only reason I couldn't get a definitive thing from her is because she couldn't confirm something that I absolutely know happened. Those guys were here. They told me specifically they were connecting the fiber. When I came back, that box over there looked different, had a different kind of wire going into it. So that's done for sure. So that means, yes, we can get fiber internet, and we just have to schedule the appointment when they come and install it.
That's great.
And then we're going to be at 200. Download up to 200. Upload, more importantly, much more important than the download up to 200, is the upload up to 100. That's what I'm talking about. Now I can put my phone back on, I'll be able to put my phone back on auto sync with Google Photos, and I'll be able to clear all these videos and things off my phone. In the status quo, if I have Google Photos set to auto upload, it will cripple my ability to do other things on the internet, like watch TV and stuff. I may watch TV, but I can't. I'd be completely unable to live stream for sure. And it takes forever. Uploads take a long ass time. At 100 per second, 100 megabits per second. Now that's a good amount of upload power, right? And I believe Sierra Tel will deliver at least the numbers it promises. It says right here. Let's see. Unlimited data and no throttling. We will never charge you extra or slow you down. They don't throttle at all. You know, my current internet is functioning at a much higher level than what they promised. And it's because what they promised originally was the best for DSL, which is super slow, you know. Missed opportunity, Ruben, missed opportunity. Well, the thing is, Eric Strauss doesn't post a lot of comments, right? Until I got YouTube TV. So this change in behavior of mine is something the system has to get used to. It doesn't trust Eric Strauss nearly as much as it trusts Talking with Famous People. Because Talking with Famous People has a long history of putting up mostly non-controversial videos that don't cause problems.
Would you like a cup of noodles?
Yes, I would. Thank you. Moonfei posts a quote. This is a comment I got on a video of mine today. Now I'm gonna go ahead and listen to it, but as soon as I saw you, I have no interest in what you're saying whatsoever. But out of fairness, I'm gonna go ahead and watch the video. What a ridiculous comment.
Yeah.
As soon as I saw you, I have no interest in what you're saying. I mean, how can you determine your interest in what somebody's saying without hearing what they're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, in fact, why is probably for a lot of different reasons, you know? Um, sometimes, sometimes it's a George Bush thing, right? Sometimes George W. Bush was right. It's simply a they hate our liberty thing. But generally, what it is when that happens is you're seeing somebody else expressing elements of authentic empowerment that they lack, wish they had, feel generally smart about, and are better able to critique than they are to do, right? The most loved people are also the most hated, you bring attention. I mean, there's a challenge made from some people's perspective anytime you move through the world not scared. If you're comfortable with who you are and you have confidence in your own righteousness, in other words, you're not carrying around guilt, secrets, etc., nor are you engaged in repeatedly practicing objectively bad behaviors, etc. Except Paul Rudd. Everybody loves Paul Rudd. That rule does not apply to Paul Rudd. I agree. The thing is, what's interesting about that loved hated thing is well, okay. The main point about it is it seems to speak to two vectors. The person's self concept and the person's self awareness. So comments like that are probably provoked or catalyzed by a combination of you might say weak self concept, but I would say thinly staffed self concept, and on the other one, a lack of self-awareness regarding that. So not enough metacognition probably correlates with being young. A certain amount of non-metacognitive display can be explained by youth. I have to respect that because as an SI person myself, it takes me a long time to learn anything, and I made a lot more mistakes when I was younger than I do now. What's interesting about that loved hated thing, additionally, though, is if you take somebody like me, what is true is that the people that elicit the most passionate response in certain fields, anyway, are typically correlate with divisiveness. So Trump elicits a passionate response, and we're comparing against the general level of overwrought passion that represents the new norm. Biden elicits a less passionate response. People don't really say he's smart and evil or he's reckless. They just say he's sleepy or whatever, dementia, etc. So he's not as divisive as Trump was, and because he doesn't elicit as much passionate response. Um, Again, comparing against what's this ridiculous normalized outrage, right, as a way of engaging politically. Um, but in my instance, I'm not divisive. I may or may not elicit a passionate response, though, in the sense that people like Michael Smith.
Not yet. It's sorry.
No, thank you. I appreciate it for reminding me. Uh, he obviously hates me. I'm divisive in some regard, in that some of the people who come around and encounter me and deal with me seem to passionately dislike me. Um, I'd say Winston's mom's a pretty effusive fan. I sort of think that's her MO, you know. But by and large, I would hope that I can somehow bypass this catch-22. I don't want to be divisive, but I do want to elicit people's passionate support in the sense that I want people to genuinely believe in me and feel as though their faith in the country is restored for the first time in a long time, etc., which is, I think, the appropriate response. Provided I'm actually running and, going through the motions of actually doing it. Because in the status quo, we're dealing with fairly passionate bases in the party that represent the constituency within the party that actually makes decisions. And we've got a recent history, anyway, probably maybe for the entire history of the country, I don't know, of political parties continually prioritizing their interests over the country's interests. This is a problem, right? We don't want what's intended to be a useful way to define government and a useful process of governing become the destruction of the country. The adversarial quality between parties and the choice to primarily be a two-party system both make lots of sense. A multi-party system though it might seem appealing, and probably to a lot of people it does seem appealing, is wholly ill advised for the following reason. Let's say you get a third party that has power. You make it very reasonably easy for fourth, whatever power parties to get into power. You end up with a lot of people, a lot of things like this. You have one representative from the no beer tax party that
Sorry.
that that's their only issue that they care about is getting their beer tax repealed. When you have parties like that, you end up with a situation where they're willing to compromise with anybody about anything as long as they get their beer tax repeal bill passed. And so that's not a good way to represent a constituency or as a member of an elected government because you want them to consider the good of the country, not just the beer tax. Now, the Democrats and Republicans, by virtue of the fact that they've got to encompass a whole bunch of different positions on a whole bunch of different things, basically have a platform of sorts, right? Or at least talking points, need to define themselves against more than just one issue. They need to represent themselves as the team that's representing the best interests of the country. And the Republicans, same thing.
Like, that's so disappointing, Moonfei, because, like, I just don't understand people's thinking behind, like, those kind of comments. Like, your video was very short, totally surprising. I did not know what you were going to say to the end. But they're basing, if they're going to watch you by your appearance, it's so shallow.
It's just a really mean way of saying,
Yeah.
I don't like the visual aesthetics of this short.
Yeah, it's like so mean. Like, it's so mean. It's so mean that I can't find the words to express, like, how upsetting it is to me.
Well, I'm surprised that you're surprised. Because I've been a YouTuber long enough to know that shitty people out there leave the most unwarranted, completely unlinked to reality, hate-filled, spewing comments all the time for no reason.
Yeah, and you know you know a lot about that.
And when they can't get to me, they start sending shitty stuff to Rachel. Rachel got a horrible text on the day of our wedding.
Yeah,
right?
a phone call. I got a voicemail.
It was just insulting her appearance, basically.
Oh yeah, that's true, but Mr. Bobby. Call of Duty games, like those multiplayers where you had to have the headphone on. Oh, they're so mean. Like, taunting.
No, I've never played those games. But in that environment, okay, it's a competition environment. You shouldn't expect people to be nice. It would be good if there was like good sportsmanship and shit. But at least a competition environment, basically a virtual sport, is the right environment for that thing to happen if it's going to happen at all. But whereas somebody's pleasant short about tarot cards or whatever it was about, that it took her longer to write that hate-filled comment than it did to watch the video.
Yeah, and the video was very short, and it mostly had what I had was Moonfae saying, I never thought I was going to say this, but, and there's she's thinking pensively for maybe 10 seconds, and then she said how she heard some commentary about the Barbie movie and it made her want to go see it. That's literally the whole thing.
Really?
Yes.
Wow. Interesting. There must be a Barbie movie fan who says, that's weird all of a sudden be calling out the Barbie movie?
Oh God.
What a tart.
I'm gonna pull some cards for the Barbie movie because I am more and more the more and more people talk about it, more and more I want to see it because it's like I need to know. So Barbie movie.
You know what, Luda just remember this. You are an ambassador for weirdness. Anybody who engages with you at all, if they're sane, honest, whatever, is going to think you're fantastic.
Yeah, and you are fantastic.
And if they want to live in this world where they can prejudge people because into weird and normal people, well, you are the perfect ambassador. You could not be more likable and pleasant, and you're weird for the right reasons. You're embracing the autonomy of the self in a way that allows you to shake loose some from those FE shackles. And that's a good thing. That's called actualization. You know? It's your expression of actualization, of particularism. And and that's scary to people who don't like to have their norms challenged and aren't very smart, because if they're going to see their norms challenged, they want, well, they don't want to see their norms challenged. If they're using this horrible heuristic and the person they're listening to is actually cool, there's a gap between expectations and reality, right? They need to fix that. So, if they're dumb, they try to change reality by shitting on you. There. Now it's not nice. It has a big turd on it. If they're smart, they change their map and they say nothing and then later think, I need to rethink the way I'm engaging with the world a little bit.
Okay, so the cards that I chose for the Barbie movie, and fittingly, two of them are pink. The first one is sweetness. The next one is disruption, and the last one is growth.
For Lou.
Okay. Next one's for Lou.
Here, let me see this.
Sorry, I want freaking.
I'll do it myself. If you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. This card is the first card for Lou. It's got a star in a diamond in a circle in a square, and that means ideation. Okay? Ideation. You gotta run, get an appointment, but you're gonna listen. Yeah, just take your phone with you. Listen. The next one is trust. You gotta trust your ideation. Going to the eye doctors is fine. Give yourself space. Remember, there's lots of space between you and these idiots. You simply remove the comment. Don't justify yourself. You don't need to explain to ill-intentioned persons why you feel justified enough to remove their shit. The real reason is they're ill-intentioned. You can't prove that, but it doesn't matter. It's your channel. And if it makes you feel bad, remove it.
Good cards. What'd you say the space was about?
That's what you need to remember. There's lots of space between her and these idiots, and she can make it infinite space by just removing their comment. And she should do so as per her subjective inclination, because it's something that both she and I and you are prone to undervalue. Boy, ain't that the truth, sister?
Wow, Moonfae, like, I'm so sorry.
You know what you make me want to do? This is a disruptive idea I have. I want to make a video that wags my finger at hateful commenters and says, it's like basically, you've received this link as a reply to your video because your comment has been deemed spiteful, hateful, or otherwise shitty in an unacceptable fashion. Stop doing this stuff. You're just trying to make people feel bad for no particular reason except, I guess, potentially projecting your own insecurities onto them and or tearing them down to make yourself feel better. It's not cool. It's unethical. You're wicked. I want you to stop doing those things and become a good person. Engage honestly with YouTubers rather than just shitting on them. And then I say, all YouTubers are welcome to link to this video as a reply to any such comments they may receive. That's a good idea. Isn't that a good idea, everyone? Oh my God, it's such a good idea. We love your good idea, Aaron.
We do love your good idea.
Can I fondle your good idea? Well, not at the moment, but maybe later. I'll tell you what I need to do next. I need to call my doctor's office. Otherwise, it'll have to wait till Monday. So, Optum. There we go. Let's find out what the number is. Let's find out what the number is. Let's find out what the number is and give them now a call. 1-626-309-7600. Call. I have to go pee. Rachel will entertain you with her profile.
I'm back. I want to give you guys a card reading, but I don't know who. I'm going to see if I could see the comments on my phone. Okay, so who would like a card from the Prism Oracle deck? I'm only going to do one card, but I'll read from the book. Karma's Pimp, would you like one? Okay, Karma's Pimp. Karma's Pimp. This one fell out, so I'm going to give you two. Karma's Pimp. Ooh, you got pink card, Comfort. Let me see what it says in the book about comfort. Comfort. When comfort comes up in a reading, it signals that you may need to invite some more self-care and comfort into your life. A great way to do this is through nourishing your spirit or higher self. This can be something as simple as cleaning out your home and rearranging your space in order to invite in clear and comforting energy. It can also mean taking the time to prepare yourself a meal that your body has been craving. Wherever it is, do it with ease and give your nervous system the gentle break it needs. That's comfort. The other one that you got was a blue card, and it says trust. I'll read that too. Trust. When this card comes up in a reading, it's a sign to start trusting yourself. We often seek advice from outside sources and people we trust. The reality, though, is that most of the time, deep down inside, you know what you need to do. Have the confidence to trust in yourself and your own self-governance. Ultimately, you can make your own decisions. Not too bad. Pretty insightful stuff. Yeah, it did say that, Rubenar. Rubenar, would you like a pull? I'll get you two cards. Cool. All right, Rubenar. Rubenar.
I got a new lady. She's new to this job. She got it done, but everything was super slow. You can hear her talking to herself. Okay, I gotta check this. She must have been on like the first week of her job. I'm sorry to have come in and
No, that's
interrupted
okay.
you. Please continue while I go outside and smoke a cigarette and do your card thing for a bit while I do this, and then when I come back in, I will not be interrupting you so much.
You didn't. Don't worry about it. Okay, Rubenar.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Rubenar. Okay. first card you get is the blue card color, and it says flow. The name aquamarine is derived from the two Latin words aqua and marina, meaning seawater. This card is about going with the flow, changing and adapting to a situation rather than fighting against it. It's important to keep in mind that currents can be very strong and water always gets to where it wants to go, slowly carving away stones as it flows by. Let this thought guide you on your journey and let the water carry you to where you need to go. The next one is rejection, and I think this is orange. Let's see what it says about rejection. Rejection. Try to reframe the pain of rejection and consider that whatever rejected wasn't meant to be part of your life at this time, whether it be a person, job, or something else. Some even say that rejection is protection. So even though it may really hurt right now, know that something better is waiting for you. Trust that whatever is meant for you is on its way. It's actually pretty positive looking. And a lot of people do say that rejection is divine protection. Nice usage of emojis there. Yeah, you got rejected into the flow. You're right, Rubinar. You're welcome, Rubinar, of course. My pleasure. Is there anyone else who would like? Ow. Oh my gosh, don't feel bad about that at all. The donation at all was nice. It didn't, I mean, $100. I mean, I can be very naive. It was a joke, Rubinar, we got it. You don't have to feel bad. It was a good one too, because you got us. Like, you know what I mean? That was kind of the intent, right? Okay. Okay, Hero Lamb, the next one's for you. It's so weird. Hero Lamb says, I wouldn't mind a reading. I've been annoyed lately dealing with annoying people at the same time. My love life is pretty good. So it's weird to like one person a lot, but then be annoyed with most others. Yeah. Yeah. Hero Lamb. Hero Lamb. Hero Lamb. Hero Lamb.
And then after that, if you can, I'd like you to pull for me in the Michelle Shocked case.
Okay.
I at least have an idea outside, which I will articulate after the poll. And it'll help motivate me maybe to register for the Discover website today, which is another thing I need to do.
Okay. Hero Lamb. Wow, Hero Lamb. Okay, so the The first card you got was love. It's a pink card. Love. When this card arises, it's a sign to notice the love that exists in your life, whether as romantic, platonic, or familial love, or even an intense interest. Where and how is love manifesting in your life? How can you embrace it? And then the next card you got is consciousness. Consciousness is our ability to feel and sense what is around us and within us, and to tap into a deeper universal connection. Allow yourself to go beyond yourself and your ego. Tune into this consciousness deeply as you move forward on your journey.
It's called the Balls Deep card. Oh, you didn't trick me for a second. You just tricked Rachel for a
Yeah,
second.
that's me. I'm pretty naive.
Okay, so now can you do Michelle Shock? That's the Balls Deep card, the one you just read the thing for. It's saying go balls deep. Whatever it is you're doing.
Yeah. Okay. So what am I asking is specifically just Michelle shocked or?
What does the Oracle have to say about Eric and the Michelle Shock situation?
Okay.
And then you do Hero Lamb.
Oh, I did already.
Or you just did Hero
Yep.
Lamb, my bad.
Alright, so.
Then I'll tell everybody my idea. There's card number 1. Here's card number 2. Card number 2 came up ways. And it says mystery. What about card number 2? Sadness.
No. You want to pull another one?
Yeah, well, it didn't say who's going to be sad. Yeah. Let's see what. I did say Eric and the Michelle Shock's case. But I guess I am thinking somewhat also right now about sadness regarding this new idea I have. But go ahead, let's see. Were you holding them deeply though? How does one hold one's balls deeply? I think one holds one's balls deeply by holding them at the bottom of a well. What's my third card? Let's find out. Rachel's a shuffling round and about. She'll soon pull out the truth, I'm sure. Let's find out, I hope it's pure. Peace. Alright, so here's my idea that I had when I was smoking outside, because I'm trying to motivate myself to get on this shit. It's all the same as before, except I'll tailor swifter. I'll ask for damages of $1. And I'll say, and that way I can uphold the implicit moral standard I'm asking them to apply in this instance, which is the party here, Michelle Shocked, should have attempted some less drastic remedy before trying to litigate against me. She never asked me even to take the video down, or gave me any opportunity to comply. Had she asked nicely, from a position of civility, I probably would have taken it down. She would never have asked nicely, of course. She wants to force people. So, certainly, had she asked me to take the first video down, I would have taken it down because it linked to her shit, you know. The second video, which is one that really made her mad, which is me saying let's cancel culture her for this instead. Um, was adequately nuanced to be correctly understood as a support of copyright and copyright law and a condemnation of her antisocial application of it in order that attempts to criminalize mistakes. No, well, I mean, the first video, she said she just had it taken down by YouTube. YouTube took it down. The second video, did she say that to me? She might have. But, yeah, obviously I don't like to respond to threats. If she did say that in an email or something, then I might have a record of that. But I was operating now under the assumption that she hadn't even ever asked me to take it down. Remember ever getting an email asking me to take it down. Well, okay, look, she's within her rights to get me a copyright strike, even though she has less drastic remedies available to her, right? I can't complain about the legitimacy of her getting me a copyright strike. I can only say it's not indicative of a very good person to purposefully. Who cares about that, Mr. Bobby? My point is that's irrelevant to everything. That's, you know, her homophobia or whatever is not relevant to her music. And the thing is, her copyright stance isn't either. So I might even retract my central claim there that we should cancel culture her for this. But it's much more legitimate to cancel culture somebody for what's profoundly antisocial behavior that actually incurs direct impacts on people, like what she did to me and is doing to me, than it is to cancel culture somebody for position statements that disagree with their own, right? Because her approach to copyright is a non-social approach, right? Instead of trying to afford cushion for error by people, like YouTube's created a great system where they've tried to make it as easy as possible for copyright holders to get YouTube's content taken down without punishing the creator or incurring any liability, right? So they've afforded lots of powerful options to copyright holders in order to get them to choose something other than issuing a DMCA takedown notice, okay? Michelle Schock had to bypass every other possible lesser remedy as her first step and go straight to DMCA takedown notice for me to get a copyright strike. That's what happened. I'm saying, I'm sorry I linked to your shit on the Internet Archive. My bad. But did you have to, like, sentence me to 10 years in jail for shoplifting a Twinkie? You know, what I'm saying is her response was not in proportion to what I had done. I was not violating your copyright as you would normally think one might, like including a song in a video that I made is not my song, and having it be a part of the soundtrack to a movie or something like that. That's a copyright violation. I'm only even accused of secondary copyright violation, and And even that, I'm not sure if what I did legally qualifies or not. That's what her claim says. And I'm also completely falsely accused of violating a copyright as part of a scheme to get clients for my typing business. Didn't she say you're a little cowardly man or something? I don't remember everything she said about me. But how can people live like this? Her and Michael Smith, etc. How can these people live their lives like this, angry all the time? I guess it's preferable to whatever other emotion underlies it, right? I mean, I don't think he's making generalizations about either of these two people. Every encounter, every exchange I've had with Michelle Shocked at all, she's been seething with anger. Mm. Same with Michael Smith. Now, it may be true that other parts of their lives are not them expressing anger, but I've never, and neither has Hero ever, seen anything but anger from either of those two people. So it's perfectly reasonable to say that they're probably angry people in general. No, now we're not talking about these people, right? We're talking about two specific people. There's a big difference between Michelle Shocked and Michael Smith and they. They doesn't refer to specific people. Michelle Shocked and Michael Smith does refer to specific people. Huge, massive difference. They are trying to control the media is just childish metaphor. Michael Smith and Michelle Shocked are clearly angry is an accurate description of reality. See the difference? Yeah, it would surprise me too. We don't know for sure that they aren't angry in general, but certainly it would surprise me. Because you may see anger from me sometimes, but by no stretch of the imagination am I always angry. And also, the things I get angry about are reasonable things to be angry about. Like, what was Michael Smith so angry about? Like, did he indicate what he was mad at me for? At least before, he was angry at me for type policing Melissa Talks. I had some reason that he presented as why he was so angry at me. But what did he say today? Like, did he give any indication of why he was so angry at me? What I had done that pissed him off so much? I don't think so.
I didn't see.
Probably the chat won't go back that far, but he didn't seem very pleased with my very reasonable, fair, rational, and responsive response because he just ended with, like, you're a horrible person or something like that. I don't remember exact words, but a wretched man, I think he said. And I'm out of here. I would have thought he was maybe a bot even, except I've seen him on camera before. Again, Mr. Bobby, I don't believe I will be president. I do believe I will run for president, and I hope I will get elected. I have faith that my righteousness, the truth I speak, my expertise, my correctness, my patriotism, etc., are sufficient to validate this country we live in, which we call a citizen democracy, you know? Thank you, Rachel. I can't predict the future. I don't know for sure, but yeah, Michael Smith is back today. Okay, cool. Hello? Okay. Are you any time frame you want to tell me? Or okay. All right. Cool. All right. Yeah. That's great. That's fine. Yeah. Hey, we're really impressed with Seattle. We like you guys a lot. We moved up here from LA, and my friend in LA who lives in Temple City. He still doesn't have fiber at his house, and that's in the big city. So you guys are doing a great job. All right. Have a good day. Bye. Well, I know it doesn't mean they have to be angry all day long, Mr. Bobby. But the point is, if they're so angry at me for nothing, I mean, it's like life provides you a number of frustrations. People who do things that annoy you and stuff, and to some extent, if you have anger in your repertoire of things, then you'll get varying degrees of angry. In normal people, anger is proportional to the thing they're angry about, right? Like, um, if somebody, uh, I don't know, what would make me angry? Like, if somebody keeps calling Rachel from different numbers, leaving hateful messages, that's going to make me very angry, and I'll have a good reason to be angry, right? That it would be a good amount of anger is proportional to that thing to be angry about. What's curious in this instance, in both of these instances, right, is you're talking about people who are very angry at me, but can't articulate any good reason why they're so angry at me. So that suggests if nothing makes them that angry, given that life has some things in it as well that you should be angry about, how angry must they be about things they should be angry about? If they're this angry about something that they shouldn't be angry about at all. Well, the thing is, we're speculating where it's appropriate to speculate, Mr. Bobby, which is we acknowledge we're not doing any empirics on these people to confirm that, but it's a better explanation than any other I can come up with for why these people react so out of proportion to the amount of trespass against them. In Michael Smith's case, I haven't trespassed against him at all. In Michelle Shock's case, I may have literally, technically trespassed against her by linking that thing. That's not clearly established in my mind, but YouTube agreed with her. But her response was wildly disproportionate to my misdeed or whatever. Right, but Mr. Bobby, all of us sometimes display anger. Our point is those two people have displayed nothing but high level rage in response to very small level, if any, trespass. So you have to consider not just the fact that everybody gets angry. Everybody does, and that doesn't. There's no reason to pathologize. Um, but you're ignoring why that anger is different than normal anger. That makes me a little angry, but it doesn't make me an angry person, right? I wish you wouldn't ignore what I'm saying. There's a proportionality thing here. For Michael Smith, I didn't do anything at all that could possibly make him angry. But anyway, the point is, we're just, Graham and I are speculating. We're admittedly speculating. We don't know anything about this guy. I don't know if he's an angry person outside of his exchanges with me or not. But it makes more sense than something that would link specifically to me because, after all, I never did anything to the guy. Or anybody else for that matter. That would warrant anything like this level of vitriol, you know? So, I don't know what to think about it. It's an interesting thing to speculate about because it's so out of the normal, you know? Just like the most interesting part of psychology is abnormal psychology, right? What makes both Michelle Schacht and Michael Smith's responses to me interesting is that they're outliers and there's no linkage that a normal perspective can make. There may be linkage within themselves that they understand that we don't understand, but it doesn't link normally. So it elicits a desire to explain it, you know? Because there are, in fact, plenty of horrible people in the world who deserve the level of condemnation that Michael Smith's directing at me. But I'm definitely not one of them. And one wonders why, accordingly, he's chosen me to vent his spite at. You know, being FI polar means I normally try to look for faults in myself first to explain why somebody's being aggressive towards me. But in this instance, because the behavior is so disproportionate to anything that I can come up with as their possible justifications, it's a mystery. Especially Michael Smith. Michelle Schacht, I get that she's ultra triggered both by copyright and by cancel culture, right? So okay, I kicked her right in the FIs. But Michael Smith is just a mystery to me. It's like somebody convinced him at some point that Melissa Talks had been victimized by me. I don't think he ever even watched the Typology video. If he had, he would have realized I didn't even say she wasn't an ENTP. And he just went with that initial impression he'd been given and came in guns blazing to condemn me for my bully-like behavior, only to encounter somebody who's not the person he's been led to believe he is, and I guess unable to update his map, you know, unable or unwilling. But you know, like Jeff Shaw comes around all the time, leaves shitty comments and stuff. Continually makes me want to ask the question, why are you watching my videos then? If I'm so wrong about everything, such a pitiful failure, etc., then why do you keep watching my videos? Do you just like to watch people fail pitifully and then explain to them in vague terms that they're failing without any useful ideas about how to solve that failure or what that failure specifically might be? Is this what you get off on or what? The thing is, of course, that's not the explanation. The most likely explanation is that Jeff Shaw feels very threatened by me and keeps trying to take me down a notch, presumably to make himself feel better, or at least to make me stop demonstrating how healthy, joyous, and free you can be in front of him, which compels him to look at his own either unhappiness, lack of joy, or conscribed freedom. Get away, Bumblebee, Bumblebee. Get away from me, Bumblebee. You have a singer too, you see, even though you make no honey. I'll show you the bumblebee plant. The bumblebee plant is a plant over here that has a lot of bumblebees on it. Oh, they're not there right now. This plant right there was covered in bumblebees yesterday. I guess they must have sucked up all the nectar or whatever. Oh, the bumblebees sucked up all the nectar. Now we can't have nectar soup for dinner. You woodland friends make such a mess with your cutlets. I have to sweep. I have to sweep like it's Sweeps Week on TV. And my number one show is Supermarket Sweep. Let's see what I missed in the old Chatteroo. Oh. Okay, well, DJT, if you're going to make that sentence be accurate, I bully you because you're a bully. In the first instance, you mean bully you means embarrass myself. In the second person, replace your bully with you intimidate me. Rather than act intimidated, I will act confrontational. It's the only way I know how to deal with my intimidation. I got my teeth knocked out by Father Time and chewing. Many have been victimized by you. Name some of them. Otherwise, you're just... Previously, you called me a rapist. I asked the obvious question. Can you tell me the name of the person who I purportedly did this to? Of course, you didn't mean it, right? You didn't just call me one, you called multiple people that. Now you're calling me a victimizer. Can you name a victim that I victimized? And remember, telling someone the truth is not victimizing them. I'll take that as a no. So you should really reflect on that, right? You believe I victimized many people, but you can't name a single victim or single instance of me victimizing anybody. So you're going to have to wonder what's going on with yourself, right? Remember, just because I voice the truth in a very civil and cautious fashion about my perspective on someone else's type, does not mean in any way, shape, or form that I have victimized them, even if it makes them feel bad. They may feel bad. They may be a victim of the truth in that regard, or their own faulty self concept, but I have done nothing wrong. Okay? So the thing is, Michael Smith, when you're just insulting me or whatever, and I know it's frustrating that those don't really hit home with me. It's one thing. But you can't accuse me of wrongdoing without backing it up by at least pointing to an example, right? If I accused you of being a thief, you'd say, "What did I steal?" Right? You don't seem to get that there's a big difference between insulting somebody, whatever, saying shitty things about them, and falsely accusing them of things. The latter is not protected speech, and you need to watch out with that stuff. That's defamation. You could be sued for that. You could even, it's potentially subject to criminal prosecution because it's not protected speech. I'm not saying in the status quo statutes exist under which it could be prosecuted, but I'm nevertheless saying it's not protected speech. That's defamation, you know? So you need to ask yourself if, even if I'm a bad person and you're right somehow, if you want to be a bad person for sure and defame people, because if you can't back up the accusation with any specifics at all, that's defamation for sure. So you need to watch out with that. And defamation's always wrong. It's using lying to, or unsubstantiatable claims to cast a person's good character into a bad light. People shouldn't think I'm perfect, but they should believe me to be fundamentally a person of good character. And that means not somebody who victimizes others or a bully fundamentally. I may, on occasion, bully people, which is to say, I may get angry at someone's, like, obstructionist ways, and my anger may dislodge some resistance. Okay? In that regard, you could say I'm bullying them into something, or out of my way, really. But I am by no stretch of anyone's imagination by nature a bully. I do not seek out the weak to scold, condemn, whatever. I try to engage in an honest and civil fashion with everyone I meet. And it may not be the best thing in the world that I periodically get angry. People find me intimidating, and so the anger sometimes works accordingly. That's not an ideal reality, but it's part of who I am, and it's an area in which I'm growing as well. Like, I'm less prone to getting angry than I used to be. But like, to the extent I were to engage in hurtful language towards you, Michael Smith, I would certainly be justified in doing so. And if I were to get angry enough, I might do so. But you can't make me angry, really. You make me curious, mostly. Because I guess you're doing it in a very ham-fisted way. Um, I don't find it concerning at all because your attacks on me have no teeth. The worst thing you can come up with is a, a disrespectful gesture towards my father after he was dead. I mean, that's not a wrongdoing. That's a mistake in the heat of a lot of emotions, you know? I don't know exactly what the threshold is, but I know that uh, false accusations are both not protected speech and qualify for liability. In other words, you can sue people for that. Is it called defamation? I actually don't know that myself, to be honest. I was being a little fast and loose with my terms there. What I do know is that false accusation is not protected speech, and you can sue somebody for it. I'm not going to. I'm not Melissa Talks. The thing is, of course, there's also the factor of how believable and how much of a voice the source of the false accusation has in terms of how much liability they incur. So, nobody's going to believe Michael Smith with this false accusation because he provides no details, no specifics that anybody could agree with him comprise sufficient evidence, even if afforded truth, that would qualify as me victimizing anybody. We have plenty of examples in the world of actual victimization and plenty of actual victims to talk to about either their experience or whatever. And in no way, shape, or form can I be accused of victimizing anybody. Certainly not. I mean, maybe a long time ago, but certainly not anything Michael Smith would know about. Like, you could say I was definitely the wrongdoer when I cheated on my girlfriend when I was 18 years old. But I never did anything like that again. I learned my lesson. Again, that doesn't make me a bully or a victimizer. It makes me a human being who made a bad mistake and learned from it. So I'm not an expert on libel, defamation, slander. I don't know all the specifics of it enough to educate you on it, but I just know certain examples of certain things that don't qualify as protected speech, aka you can either be sued or potentially criminally prosecuted for. Things like calls to action, say screaming fire in a crowded theater. It makes everybody get up and run out of the theater. Somebody gets trampled and hurt. They can sue you for doing that because that's not protected speech. It's a call to action and it's false. Lies are never protected speech. But whether or not there's liability associated with it, it's dependent on a lot of things. Like inciting a riot is not protected speech. But the most important takeaway here is lies, willful untruths, are never protected speech. So the thing about false accusations is the prohibition against false accusations is biblical, right? The Bible doesn't say, Ten Commandments don't say, thou shalt not lie. It says, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. That's what Michael Smith is doing. He's bearing false witness against me when he's accusing me of things I haven't done. So, I mean, I was talking earlier about how lying is not necessarily immoral, but it is in some instances. This is one of those instances where it's definitely necessarily immoral, bearing false witness. You're asking others, when you're accusing me of being a victimizer, you're asking others to change their perspective on me, such as to incorporate this new understanding that I have a habit of victimizing people. That's wicked, not acceptable, defamation, and an indication that there's one of us here who's got a problem that needs to be addressed, and it's not me. I don't have to worry about the specifics of defamation, slander, etc. laws because I'm not ever willfully lying about people or falsely accusing them of things. When I do engage in negative speculation or speculation about their motivations or why they're behaving like this, I always include the caveat that this is speculation on my part. I am not reckless with my words like other people. It's like talking on the internet is like driving on the freeway, right? If you think you know enough to stay off your cell phone while driving windy roads, then you should know enough to understand that words have the same potential for making you crash. You need to be careful with them. You cannot be on your cell phone while speaking. You also can't just get in the car, push the gas, and say, just assume the road keeps going straight, right? You got to check, update by looking at the road and seeing where it turns and adjust accordingly. So, what we see here in Michael Smith's commentary is somebody who's unaware he can crash on the metaphysical road as well as on a physical road, and also unable to turn as the road does, believing the only way to drive on the metaphysical road is with the gas and brake pedal. How does one fix that? I have no idea. Probably with duct tape, though. Seems to be the all-purpose fixer of things. Michael Smith, have you tried duct tape? Maybe wrap it directly around your mouth, or in this case, your fingers. That would probably be a pretty good solution. If you're a fan of good solutions, I mean. I don't know if he came back or he was here listening the whole time. But I do understand that. Wanting to hear people talk about you, I understand. What I don't understand is wanting to hear people talk about you when even a casual evaluation of your performance you just walked away from was catastrophic failure, right? So if I were on stage, say doing a comedy show or something, and all my jokes were bombing, I would not want to hear what people are saying about me afterwards. I already know what they should be saying about me, which was, he sucked ass. I definitely want to listen to them say that. But Michael Smith was either here the whole time or came back. He should have known that the post-game analysis was going to be all about, like, what's making that guy tick, right? I don't like what he says about it and challenge him and the entire room on it before you were even around. But I told you it's personal for me, and apparently you think it's funny, so if you keep trying to provoke me, you will just get blocked, Mr. Bobby. Well, I know he was here really early, and then he was back briefly not that long ago. Like his last comment is at 3:18 when he claims many have been, no, 319, I bully you because you're a bully. The thing is, I may periodically bully people off of us, off, bully them out of being in my way. But a bully is someone who seeks out people weaker than them to pick on, right? A bully is someone who enjoys uh, making people cry and stuff, right? That's absolutely not me. I'm trying to have a reasonable civil discourse about a variety of different topics. And while I have anger in my repertoire and people apparently find me intimidating, I'm not at all, in any sane depiction of the universe, a bully. I do what you claim to be doing, some, which is I don't allow actual bullies to pull their shit without calling them out on it. But as I told earlier in this live stream, I'm also not beyond forgiving them. They don't have to be bullied back. So that's what happened with Rachel's mom. If you want to bully bullies, first, find someone you're capable of bullying. I'm not that guy. Second, find someone who deserves to be bullied because they're actually a bully, not someone who's simply competent, correct, and not push aroundable like me. You, you're doing. You think like, well, I'm doing one thing right. I'm going after somebody stronger than me, not weaker than me. Well, that's true. But even on that calculus, you're miscalculating it because even if you were justified in this instance, you're trying to go after somebody way too much stronger than you for you to possibly have any chance. But then, second, you're not evaluating whether, in fact, that person themselves is actually just strong or is a bully. And you're going to have to get that one right for sure, or else you're just going to run into this kind of disaster where you're trying to make some sort of point or take me down a notch, and you're just getting undressed. And if you can't distinguish between actual bullies and people you want to name call bullies, then you've got no business positioning yourself as any kind of vigilante. Well, okay, I'm glad it's enjoyable. I'm glad you're listening to. I would like it to be the case that you learn something from it. From that response, I guess you still think I'm trying to compete with you emotionally. That's going to frustrate me that you're enjoying this. But it actually makes me happy because I'm actually trying to say words that mean things to you and hope that by listening to it, you'll learn something from them. And if not, if you don't learn anything from them, instead find them laughable, ridiculous, easily dismissed, completely divorced from reality, well then, and you can believe anything. You can just believe whatever you want with all of your heart, with no concerns. You should have no worries about any skepticism ever tripping you up in your beliefs again. They're sadists. Who are sadists? I'm not going to block Mr. Bobby, but Mr. Bobby, why do you do this every time? Makes me want to put you on timeout just because you're making Hero Lamb squeak. And I can easily enough just not even read your comments, but Hero Lamb squeaking. So I will put you on timeout if you don't stop needling him. This is what you call bullying, really. Like, Mr. Bobby, you always want to bring all this negativity towards people and make it about them. You always, man, you, man. That's bullying. You may not be successful in full at it, but that's bullying because it's not justified by anything. You just want to make someone else, just want to engage in negative emotions with somebody else. Just be reasonable. Be willing to have a conversation that doesn't include recrimination, accusation, fighting back and forth, etc. I'm not saying that you necessarily started this one or whatever. It's just that whenever there's this shit going on, you're one of the two parties. So I think it's pretty clear that you need to be a little bit more like a ray of sunshine and a little bit less like a ray of poo. Okay? You mix the two together, you say? Not good enough. I want poo-free sunshine. A little bit of poo occasionally, okay, but too much poo. You're just saying, here's some more displaced anger. Here, suck on it, everybody. We don't want to suck on your displaced anger. Okay? So, just leave it in place. Just place it. Don't displace it. It's not fun for other people when you're being shitty. Sycophantic. No, I'm not telling him to kiss my ass, dummy. I'm saying, can you stop starting fights with people? He's not even bothering me at all, right? It's just, yeah, as a community, we prefer engagements, by and large, that aren't full of hostility and personalizations and stuff, right? We'd like to be able to talk about things without it becoming, I knew it, you're on the side of the wrong guys. You're bad. That's called being an experienced and highly qualified and skilled moderator of a community, right? I've been doing this for a long time. I know how and when people cross lines, when they deserve to be timed out, when they deserve to be banned. My mentioning that right there was just giving Bobby a heads up. Look, if you keep making hair lamb squeak, I don't care how much it's hair lamb's fault, because the totality of behaviors across time proves to me that you're always in the mix. Is definitely, you're the instigator ultimately. Then you might get timed out, you know. Gives him a chance to fix his behavior before it gets timed out. I mean, you come in knowing already, JDT, that you are you're on thin ice, could possibly get banned again, timed out any minute. So it's a different experience for you. Bobby's put in a lot of time here. And while I don't really like his way of engaging other people, it engages too much negative emotions and hostility. I respect his contribution, nevertheless, and he's not always like that. And I have varying degrees of tolerance for it, as is everybody else. Seeing it bother somebody else here a lot is what makes me want to, you know, yellow card him. I'm watching a lot of soccer. Probably would have to fuck up pretty badly to get banned. Michael Smith, on the other hand, I've yet to hear anything from him that's not either an open or veiled attack on me. Not a single word from him that's not one of those two things, if I heard. So, you know, he doesn't bring any value to the party, just shittiness. But he may or may not be smart enough to the fact that he's saying he would time you out for it if he had a ranch over and over again suggests that you're not being responsive to him establishing his boundaries. I don't like this. I wish you'd stop doing this. If I had the power, it would time you out. Instead of viewing that for what it is, him communicating something to you or her, whatever they are, you view it as an example of him instigating you. That's wrong, backwards, yeah. You're right, I didn't read all your comments. You want me to read them all and confirm what I was saying? I mean, how many of your comments have I read over the years, Mr. Bobby? I know your MO by now. You are nitpicky, hero, and I think that's kind of a waste of life, but maybe it's natural for you. Okay. Aztec said, hypocrite much, hero? I was the one that literally told you to move on. Let's go off that previous Aztec subject you've been so resentful about. Now that is a waste of life that was pretty natural for you. These are all personal attacks on him. Damn it, you just had to give me that low blow saying that being picky is a waste of life and it's natural for me. Dude, I could say that about you. Oh, he said that about you first? Let's see. Alright, so it started with, Hero Lamb, you're just fanning the flames, dude, hyping it up. Didn't she call you cowardly? No. He's asking for confirmation about a couple of pieces of evidence that are extremely relevant to my case, right? One of my points is she never even asked me to take it down. But if in fact she did say that, take it down or else, then I need to know that for sure. Because I don't want to make claims in my counterclaim that say she never asked me to take it down. That qualifies as asking me to take it down. So that's extremely relevant, not fanning the flames, okay? And the other one is also relevant because it speaks to bad faith. So those things are both very relevant, important pieces of information. I need to confirm now for sure. I've been meaning to do this. Look at my emails, search for her email, see all the emails I've gotten, look for any comments by her, etc. Absolutely, totally relevant and important information. So he's not just fanning the flames. And he says, I'm not hyping up anything. I think it's sad people have lives like this. I legit feel bad for them in some way because I found some joy, at least in my life. And I know what it's like to be miserable too. I do too. You know, I feel some sympathy for them as well. At the same time, the level of absurdity, like Michelle Shock, is so absurd it's kind of funny. It's like, I agree with you there. It's like, what is this woman thinking? Because if she looked into me at all, she would have realized this is a terrible idea, right? And then he asks, why would a happy person come on here and rage at Eric? Nothing he does affects them personally. And then Mr. Bobby says, you come here and gotten pissed at me when I said Aztecs were savages. Okay, but look, that's very different, right? Hero Lamb says nothing I do affects them personally, including things I say, which are also true. Now, the fact that your position on the Aztecs made Hero Lamb upset suggests that Hero Lamb does allow certain issues to affect him personally, right? And he's mad at you for voicing a position that he found offensive. In contrast, Michael Smith cannot even articulate why he hates me so much. I mean, we invited him to talk. Carmen's Pimp said, you guys did make fun of him, push him away though. We invited him to come talk on the channel, and he just yelled the whole time. It's like I didn't even say a word, hardly. He just yelled at me the whole time and then hung up. If we talked about it afterwards, I'm sure we did. I don't know if we made fun of him or not. We probably all expressed what I'm expressing now, a sort of confusion about why a person would behave like that, you know? But I don't know. I don't remember. So obviously, Hiralam would not label you miserable because you made him mad one time. And that's not the correct generalization from the supposition this is an angry person, as justified by the fact that Michael Smith's anger is all the time, it seems like, and the amount of anger he has towards me is so wildly disproportionate to anything bad that he could possibly claim I did. Additionally, people have pointed out that there's absolutely no linkage to him at all, right? Unlike in this instance, like you're both in the chat, he's making a chat, you're responding to it. There's some actual linkage there. He's just coming in here, not responding to anything I'm saying, but just attacking me personally right from the outset, making false accusations, not responding to anything I ask him. Like, okay, well, if in fact it's so awful what I did, what about you calling everybody rapists? He just didn't answer it, didn't respond to anything I said about false accusations, didn't retract the accusation. That sort of behavior is curious, obviously. It shows an inability or unwillingness to interface in good faith at all, right? That's the commonality is neither Michelle Schock nor Michael Smith seems either willing or able, I'm not sure which, to interface honestly and in a civil fashion with anybody, with me specifically, I'm sorry. Why that might be? Michelle Schock's easier to understand because there is a linkage to her personal past, namely she's had copyright issues before. It's a linkage to her contemporary present. She's trying to sell physical copies of her CD at an inflated price by making it impossible to find her music online. So, but the problem with that angle is, of course, if she evaluated it on business logic, she'd say, great, this guy's video I'll get taken down right now, and then I'll issue takedown notices to Internet Archive so nobody else can find it. I'm glad he drew my attention to it. So she's clearly not responding on that kind of business logic, or she'd see it as a net positive. Regardless, I get why it can emotionally trigger her, both that there be a copyright thing because of her previous experience with copyright, and that I use the words cancel culture because of her previous experiences with that. So on that particular subjective deliberation thing, so subjective knowledge function, SI, if she's got SI somewhere in the front stack or an absolute value or whatever, that's going to make her susceptible to having a response proportionate to a previous instance that looks like this instance in some ways, without actually evaluating the specifics of this instance and seeing it's very different. I can come up with an explanation for her. I can't come up with an explanation for Michael Smith, except he doesn't like me. You know, that's about it. I don't particularly have any feelings either way towards him, I guess. He's curious, a bit of a spectacle. In that regard, he has some value. YouTube's good in the way that it empowers the creator to. Oh, I hung up on you? Okay. If in fact I hung up on you, then I'm sorry, I was wrong. I correct myself now. I I remembered incorrectly. I was not lying, of course. Had I been lying, you wouldn't have gotten what you just did. Uh, Me immediately acknowledging it or something. If I were somebody who was going to use lies, that would have been a terrible place to use a lie because you can easily confirm it by looking at the video. So clearly, I was wrong about that. I regret making that mistake, and I retract that claim. I hung up on you. Well, I mean, were you in the middle of screaming something at me? I have no positive obligation not to hang up on you, but if you want to have a conversation with me about something, that needs to incorporate something more than you screaming incoherently at me. And note, my real objection at the time, I remember this much, was not your tone or your anger. It was the incoherence of what you were saying. Because I get angry and yell at people sometimes too. The difference is I'm yelling things that make perfectly good sense. You were yelling things that did not. Also, it may have been during that phone call that you falsely accused me of something. That's a line that you shouldn't cross, so I feel no regret at all about hanging up on you. If I did, for after you falsely accused me of something, that again is not protected speech, not okay, and wicked. Well, let me ask you this, DJT. Did you respond to anything I said during the phone call? Or remember anything I said at all during the phone call? I don't remember specifically what you said, but I can tell you this. Your voice occupied at least 90% of that phone call. So I am a very available YouTuber and very much a believer in open conversation about topics that people have legitimate things to say about. That doesn't mean I should welcome someone to call me and that conversation just be them yelling at me for the entire conversation. Oh well, that is the case with me too, Hero Lamb. When people attack Rachel, I ban them immediately. They can attack me though quite a bit because it doesn't do me any damage and it's a learning opportunity for them. You know, like I'm not worried about Michael Smith damaging me because it's like I'm in an RPG where I've got high level hit points plus quick regeneration, etc. And all he's got is a sling, and he can most do 2 damage per thing. He can sit there and sling at me all day; it wouldn't hurt at all. But the only way that's what prompts people like him to go and personally attack Rachel, independent of me, on some other channel of communication and or sometimes here. And when that happens, and they attack Rachel personally, then or insult her, disrespect her, or whatever, then I directly ban them. That's not acceptable. I'm fair game. She's not. But I may be fair game. But remember, I'm both judge, jury, and executioner here. I'm a particularly fair judge, jury, and executioner, but like all YouTube channel people, I'm judge, jury, and executioner. This is my channel. You don't have rights here. You have, in my opinion, reasonable expectations. And in my opinion, you will find that I support reasonable discourse, even when I disagree with it. I don't remove it, right? It's just in certain individuals, when they engage with me, are non-responsive to what I'm saying and show no signs of adapting to having learned anything from what I'm saying. Their positions don't seem to factor in after I've said what I've said, and impact. They don't seem to reflect any impact from what it meant. So I don't know if such parties are either not listening to me, not understanding me, not willing to process what those meanings imply. I'm not sure what's going on there, but it's very clear that when somebody is behaving in a bad fashion and persisting in that across time, despite the fact that I've both indicated why they're behaving in a bad fashion, how they're behaving in a bad fashion, an alternative to behaving in that fashion, and I've impacted it both in terms of a matter of character, kind of a deontological thing, and as a matter of impacts. I do not understand how anybody can be so determined to not learn anything as to reflect none of what the wisdom that conveys in any of their future communications. So it makes them interesting and baffling, you know? Like, here I am spitting God's own truth, and he's got like some sort of superpower that allows him to turn off his ears so that he never learns anything. Of course, the conceit is always the same. I'm leasing a lot of space in your head. You made this whole stream about me. Yeah, it's easier. It's easy to come and make a big spectacle with a bunch of spiteful idiocy, bad behavior, and make yourself the topic of conversation. In no way, shape, or form is Michael Smith the first person to ever do this. And he is, however, as he does it about as two-dimensionally as I've ever seen anybody do it, right? It's like, it's almost a cartoonish version of, uh, of a normal amount of shittiness that you encounter with, I don't know even what to call this class of people. Provocateurs, instigators, haters, whatever, something like that. I get why it might be entertaining to do, like kick the anthill, watch them run around. But I don't get how you can authentically enjoy that and also be authentically happy as a person, because it's reflective of some kind of spiritual sickness, you know? Like, you shouldn't enjoy causing trouble for other people so much. And you shouldn't enjoy trying to do emotional damage and watching the ensuing activity happen. That's what you call toxic behavior, right? So What to make of that? I'm not sure. Could be youth as well. I don't remember exactly how he looked. You could explain it. The person was like 14, prefrontal lobe development, stuff like that. I don't know. It seems like he was older than that. It could be how his family was when he was a kid, where people were quick to condemn each other in his family, and he received disproportionate amount of vitriol for even the smallest bit of bad behavior. It's hard to say. It's all speculation. It's all just speculation. If Michael Smith would like to tell us, that'd be fine. Then he could inform us why he's like this. I'm sure his answer is because I'm a reprehensible person. My asking him to explain why he's like this would be begging the question. If he'd answer that question, he almost certainly wouldn't be like this. So there's no ground forward there. But, maybe having set it up accordingly, defiantly, he'll provide his actual information. I hate you and consider you a dirt bag. Right, but then by that standard of dirtbag, if you consider the examples of bad behavior you provided to qualify me as a dirtbag, what does your bad behavior qualify you as? You falsely accused me both of being a rapist, a victimizer, and a bully, of all those things. I don't denigrate INFPs. It's ridiculous. I say all different kinds of things about each of the different types. And if you were going to hate me for denigrating a certain type, not being perfect in my discourse, and sometimes slipping at revealing my own function bias, it wouldn't be INFPs, for fuck's sake. I rarely ever say a negative word about INFPs. I say plenty of positive words about them. And it's just, you're just pulling shit out of your ass. I'm not perfect in terms of talking about each of the types as though it had equal value and legitimacy, even though I affirm officially that each type does. I sometimes display some cognitive function bias. But the difference between a dirtbag and somebody like me is dirtbags don't do what I just did. They don't do an objective self-analysis and say, I do fail sometimes in this area a little bit. It is an area where one can fail, and you've articulated something specific, right? Note, again, if you want to convince me that I'm a dirtbag, then answer this question. What does your behavior of falsely accusing me of being a rapist, of being a victimizer, and of being a bully? You might say the last one's contested still, that you could win that argument, presumably, maybe. Okay, that's vague enough that it doesn't qualify as a false accusation. Let's toss that one out. What does your bad behavior make you if my very small instances of bad behavior, taken totally out of any context, make me a dirtbag? What does your bad behavior make you? Because your bad behavior is, by any objective analysis, 100 million times worse than mine. Sometimes I'm not perfect about being respectful to all the types when I talk about them. I do have my own cognitive function bias. I am human. But I do affirm the right position regarding that, and I try to live up to it. You know, I'm not perfect. Karma's Pimp's right. If you were going to most successfully, you know, voice disapproval of me of something that I do that's actually wrong, you would say you don't speak properly about ESFPs and ESTJs. You don't treat them typologically as equals. You are too much Eric and too little the typology expert. You let your personal function bias get in the way of your communications about that too much. That's a totally legitimate critique of me, right? Still, not a reason to hate me. If if in fact you wanted a reason to hate me, it would be that I both do that, affirm that, show no indications whatsoever of trying not to do that, and generally add to the pile of hatefulness. Instead, I'm adding to the pile of demonstrating how to live like a good human being, being accountable for those things that you are accountable for. But note here, you got it wrong, which proves you're not interested in actually having good enough justifications to justify the amount of vitriol you feel towards me. You're only interested in finding whatever justifications, no matter how flimsy, to to demonstrate that you have reasons for hating me. If the reasons you have for hating me, which as I've explained are make you hate me, you must despise so many people because you are the most strict judge of character in the history of the world. Why are people constantly trying to sue you? Michelle Schacht is the first person who has ever tried to sue me. So it's not really possible for me to answer that question. The litany of people whose lives you've poisoned, can you name one? Can you name one? No. If I ask myself, why are there people constantly trying to sue me, I'd have to be as dumb as you. Well, I think he trusted her more than me. I think he thought she was more responsible than me. I think he disrespected me and undervalued the capacity I have. Regardless, remember what he also did. He gave me power of attorney over my mother, which empowered me to change the trust before my mother died and make myself sole trustee. So why did my father do both those things? I think he wanted to leave it up to me. And he knew that if he just made me the trustee, I wouldn't really be making a choice. But I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. Why would he make Delilah the sole trustee, kill himself, make me the power of attorney, and empower me specifically in the language of the trust to change the trust such that I am the sole trustee? Why would he do that? I don't know. He amended the trust 8 times before he died. So, who's to say what he was thinking? He didn't explain his reasoning to me. It's one of the things that frustrates me about it. I'm not trying to hide the truth, DJT. I don't have things to hide. Can you say the same thing? What about my exes? I have 2 ex-wives, right? Neither of them condemned me at all. I saw them both at the college graduation of my daughter. It was cordial. So what? I've got 2 ex-wives. Yes, my whole life is on YouTube. I can't hide the truth because I don't want to hide the truth. I know, amazing, huh? Bad people want to hide the truth. Mike Smith, are you on YouTube? If not, then you can hide the truth. And I bet that's important to you. So you still haven't answered my question about if I'm a dirtbag based on my bad behavior, what are you based on your many times worse bad behavior? No, once my mother died, I lost that power. I chose to let it be as it stood. This is a choice I made. Why? Well, because I decided I'd rather have Delilah be more responsible for all the financial shit than be responsible for myself. And we already had our deal. It was she and I working together as a team, agreement on everything, no unilateral decisions by either party. No, why? I actually trust my daughter and love her, and she trusts and loves me. So we don't need to worry about the legal language. I'm still, regardless, I'm still the, what do they call it? Dispensatory, which means I can at any point order her to liquidate the assets in the trust and give it all to me, most of it to me, reserving a small portion of it for her. So if you're asking, well, how can this work, Eric? How come you're not ashamed? Well, how come I can't shame you with this? It's because my daughter and I actually love and trust each other. My father was conflicted and confused and very old at the end of his life. He amended the trust 8 times. He couldn't seem to make up his mind what he wanted to do with it. And in the end, he made a great choice. He gave it to Delilah and he gave me power of attorney, which gave me the opportunity to change the trust after he died if I wanted to. I didn't. I was happy with the arrangement as it was because I love and trust my daughter, because I come from a wonderful family where people love and trust each other and treat each other well. That's why I didn't ever learn behaviors like yours that you're demonstrating here. So every single attack you've attempted to make has backfired on you so far, right? First, you said, "Why did your dad make Liza a trustee?" And I answered honestly. I think he thought she was more responsible. He trusted her more. That's got to be deflating, right? Because you're supposed to get me, but that doesn't get me because I'm honest about myself to myself and to others. Contrast this with somebody named Michael Smith. Then you said, well, well, then why don't you, if you had power of attorney, why don't you make yourself trustee? Because I trust my daughter and I love her and we aren't that kind of fucked up family. So as you see, I'm a master of all forms of verbal martial arts. In this case, Aikido. You keep moving forward and putting your fist in a position that's perfectly designed for me to break your arm. You cannot help it because you have no idea what you're doing. You're flailing around wildly, and I'm an expert. Plus, most importantly, I have the truth on my side. Pretty important. Well, I think you're mistaking trust for faith in conscientiousness or responsibility. I don't think my dad had much faith in my conscientiousness or belief that I would make good decisions about the thing. But he also understood that it was my birthright that it didn't just come from him. It came from my mother and my grandmother. My grandmother stayed having a significant amount, my maternal grandmother. And that he owed it to me to do something other than just make Delilah sole trustee. I think to some extent he recognized that that would be too harming to my ego, and that it was unfair. And so he compromised with this solution that he had. So you're correct, Michael Smith, that my dad's decision to do that, to make Delilah the trustee, doesn't make me look good. It's revelatory of the fact that my dad didn't respect me very much. But you know why it's not an attack on me that works very well? Because I've already processed all this stuff openly, transparently, and honestly on YouTube. So, regardless, it's my money now. So, okay, well, if in fact he believed me to be a dirtbag and that's why he didn't trust me, then why did he afford me the power to make myself trustee? He wouldn't do that for a dirtbag, would he? Maybe isn't it possible, Michael Smith, that my wonderful, loving, and also complicated family is better explained by me than by you and your hateful spite? Have you ever asked yourself, why am I spending so much time coming up with any possible reason I can pull out of my ass to justify how much I hate this guy? Why am I spending my time doing this? And what's the actual reason I hate this guy so much? I know what I want it to be, that he's evil. I want the reason to be Eric's evil and bad and needs to be hated, right? Just as one should hate Kim Jong-un, one should hate Eric. But that just isn't reality, dude. I'm not some evil guy. I'm not worthy of this level of disdain from you. I'm imperfect, but in the sense that I'm actually accountable and honest and transparent, I'm a lot less imperfect than a lot of people. If you want to find somebody to hate, I mean, there's plenty of people out there who do actually bad things to people and who deserve your vitriol. I am light years from making that list. My mistakes are simple human mistakes, not violations of rights, not instances of cruelty. I know you'd like me to feel ashamed of myself because my dad didn't believe in me enough, but I'm a little bit over all that shit. Ask yourself why. Why is it so important to you to get me or hate me or whatever? Ask any reason other than something you can say negative about Eric. I wonder if you just don't hear my question about what are you. If my bad behavior makes me a dirtbag, what does your bad behavior make you? You gotta answer that question. You said people trust you with lots of stuff. People trust me with lots of stuff and have for years. Right? People trusted me with classrooms full of their children on field trips and shit. But just because that's the case, it doesn't mean my dad didn't think I was irresponsible, didn't trust me. It has to do with benefactor-beneficiary relationships, in part. You just don't respect your beneficiary very much. I was his beneficiary type, so I've experienced the same sort of thing dealing with ENFJs in person sometimes, like my reloader. But I certainly didn't disrespect him openly, right? Like what you're doing is inexplicable typologically. I'm not sure what's going on. Could be the slabs. Slabs want this conversation to occur, you know. I think it's pretty good stuff, really. It's like the information I'm providing here is useful. A lot of it generalizes. The example's quite stark in its appearance. You know, this guy's stuff is uncut, pure Colombian. You know, uh, and it does make a change of pace. You know, we haven't had drama around here for a while. Kind of nice. I like drama. Occasionally. Nice occasionally. Kind of give you something to talk about for a while afterwards. Can you believe that Michael Smith guy the other day? Oh my god. Because abnormality, outliers in any various direction, are always going to be more interesting than ho hum, same old, right? Good or bad, whatever. They're going to be more interesting. For the short term, you know. After a little while, you know, you don't want to sustain striking, interesting, but fundamentally negative things. Like, it may be interesting to watch them demolish a building, but that doesn't mean you want to replace all your other media with videos of buildings being demolished. It's interesting because it's new to your neighborhood. That building's been there for a while. They've been talking about demolishing it for a while. Oh my God, there it is, being demolished. Not the sort of thing you want to repeat every day. It loses its novelty pretty quick. So, you know, it's like part of the reason, I guess, that I want to figure it out is that level of kind of irrational, unjustified to anything, unlinked to anything, just possibly justify it, uh, and lack of responsiveness when I ask any kind of questions about that. It does tend to remind me that you never know with what could happen. If somebody gets angry enough, it could, you know, choose to go criminal with the whole thing. Show up at my house or something. It's a little something to worry about, but I do have a gun, and it's going to be a bit of a trek for whomever would intend to do that. Plus, it'd be hard to get away with it because there's a record here online, you know? So, if in fact, like, Rachel and I were to be murdered, I'm sure the first thing the cops would learn, hear from people, are possible people who have a beef with me. You're going to get a reasonably long, but not that long list of names, right? So, But of course, the thing that's worrisome is the complete lack of rationality, which is to say simply that I ask him to apply the same standard he's applying to me to himself, providing specific instances of bad behavior that are much worse than the any of the specific instances of bad behavior he can cite, and he's just completely non-responsive to it. So I that total lack of that's what I would call a display of complete irrationality, right? There's no there's no communication going on at all. He's just attacking me and pretending as though I'm not said anything unless he feels he has an acceptable response to something in particular. So if I ask him reasons why he's so mad, why he expresses so much hatred or negative energy, he will always be able to come up with things that are wrong with Eric that are worth hating, potentially. You can do that for anybody ad infinitum, right? Nobody's perfect. You can point to, if you know enough about them, they live transparently on YouTube and you're obsessed enough to watch all their videos, you can compile a list of mistakes that I've made, some of which comprise actual wrongdoings of some sort, like I shouldn't have lied to you or something like that, or some of which comprise just mistakes that I regret that produced bad outcomes for me and or made me look foolish. Um, but regardless, you could do that for anybody. So the real question is, why has he chosen to do that to me when an actual assessment of my total body of work and my life based on the videos I made reveals in no uncertain terms that I am not a bad person, that I am a person of character, I'm honest, I wish well for people. I'm not always, I'm a little rough and tumble maybe. I'm not always respectful of feelings as I should be. But certainly square on the green side of this measurement of people's toxicity levels, right? I'm squarely in green, not even close to yellow. Maybe not way over here green as can be, but I'm squarely in green for sure. Not even in yellow, definitely not in red, right? So he's behaving as though I'm in red, but all of the data he produces regarding why could be equivalent things could be accumulated from every single person in green's history if you had access to enough of it, right? So it's not indicative of anything. They're all minor things that only when taken completely out of context um, actually condemn me as being bad. The only other thing he's established is that my dad didn't respect me. Well, I already knew that, and I've said that before plenty of times, and that he didn't trust me with the trust. And I say, yeah, that's true. So I guess your point is we should all agree with my dad. Okay, well, you can agree with him if you want. But I think both Delilah and I would say the way we're doing it is the way it should have been done all along. We're treating it like a family trust where we trust each other and make decisions together, and would never even dream, either of us, of exercising our unilateral power. Mine to dissolve the trust, essentially, and hers to override this agreement we have to reach consensus on everything. Neither of us would ever do that. Both love each other way too much. So, what have you established and what have you accomplished here? Have you made me look bad? Well, there's no new information here. The information you're using to try to make me look bad is information that you got or someone told you and got from watching my videos where I'm telling everybody that this is the truth, right? Even though it doesn't make me look good. So you come in trying to make me look bad with information I've already talked about and already conceded where I was wrong about, and apparently didn't consider that the fact that I know how to concede when I'm wrong and how to deal with it like an adult, like a healthy adult, means you're necessarily going to have your attack turned. That's to say, it turns into offense for me. Now, instead of showing that I'm not somebody who should be respected, I've established how honest and authentic I am, and that also that you can cherry pick bad instances from anybody's life uh, if you look at enough of it, and that we don't have to cherry pick from you, do we? No cherry picking required. You're nothing but cherries. So now that your personal attacks have failed, you failed to prove that I'm bad. You've also failed to prove that I'm not worthy of respect. Because regardless of what my father may have thought about my responsibility with finances and my whether he trusted me to manage the portfolio or stuff like that, that's not what I'm talking about here on YouTube, right? I'm not claiming to be an expert at portfolio management. I'm not claiming to be the person to put in charge of or who is good at uh, managing financial stuff like that. I'm making no such claims, talking about it not at all, positioning myself in no way, shape, or form as though I deserve respect in those areas. So even if you were to accomplish getting people to not respect me in those areas, they should have already not respected me in those areas because I've openly conceded that that's not my expertise. I probably don't want to deal with the hassles of the detail and shit like that, etc. So instead of proving me this pathetic, dependent on his daughter, who his own father couldn't even trust with money, you've just proved that I'm both honest, forthright, capable, a person of great character, ahead of you narratively, and additionally, that you allow me to explain how it's important to compartmentalize. Just because you're not an expert on aeronautics doesn't mean you're not an expert on brain surgery, right? I'm not an expert on PE shit. Delilah's probably better at it with SETI than I am with NETI because too many possible ideas and want to play around too much, probably, you know? I don't know. I've never been in that position. Don't really want to be. I have tried to run a small business before and discovered that I'm not good. I'm not a good businessman. I'm not good at it. I may be good at generating clients, but I'm not good at all. I don't like, and I'm not good at all the bookkeeping, scheduling money, things ahead of time, etc. So you know. Oh, damn! Michael Smith proved that Eric knows who he is and objectively and accurately describes both his strengths and his weaknesses. What a terrible guy. Meanwhile, Michael Smith, I'm not even trying to attack your weaknesses. I'm merely describing your behavior and speculating about what could possibly motivate somebody into such venomous and doomed, uh, word making. Word making. The art of making words. If you want to word make and shame people, well, you, Michael Smith, I think, should not want those things. I would also point out that in this conversation, at least, the only one displaying behavior that is consistent with being a bully In other words, using language as a bully would use it is you. I'm critiquing your specific behavior and language that you're using, speculating about why that might be, but not making ontological attacks, certainly not making personal attacks, and certainly addressing what you say rather than ignoring my question. I can repeat it again for you if you'd like. Question ignored. What are you, if these examples of infractions you point to make me a dirtbag, what do your actual wrongdoings make you? You're going to have to answer that question pretty soon, or it's going to be 86. This guy, he's fallen off the stool. Well, whatever. You got a short amount of time to. Anyway, I'm going to probably wrap this up now. Interesting stream. I do appreciate Michael Smith coming by and making it an interesting stream. It's hard to dispute that that completely unjustified rage is interesting. This cheese has got... Oh, that's not true. I looked at it in the fridge and I thought that was mold on it, but it's actually just plastic bag. Never mind, cheese. I'm not going to throw you away after all. I was going to throw this cheese away, but not so much anymore. Well, anybody want to comment on whether they think Michael Smith has learned anything from this experience? I'm curious about that. Well, go ahead and report me then, DJT. I mean, I don't know if it's taxable income or not. I gotta talk to a tax professional, figure that out. It's on my list of things to do. If you're that, I mean, it's like, if you hate me so much that you want to report me to the IRS, you got a serious problem, man. I never did anything to you at all. Why you would go to such lengths to get me, I cannot conceive of why. If the wrongdoings I've committed justify you calling the IRS on them, then you should call the IRS on everybody. I mean, I find that depressing, not worrisome, especially because I know I got to deal with the IRS here pretty soon. I also know that I'm sort of limited in my tax liability by the nature of the trust in certain ways, but so it doesn't so much worry me, but it makes the connection between you and Michelle Schock very, very bright, right? Very clear. I have done absolutely nothing to you. Nothing at all. I've not wronged you at all. I've not wronged anybody you know. You've not articulated anything bad about me except stuff that you got from my own live streams in which I'm talking authentically about my life, good and bad, right? And because I'm a good man, doing things the right way on the internet, trying to encourage civil discourse, and telling the truth about everything, you're going to try to find everything in that truth you can to weaponize against me. Because why? Again, I've never done anything to you. I've never wronged anybody in any way that you can articulate that would justify this level of hatred and vitriol. And you've clearly watched plenty of my content. So if you were being at all fair in your assessment of me as a person, you'd agree that I'm not a bad person. I'm just a regular guy who's living his life on YouTube. Why do you want to fuck with me like that? There's no possible justification you could make that would justify that making that threat, because I know my personal history. I'm not a bad person, haven't victimized people, am not a bully, and also have committed no wrongdoings that you could even conceivably justify trying to incur actual harms upon me in response to. So why? I mean, tell me something that's not about me to explain why you hate me so much. I mean, I think this is very interesting, you know? Because this person definitely links behaviorally. Yeah. Yes, because you are harassing me. Note, I made a video about Melissa Talks' content. One video. Never emailed her, never commented on any of her videos, never attempted to communicate with her directly, never harassed her. Get the difference? I made a totally legitimate video commenting on public video that she put out as content, responding to that. One video. Then she made a video in which she attacked me personally, explained how bad she felt, and apparently hadn't watched my video because seemed to think that I had told her she was not an ENTP, which I did not even say in the video. Have you ever watched the video? How in the world would she feel that me and my girlfriend right next to me doing a Type Police episode, of which we've done many before, many examples, and a particularly gentle one in which we didn't even say she wasn't an ENTP, how can you possibly consider that to be harassment? What you're doing now is harassment. You're making threats. Your irrationality is what makes me concerned about you, right? I'm not irrational. I explained exactly why you concern me, because you're non-responsive, right? Because I need to be brought down a few pegs. Okay, well, then do your thing if you're going to do it, right? If you want to do that and you think you can live with yourself long term behaving like that, then I can't stop you. Go ahead, call them up, tell them whatever you want to call them. Tell them whatever you want to tell them. The truth is this: legally, if I want money, I have to ask my daughter for it. So if you think you're going to make a substantial dent in what I already would have had as tax liability, you're wrong. You know, the living trust avoids all inheritance taxes. It's already wealth that exists. It's subject to tax when we cash out certain things for capital gains. Oh, none of that's going to be affected, right? That's the majority of the estate. None of the money in the major trust is going to be affected. The most that could possibly happen is I'd be taxed on uh, money that Delilah's transferred me uh, so far at a rate higher than I expect. I don't know. So good luck with that. Tough luck, man. Sorry. Legally, the only money I could possibly be taxed on is money that my daughter has already transferred to me. And that's small chunks at a time. It's only been, hasn't even been a full year yet. So you can't say that I've not filed taxes on it yet. It hasn't even been a year since that began happening. And in fact, in that time, it wasn't Delilah transferring the money to me. So it was actually my mother in my capacity as her power of attorney. So good luck. Good luck. I may not be DJT, but my dad was a fuck ton smarter than you. Now I'm super glad that it's in Delilah's name. Right? You were trying to hurt me with that. Well, here's a good reason. Maybe that's part of the reason why. Becky tried to sue my dad for shit I said on YouTube. So maybe that's why he put it into, made Delilah the trustee. Right? Regardless, I'm not sweating. I know I have to pay taxes on some money already. I have a good idea of what that's going to be. And I haven't failed to report anything. Right? It hasn't been long enough for you to even make that accusation. Uh-oh. Yeah, but you did actually, my typology business. DJT, all of your attacks are swings and misses. Every time I get an email from PayPal, which is not very often, that says you've received money, I go, oh, I have to do a typing. Let me respond to this person. I've been procrastinating about getting back to a person who missed their typing during a slot for a week now. I haven't gotten any typing sessions in a while and don't want any. I don't like to do that particularly. It's pleasant enough work, but it's certainly not something that I want to see grow and blossom to make me more money. Sorry, miss again. Yeah, Karma Simp's got it right. Honestly, my dad loved me and wanted me safe and protected, even in the afterlife. You did present a good, plausible reason why my dad made that change. He wanted to make the trust more lawsuit proof, more IRS proof. How much money do I make in my typology business? Oh, DJT, you need to use a little bit of intuition about who I am. Do I look like Dave Matthews? I don't give a fuck, obviously, or 90% of my videos would not be about typology, right? It's like almost none of my videos are about typology. I am an expert on it, so I figure I might as well continue to be here doing that. But this channel's got about all kinds of shit. Nowadays, it's almost all live streams. How much of this conversation is about typology? You've already said you're always being sued to me. Before you said you're constantly being sued. I've had one person sue me. Ever. Her name is Michelle Shocked. And she's suing me not because I'm a bad person who needs to be sued, but because she's off her rocker with hatred to me, just as you are. And the real reason is because you think I need to be taken down a notch, right? How how recklessly, like, self-important do you have to be to think that because I'm comfortable with who I am, confident, and speak the truth as I best can, that justifies you threatening to report me to the IRS? Most people would be really bothered by that because most people wouldn't be protected by a trust structure to prevent people like you from getting at me, you know? Okay, so that's your central thesis is I need to be taken down a few notches. Your approach to getting that done is to say I'm a bad person. Those things aren't true that you're saying about me. It may be the case that you perceive me as needing to be taken down a few notches, that I'm too confident, too cocky, or whatever, right? But you can't take me down a few notches without actually things that take me down a few notches. So you're never going to get anywhere with false accusations. You're never going to get anywhere with false caricatures of me as a wicked person. Um, you're never going to get anywhere by never engaging with what I'm saying. Like, respond to my central question. If my bad behavior makes me such a bad person, what does your bad behavior make you? And if you want to actually take me down a few notches, ask yourself, why is that so important to you? And then, regardless of the answer, ask yourself, if I were to succeed in doing so, what would it look like? Because the way you're going about it is not working. So, DJT, you got anything for me? Because you never answered my question. You've threatened me with the IRS, even though it's not a good threat for me, because, like I said, I'm not trying to avoid taxes, and I only have. I'm not sure how much of it is reportable. I got to do that. I haven't done it, but I need to do that. Regardless, you're talking about stuff that's so recent that the IRS can't really accuse me of. Well, I mean, all that they could do is help me figure out how much I own. I guess there's nothing to audit, right? So good luck with that, TJT. If you actually care about justice, you wouldn't even make that threat, right? I've not done anything wrong to anybody. You want me to be taken down a few notches, it means you don't like my confidence or my personality or me or whatever, and that's fine. But that doesn't justify you actively pursuing harm towards me, nor does it justify you threatening to call the IRS, which would normally scare people, right? You're fortunate that I'm in a circumstance where it doesn't matter to me. I know that I got to deal with the IRS coming up, and also there's nothing to audit, and it's structured so that I'll have very little tax liability and the most legitimate calculation of it. That's a good threat for people who are hiding money and trying to avoid paying taxes, but that's not me. So, so the thing is, how you support justice when you don't care at all whether I've done anything wrong that deserves punishment? You can justify any of your own behavior, no matter how unacceptable, bad, definitely uh, spiteful it might be. If you can justify doing these things to me based on the fact that you don't like me, or the fact that I need to be taken down a few notches, and acknowledge that that's the real reason and nothing to do with my so-called bad behavior, well, then you need to ask yourself where some lines are, right? Yeah, you don't like me. How much does that justify you doing? Does it justify you coming to my house and beating me up? Does it justify you killing me? Right? Because you'll note that Nothing I ever said about Melissa Talks even vaguely approached harassment. There was nothing scary about me at all. I never engaged her at all. My point was frequently, I don't know what she's up to. I don't watch that woman's videos. I, when it was brought up to me, I never commented to her at all. I certainly didn't inundate her live stream with chats and a threat to call the IRS after being away for months. In the previous instance where I hung up on you after you screamed at me for I don't know how many minutes, right? That your behavior comprises harassment. What I did is definitely not. So ask yourself, given that you just want to see me taken down a few notches, if and why and how that justifies you trying to do harm to me. I know, I didn't say you made a threat of physical harm. I said you made a threat, and you did. You threatened to call the IRS, right? That is a threat, it's not a threat of physical harm. So, if in fact your implication of your previous chat about see how it feels, you feel concerned now because somebody's harassing you, just like Melissa Talks did. Remember, I didn't harass her at all. I was not interested in her at all. I didn't watch her videos. I don't know what happened in her life. I don't give a fuck because I'm busy doing my own thing over here, right? Not worried about her. You, in contrast, are actually demonstrating harassment. No matter what I say, no matter what good reason I may provide to ask you to reevaluate your assessment of me, you're determined to do harm to me no matter what because I need to be taken down a few notches. Not physical harm, just harm to my reputation by falsely accusing me of things, potentially financial harm, although that's not the case in this situation, by calling the IRS or whatever, right? Various indications that you'd like to see me experience harms. So why? I mean, even if it's true that I need to be taken down a few notches, does that mean I need to have harms done to me, either by defaming me with false accusations or by calling the IRS to report what? I'm not sure. Eric has money. Well, not really. I don't own this house, the trust does. So, anyway, explain to me why. Like, do you believe that you're just the fact that you dislike me and think I need to be taken down a few notches justifies your amount of the amount of venom you direct at me? What kind of behavior would it not justify? If it justifies coming in here and falsely accusing me of things, if it justifies potentially even calling the IRS on me, even though I'm not committed any tax crimes or tax fraud or anything. Like normally you report a wrongdoing, right? What have I done wrong with the tax people? Nothing. So, so why then do you want to see me incur harms? I mean, it's the most baffling question that I've encountered in a long time. I cannot explain why you want to see me incur harms. I can get that you want to see me taken down a notch, but surely you don't think that justifies you doing anything you want, potentially, conceivably even, to do me harm, or even anything legal to do me harm. Just because you don't like me is not a justification to try to spitefully fuck up my life, right? Well, I guess we'll find out. I don't know. I doubt he'll answer the question. Were you the one, Michael, who left the hateful message on Rachel's phone the day before her wedding? If so, I mean, you already crossed a line, and I, you make me depressed because you represent somebody who's completely unimpacted by my words slash responsiveness slash behavior. In other words, I've done a great job of engaging you as best I can as a human being. I've not resorted to personal attacks. I've not gotten angry, and I've done the best I can to allow you to learn something from this, grow a bit, you know, open, be open to the possibility that maybe you've demonized some random guy for absolutely no reason, right? And I've done as good a job as I possibly can. Yet it clearly didn't work. In fact, if anything, it escalated because you moved on from trying to frame me as a bad person using my honest living of my life on YouTube as ammunition against me, even though fundamentally the fact that you can do so is proof that I'm a good and honest person. I'm not trying to hide shit, you know. You escalated from that to threatening to do something that might make me incur harms, right? That's crossing a line I can't accept, so I'm gonna have to ban you at that point. But okay, I'm glad you didn't do that, DJT. Because of course, you know, if you were to call the IRS and it were to do me harm, it would do Rachel harm too. We're married. She's my wife. She's Rachel Strauss. So perhaps you should consider if your campaign to do me harm, if you're okay with the implicit collateral damage aspect. I have people who love me, right? I have a family that loves me. My daughter loves me. Rachel loves me. To the extent that harm is successfully done to me, you're harming them as well. We are a good, healthy family. We love each other and affirm each other. We need each other. And we want to see each other thrive. So even if you think I don't deserve to thrive, even if you think that I deserve, in fact, to be actively hampered in my ability to thrive, if you genuinely have nothing against Rachel, remember our fates are tied like Siamese twins in a tying factory. So harm done to me harms her as well. Harm done to her harms me as well too, of course. But I'm glad to hear that it wasn't you who did that. That was like as unclassy as you can possibly get. Well, I don't hear any response to my basic question, which is it always okay for you to create harms to be incurred by anybody you don't like or who you think is arrogant. Like where's fair game lines for you? I I found everything you said before this toxic and not cool, but using words that indicate that some sort of action might be taken against me, even if it's an action that I know is not going to work, that is definitely crossing every possible line that I can conceive of. In other words, maybe if you knew somebody was a big tax scofflaw, in other words, this guy's making bank, selling drugs, and reporting none of it, nah, 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 and you were offended sort of as your civic duty, okay, I could imagine maybe justifying doing that. But you already know and have already attacked me with in this live stream the fact that my daughter's the trustee, not me. So obviously you're not motivated by some sort of civic concern. Um, it's just you want to see me display fear and or you want to make me submit. I don't know. Yeah, I don't owe any taxes. Like it's not like I have back taxes I gotta worry about. I just gotta figure out what the taxing protocols are on my current situation. Okay, so okay, but what does that inform you, DJT, about this practice you seem to have of desiring to do harm to me? Remember, if I were genuinely a bad person, guilty of wrongdoing, victimizing people, etc., then I can understand the urge. I still don't think it's good idea because you don't want to engage in the same kind of bad behaviors that you're condemning the other person for, right? This is in part why I've decided I'll probably, when I countersue Michelle Schacht, that I'm only going to ask for $1 damages and legal costs. I want them to rule in my favor that yes, she did sue in bad faith, but I don't necessarily want to be like her at all. I don't want to try to punish her monetarily as much as I can. I just want to make the point that she shouldn't abuse the legal system to make her personal vendettas, and that doing so is an example of litigating in bad faith, right? But I only want to get $1 from her, and Taylor Swifter, right? You have to ask yourself if you want to become the thing you're condemning. If in fact you're condemning someone for certain kinds of bad behavior, then you got to make sure you're not engaging in similar kinds of bad behavior or worse kinds of bad behavior, because you'd have to apply the same condemnation to yourself, right? And certainly you don't want your the means you use to attain your goal, namely to take me down a few notches, to make you a bad person by being done in wicked fashion. So certain kinds of condemnations are okay, maybe ugly and non helpful discourse, but not wicked. Other kinds are wicked. Like, it's wicked of you, especially because you didn't know either way whether or not I was vulnerable to this, to threaten to call the IRS on somebody, unless number one, you've got good reason to believe they're a tax scofflaw and that's your sort of perspective on things. You're civically minded and you believe in taxation or whatever. Then fine. You have no reason there that here, right? Or two, that the actual reason I think, which is you want to elicit fear in somebody and you're trying to prompt fear in me, because most people are worried about the IRS kind of irrationally. I actually know the scope of my tax liability broadly, so I'm not worried about it. And so the point is, when you start threatening to do things for the purpose of making the other person feel afraid, you are reliant on them having something to hide, being guilty in this instance, right? I don't have anything to hide. I'm not being guilty of anything, so I'm not worried about it. But additionally, you're using language in a really toxic way. You're saying, I'm just going to try to find words to make Eric experience some kind of suffering, emotional harm, fear, or whatever, And I'll just shoot in the dark until hopefully something hits. You need to ask yourself, why is it that you want to do harm to me, even though I've never done any harm to you, have expressed no desire to do harm to you, and have continued to talk to you in a reasonable fashion, certainly engaged in no behavior that would justify condemning me as some sort of irredeemable, horrible person. Certainly, I've engaged in no behavior that would justify your desire to do harm as a proportional response. So, why? Can you explain it to me? Why do you want to do harm to me so much? Because I get wanting to take someone down a few notches, but like falsely accusing them of things and threatening to call the IRS and stuff, that goes beyond taking someone down a few notches. You're saying, I want to do you harm. I want to slander your reputation. I want to hurt you in the pocketbook. I want to make you feel fear. That's how much I don't like you. Okay. Well, I think that one's a stumper for DJT. So I'm going to go ahead and. Well, I'm going to end the stream actually. So DJT, I'm not banning you right now. You get another chance, but I'll probably ban you next time because I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if you're able to answer any of my questions or behave like somebody who wants to have a reasonable conversation. You know, I believe in second chances, but I don't believe in infinite second chances. So I believe in more than just second, but fewer than infinite. If you want to come around and be cool, that's possible too. I'm not unwilling to change the frame here. Anyway, see y'all later. Love you. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.